What's up? So, y'all go ahead and finish what you was talking about the heart attacks, because I feel rude to interrupt you to start.
No, it's okay. Hello, everybody in chat. It's good to see all y'all.
Well, what it reminded me of is the died suddenly stuff, that happened for a
Well,
while.
and that's what a lot of people keep thinking that it's something like that, but this is, um, uh, I mean, had it happened personally here and no, um, just out of nowhere. So I don't know. I mean, but I don't want to scare everybody.
You said somebody you know?
My daughter.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you meant something just happened.
No,
What's up?
no.
Pity, your stuff's on in the background.
All right.
Sorry.
There you go.
Damn you, Pooty.
Damn it, man. I'll learn one of these days.
Today could be that day, Pooty.
That's all right.
I'm such a Nazi.
No, I heard it too. I'm glad you said something.
It is annoying. The only reason I think it bugs most people is you don't want to hear the sound of your own voice. If nothing's echoing, you don't hear yourself. But when you hear the echo, you hear yourself. You're like, oh, wait, is that what I sound like?
Hey, everybody in chat. Hello. I'm just really tired. That's it.
Well, it's kind of like they said, though, you're not driving. You got the day off. She's still here. She's just her devices. She'll be back. Well, hopefully. What's that say? Penguin glue waving. Oh, so does anybody else see the emoji, or does it say that everywhere? I think it's because
In StreamYard, it writes it out in words, but if you're on YouTube, you can see the emoji.
Right.
Hey, Chen, does your back hurt from doing all that planting?
Yeah, I'm burnt out.
Yeah, stuff like that kills my back.
But then, like in a couple weeks, when it's all blooming and super beautiful, then I'm gonna be like, oh, and then I can sit back and just stare at them.
So what was it again? I'm sorry. I think I already asked you, but what was it you planted?
Oh, I do the basket stuff every year, because that basket stuff. Oh shit! What the hell is that? Yeah, don't mind me. Don't mind me.
So really Yorga. I was gonna say me and Yorga, but really Yorga was talking about this new Benny Johnson thing came out about. Well, really it came out on TMZ, but about the fifth plane. So I hurried up and zipped through it real quick, and it is some interesting stuff. I don't know if anybody else heard about it. Like I said, it was on TMZ and also Benny Johnson.
Well, basically, the gist of it is, I'll just give you a quick rundown, is when 9/11 was happening, there was a plane, for whatever reason, hadn't taken off when it was supposed to. I think it was a few minutes behind. And there was a bunch of shady characters up in first class of this plane. People started on the plane, and the pilots started getting worried about what was happening with 9/11, and it was cockpit breach. So these guys barricade themselves into the cockpit. There was a guy and a woman, and one guy got an axe, and he gave the lady a fire extinguisher in case anybody came in, blah, blah, blah. Well, anyway, they had to take the plane back to the gate, so he never got off the ground, thank God. And I don't need to go through everything, but they locked the plane down, and then after they got everybody out and they locked the plane down, somebody saw somebody still up in the plane, two people up in the plane. Now, how they got off, I don't know. but supposedly they were hiding up in these hatches that were underneath like the cockpit. The weird thing is what they're saying now. Well, a couple things. Why is this coming out now? And why, shit, what was I going to say? And the other thing is, they're pretty sure that people, a lot of people have access to the planes before they ever take off, between food vendors and, maintenance and everything else. It appears that somebody had snuck box cutters onto the plane before the hijackers even ever got on there. Those box cutters were hidden beforehand. So that's a revelation right there. And one of the planes, it was the one main plane that they knew that they were going to be attacked. And there was a woman supposedly in one of these burqa things, and both stewardesses said that was a man. He had hairy hands.
Man,
right? Yeah, that was a man, baby. So, yeah, yeah, I know. But the weird thing is another pilot talked to the pilot that had happened to, and his plane number was one digit off from the other guy's plane, and they searched his plane, they found box cutters hidden in his plane. And like somebody, was trying to hide these things, but they got the wrong plane number, So anyway, I don't need to tell any more than that, but there were certain things I definitely wanted to get out because, just the whole, the weapons were hidden on there beforehand. So it makes it even a bigger conspiracy. And why the hell are we just finding out about this right now?
Right. So you kind of did do most of it. I don't. This is where they talk about they didn't eat meat and stuff like this.
This is a crazy story where TMZ goes super into depth with the members of a crew that effectively said we were a target. Very mysterious things happening on our plane. Thank God we didn't actually take off, but we were about to be the fifth plane. And they have some unbelievable evidence that seems to have been part of a massive federal cover-up. When will we learn the full story about what happened on that day? Let's begin. Here are the flight attendants and pilot talking about very suspicious passengers in the first class.
My name is Deborah, and I was...
So, yeah, I do agree with you. Why is it coming out right now? What is the reason? Like, it seems like a lot of stuff is being exposed, pretty quickly. I'm going to play... I've got it broken up. I just thought we could play a little bit at a time and kind of digest it slower. But I know you said a lot of it, but, it'll just be like foreshadowing.
Well, I didn't mean to ruin it, but, there's still more stuff in there than what I said. But
oh, yeah. And I like everything you said, I had just kind of watched it in fast speed. So I knew what you were saying. And they don't tell about that the one part till the end. You're kind of, it builds up to the point about the plane next to it and everything, but it's in there for sure.
Yeah.
I think this next part right here talks about it's a man, baby.
It's a man, baby.
You talk about like her arm hair or whatever, like
yeah.
You said that. It is you, right? Or is it Craig? Both of you probably do that. But I know exactly what you're talking about from Austin Powers, and then the one time he does it and he tries to rip the wig off and it's not a woman. It's not a man. It's a little old lady or something. Wig don't come off. Oh, that was a dumb, funny movie. And yeah, Pootie's the one told me he's probably tied to the CIA. I missed that one paragraph of that trial that said she all it really said is that she put together, hosted like open houses or something of this,
Well, what about the plane that supposedly crashed in the field, but there wasn't no plane debris?
There's so much weird stuff. But this,
yeah.
How come I'm stuck on what Yorga's saying? I was thinking the same thing though. Why now? Why are we hearing this now? We could have heard this at any point. It's like everything. I bet you this is coming out of something that's been declassed or whatever.
Well, think about all the civilians that were on that plane. They said the plane was not like super loaded with people. It was, maybe halfway. But just between these stewardesses are talking now. Can you even call them then flight attendants now? Sorry. But they're talking. There had to have been other passengers that knew what was going on. It's 9/11. They're evacuating. Not only did they have to evacuate the plane, they had to evacuate the flipping airport like haul ass right now because that could have been a target too. So it's everybody's butt hairs on fire at this point.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go ahead and do just like a minute or two right here where they talk about the man. I did it. I started talking about everything else right when I went to play it. Because we were doing the Austin Powers is what veered me off.
Come on, man.
Squirrel. So they all agree on that one point that it was a man. It's a man. Building 7. What's up, Zach? I haven't even started yet, Al Bundy. I have decided that I should probably shorten up and do like 4 hours instead of 5 every time because that is a long time. And then I do a backstage. That way, if we do a backstage, then it'll still been a total of a lot of hours. Sasquatch sister. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, y'all ain't got much to say. Let's watch a couple more minutes. Why not?
Yeah. Let it roll.
Now, the flight was at JFK, and when the first plane hit the tower, they stopped the entire flight patterns and no plane took off. And so this plane was grounded, but it was about to take off. And the pilot was alerted to very suspicious things happening inside of the cockpit. Get a look at this.
I'm sorry, I have to pause for Cheryl real quick because we lost her somewhere in translation. She says if they're on the plane, how are they still alive? This plane didn't take off, actually. There's more to the story.
They got grounded because of 9/11.
They're going to get to that, but I feel like we lost her along the way, and I could see how that could happen. So yeah, this one never left the ground, but we're getting there. I'm sorry. So also, the other part of it that's kind of odd is that TMZ is the one covering this. Like, doesn't that seems kind of weird to me? I mean, yes, rest in peace, Tom. Oh, wrong one. I just saw it. There it is. Yeah.
Hey, Zach. Yeah, we're all very sorry about Tom.
It is so sad.
He's a very good man.
I wish I did have a good little video. If I had a clip, what I'd like to have is I can't remember who we were, if we were on Dangerous Freedoms or if we were on maybe even, I'm not sure where we were, but my daughter ran, and she never did that, but she popped up holding DJ on a live, but in the same house, on the same panel as me, and we swapped kids, and Tom was all like saying this heartwarming thing, and he's like, and just like those babies that both of them shared, and I don't know, it was such a dumb moment. It was just so funny though, because you could see how he didn't he didn't know that we were in the same house and it was the same baby. And I don't know, it was just kind of funny. And it was just, I always think about that. It was just a fun moment. He just, but what he was saying was really, I wish I had that clip. I could probably find it if I went on the hunt. But he was talking about, enjoying life and the beautiful things and children and babies and all this. And it was just, anyway.
Well, he's in a better place than we are right now. So,
For sure.
I'm not trying to make little of it or anything like that, but,
Absolutely not. I know that. Al Bundy. Yeah, it's tragic. And I worry, I hate that you spend your Miss Laura and everything, you're with somebody for so long and then they're just gone. It's got to be hard. I can't, it's got to be so hard. I wish there was something that could be done, but I don't know what. It's just sad. But let's go through a little bit more of this. She said, what's Tom saying? Oh, it's the same baby. The punchline was Tom saying, oh, it's the same baby. Okay, look, he's helping me out on that one. It was really funny. She says she thinks it was on Jeremy's and Zach's. That makes sense. I was thinking it wasn't Dangerous's, but I couldn't think of who. But yeah, it is terribly tragic. But, we're all getting older. We're all marching towards there. I'm like, okay, let's do some more conspiracies.
Shut up, Cole. Man.
really mysterious things started happening. According to these TMZ interviews, the flight attendants saw people inside of the plane, even though the plane had been completely cleared and they checked it themselves. Watch.
So yeah, you were talking about that too. We got into that point. Okay, good, Bonnie. Well, hey, Andy.
Hey, Andy.
Where are we at? So I don't know. I'm still kind of there's a couple things that it's just I don't know. I guess it's okay that the information came from TMZ, but doesn't it kind of seem a little weird that I don't know. There's something about the way they're doing with this Diddy stuff. Like the one guy's in the courtroom, it kind of seems like they try to skew the story in a different direction. And I never really thought of them as like a conspiracy newsbreaker. You know, they're more of like what celebrities are doing most of the time. I don't know. A lot of people say they don't trust TMZ, you know?
I don't. I mean, I do, but I don't. Like, you got to read between the lines.
Yeah, but at least that story, there's a lot of people that were there that are coming on camera. You know,
Yeah.
they seem credible.
Yeah, I feel that way a lot about I feel the same way. Like I'll be like, well, the stories are true still, but maybe they're putting a spin on it or something, or maybe they're trying to get in front of something. I don't know, but
Let's try to have a better attitude about it, guys. Okay.
What, Billy? I'm a lawyer. I hate it when I just feel like I've missed something.
It's time for you to fix your fucking attitude, okay? Let's do that. Yay!
Oh my gosh, you're making me think of the Sesame thing. I wasn't gonna. They doing something with Pride or something. I got a clip somewhere. I'll dig up maybe later. It's like I thought about it and I was like, well, it's just depressing. What are we gonna do about it? Complain about it? Like I can't believe they're doing this. You know, it is what it is.
They're still doing it, but it's not as advertised. It seems like it. You know, like when Potato was in, they were really making a big deal about it. So. I mean, it's still that month, but I guess for them, it'll be Rainbow Month for me. I like rainbows, don't you?
Yeah, I feel like they kind of hijacked the rainbow. Like the whole the rainbow to me, as when I was growing up, was God's promise He wasn't going to flood the earth again. That's what I was. So it's like now they kind of just, I don't know. It is what it is. But that is definitely, I don't know. I remember learning that and always thought it was cool. And it's like maybe kind of makes you wonder if they do stuff like that on purpose, just to like, I don't know.
You mean to put us on what the fuck island?
I was telling Billy about that.
There's something about the colors that they use on that flag, and if they're touching, there's a meaning to it. I'll have to look that up.
The Pride flag you're talking about. Okay.
Yep.
I thought you were talking about what the fuck island's flag. No.
Yeah, we can have to make that.
I haven't found that island yet, darn it.
Well, no, it was so funny. Tin was like kind of going on a rant. She was saying several things, but she's like, some people this, and then we're over here on what the fuck island. And I about died. I laughed so hard because we totally were. That was the best. I don't even know what she said after she said that because I was laughing so hard because we totally were on a what the fuck island.
What the fuck island?
I don't know if I ever left. I think I stayed there because it was kind of cozy.
So we built shelter. We made fire. We're okay now. Oh my God.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good. I have people think I'm crazy, I guess, but I still kind of have faith in some. This is also somehow disclosure. Like all this information's coming out, and I know they're being weird about the Epstein stuff. I got something on that too about a new lawsuit. Someone's filing against the government over Epstein. They tried to report it. I'm just not that far yet, but I just think stuff's coming out one way or another. Like maybe, I don't know. There were a lot of the clips that I have somewhere in this right around here. More Benny Johnsons, and then not just Benny Johnson though, because Cash Patel and Dan Bongino were like kind of everywhere, and I feel like they're trying to like make themselves look better after how they looked all like they were forced to say the stuff about that. And I don't know, but I've heard a lot. I've been listening to a lot of different people talk about it, and it is like is there any chance they do have information that it's like then we are like, it's true. It's like absolutely true. And like, what's it called when everybody says something over and over and because we all believed he didn't do it because it was like almost a joke. The whole world agreed on that. If nobody agreed on anything, Democrat, Republican, what, they agreed on that. And like now it's like, nope, he did. He totally did it. He killed himself. It's like, I don't know. Is there any evidence that would prove that, you think? Would anything change either any of your minds that he did do it?
It's all conspiracy theory.
Well, so's everything else. The truth is a conspiracy. Anyways, I do want to get through this because I know I'm taking everything off topic, and it is interesting. I'm glad you brought it to my attention, Yorga, because I'm like, I'll be 5 days behind looking at something caught my attention. Like I said, I'm stuck on Cash, and they talked about secret rooms that they discovered information in, and I'm like, that stuff they are like almost trying to tell us something without telling us, and I think they're trying to do good. I really have not lost faith in them. Maybe I'm wrong, but I really hope that that's not going to be a thing. But yeah, where are we at on this? We still got a couple little, let's see what.
The United 23 crew was. It gets even weirder now when all of the flight attendants were brought in by the FBI to a black site and were asked to identify some of the passengers, and some of those passengers were missing. Watch.
Oh, we're almost done with that, but yeah, everything you pretty much did cover it all, Yorga.
Jason.
No, you did a good job though.
Jason, where have you been? I haven't seen Jason in a while. Jason, I miss you.
Hey, Virginia.
Oh, Virginia, get up here. Jason, where have you been? Are you okay?
Oh, hey, Dee. Good to see you.
Hey, Dee.
What the fuck island?
Yeah, what the fuck island? Virginia, grab that link.
She should have it. I think sometimes the reason, I think it takes her a minute, like throughout the night. We're just about to time for Virginia, I think, maybe. If you notice, like she doesn't get here like before the show usually. She kind of gets here towards the end there. Or not towards like
where Jason's been at. So I've been thinking, he's working a lot. Okay, because I haven't seen you the last couple streams, and I was just worried about you. You've been with me for 6 years, Jason.
Brian Lloyd. All right. Okay, so we are just about done with this anyways, but I think this is the part that talks about the hatches, the rug being moved. I think they get to if it's not this, there's only 2 more little 2-minute clips here to get through. But I do think that there's definitely something to it, but it's weird that why now? Where did it, like you said, where did it come from? Where, was it declassified, or did these people just start coming forward? Why now? Other than, I don't know.
How does that many people keep a secret? I don't get it.
Maybe they were on non-disclosures or something. What were you going to say, Tim?
Well, whenever they do these types of things, they usually plan it a year in advance, and they've got people they've had people working on this.
I don't mean that. I mean the people that happen to be on the plane, just Joe Blow flying to, Cleveland or wherever, how do they keep all them quiet?
Well, and how do we even know that those are the actual people that were there?
Well, maybe, yeah, that's true. Crisis actors or something, but like maybe some of them. No, I'm losing my train of thought. Maybe some of them didn't know. Maybe only a few noticed the people. You know what I mean? Like they got off the plane, and I don't know. How could you not know on a day like that?
How could you not know? Yeah,
about what at least was going. You knew you were on a plane. I don't know. Maybe they were on non-disclosures, but
well, and they said guard the cockpit. For you have to guard the cockpit, and that was while everybody was still on the plane. So they knew some shit was, going down.
Right.
The rug had been
turned and one more thing I want to say about that real quick. I'm sorry. One more thing I want to say about it real quick. And they only said it once, but those people had a 6 or 7 year old boy with them. What kind of heartless freaking animals, knowing that you're going to suicide and, well, sorry, I mean, unliven yourself into a building somewhere. You're going to bring, oh, what is it? Bring your kid to work day or some shit?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said,
Now it gets even more insane with the pilot expressing that perhaps there had been a massive cover-up here, and this was an operation much larger than we ever imagined, with these weapons placed inside of the plane before it.
After Kennedy Airport was shut down, authorities searched various...
crazy, huh? There's only about 2 more minutes. Y'all want to finish it out?
Yeah.
United 23 was a fifth airplane.
All of this is wild. It seems like a massive federal cover-up. A lot of people are asking a lot of questions about 9/11 right now. We're one of them. I feel like we haven't even remotely gotten the full story here. So many things don't make sense. I think it's time for a new investigation. I think it's time for a new commission.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Virginia? Sorry, you came up right in the middle.
Hey, Virginia. Well, Elon's looking for a gig right now. Why don't they put him on investigating 9/11?
Oh, yeah. We just went through that already, but that's tough.
Planes, were there 2 planes and hit 2 towers, right? Or was it just 1 plane?
They claim 3.
Right.
They claim 1 hit the.
What are they? Wasn't there
7.
something? What was the? Yeah, is that what you're talking about? Building 7? Sorry, I just talked right over you. So there was something.
Yeah,
with that
nothing
too.
hit Building 7. Nothing hit it. Nothing.
Yeah,
It fell down.
It fell, but they forgot to hit it with the plane. They did it.
Right.
The lady had already reported it had been hit or something, and she was standing in front of it, and then she stopped. It was like a English.
Yeah, that really did happen. It was like BBC or someone like that was saying, Building 7 is down, and it was right behind her, outside her window.
Yeah. Well, I think that plane that supposedly crashed in the field was supposed to hit Building 7. Real best I remember.
Well, and then we don't know what the heck with this plane. Where was this plane supposed to go?
Yeah.
Trying, Judy. I'm just so tired tonight. Sorry. She said, speak into the mic. I'm not speaking into the mic.
I hear you.
So do y'all really believe that planes went into the towers?
Yes.
Yes. But I think they also did controlled demo at the same time.
I feel like literally at these points, like I feel like nothing would surprise me. Like you could almost tell me, I don't know what. I remember the people down on the streets, and so there was, I don't know. I think there was. Do you not, Bonnie?
I'm not sure. I mean, knowing the construction of those buildings, I don't see how a plane could slice through the metal beams. I don't see how it could. And I didn't see any plane parts in the cleanup. And I mean, how would the passport survive if that happened?
They did find plane parts. They found a motor. They found a wheel, I think it was, or a turbine or something on a roof like over a year later. They didn't even know it was there. So.
I don't know.
I think it was.
But how do you explain somebody's passport, not being burnt all to pieces, and falling in the street? That don't make any sense. So, I don't pretend to have the answers, but, there was something fishy going on for sure.
Yeah.
And how come none of the plane wings or anything were sticking out, or like?
Yes, because they couldn't have gone through that steel. I'm telling you, those steel beams are like, you've seen an airplane. It's not. It'd be like driving your car into a metal beam. What's going to happen? It's going to.
Even Trump said there ain't no way a plane could have did that to a building. Said it would just hit the building and crumbled.
So you pull this. Is this yours, 10?
Yeah, I just randomly pulled up, and you'd think something would be listen what Jason, cause Jason knows a lot about this. The Bush and the Bin Laden at the time sat on the board of the investment group that owned the airline during. It wasn't just any airline; it was Janet Airlines. Oh,
It's not Janet, it's Janus, I do believe. JANUS. They're the ones that fly in Area 51. Bring workers in.
accidentally hit.
I could be wrong, Jason. I could be wrong, but I think it's Janus.
There's trust.
Did y'all okay, how do I
That was just, just to give. That's what I'm thinking is that not something should have been sticking out somewhere. But what the fuck do I know?
Did y'all hear about the whole whatever Trump posting about Biden and everything?
On Monday?
About he's like whatever he said. Here, let me show you this. Anyways, this is just short. It's just funny. I thought
He's a robot.
Yeah, he's not a clone or robot or.
It's the worst robot in the world.
Hold on, watch.
Conspiracy theory over the weekend claiming that former President Biden was executed back in 2020 and replaced with clones and robots.
Here now to refute accusations that he is a robot clone, former President Joe Biden.
The quote is, move fast and break things. Governor O'Malley. He certainly break it.
You see the bottom corner? CBS.
My dad was shooting first and aiming later. Baltimore. As a result.
So it's really just meant to be funny, but it's kind of like more. Let's see. It's from the Late Show with Colbert or whatever.
That ain't even him because his nose, his nose. He had a weird nose at the end. And that guy's nose don't look like anyhow.
No, it's all right.
I like the one that was I like the one that was like 6'6" tall. The tall
yeah, that's what I was going to say. Tall Biden.
I think some of the facial features, people, especially elites, they do a lot of plastic surgery. His nose could have been augmented, anything in his face, any structure. But I agree, it does kind of look like a few. We know that people use doubles, all.
What about the ears? That's the thing, right? There's different ones. His ears go to his face, or I guess that could be a surgery, but why would you do that surgery? Do you know what I'm talking about? Maybe I am too much of a conspiracy.
You know something else that's kind of along these same lines. If you see Trump on Fox, he just looks like Trump, If he's on CNN, they add more orange to his freaking complexion. No, I've seen it side by side. It's like, what the hell?
I've never seen that. I believe you. That's funny.
It reminds me of that tincture we used to do in the 80s. Just like you put iodine and baby oil and spray yourself and you get that weird orangey. Yeah, that's what he always looked like, was that weird orangey, and it just reminded me of the 70s, or I guess the 80s. No, that was the 70s too.
Yeah, it was 70s, because I sprayed my shit down with that when I was in like the 5th grade and had to come to school orange. You couldn't wash it off or anything. I forget what it's called. Q-tan, something like that.
Wild.
Yeah, it sucked. Everybody hooted on me.
Oh my God, you just said hooted on you. I don't ever remember anyone saying that. That not very often do you say slangs that I'm not from. I've never said that. I don't know if that's an age thing or an area thing.
I picked it up from a guy I was in the Navy with, and he was from Flint, Michigan, and he was the one that used to say that, and it just stuck with me, and I've said it ever since. And nobody.
Now I'm gonna say it.
Yeah, nobody. You're right. It's contagious.
But y'all, if that post is true in any way, that means they all knew. It's been a false government for how many years now? Even before Biden. Because
ever since JFK.
Right.
I mean, that's what I think. I don't know if it's true or not. Could be probably before then, you know?
So it would make everything null and void, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be fraud and possibly treason?
Yeah, well, you see how many people are going to jail over all kinds of dumb shit now, don't you? Nobody, you know? If you're high up enough, you don't go to jail.
I'm hoping that's going to change. They were talking about, well, how did they word it? Referral or, oh crap. I don't have it right here. But what I do have, I don't know if you guys were, I keep bringing up about, you know, Dan Bongino, Cash Patel. This is literally about a minute long. It's Dan Bongino where he talks about the hidden rooms and then, well, they say hidden rooms, and he kind of corrects it, but it gets said. I feel like they're trying to tell us something without, you know, overstepping too far. They're like kind of walking a tightrope or something. But I just want to share this one little. It's only a minute, real quick with y'all. I'm sure you probably heard it, most people, but
in the bureau. Well, we were there a couple of weeks, and luckily there were a lot of people up there who grabbed us by the arm the minute we came in and said, "Thank you for being here. You know, we need to talk." There are people there who are really horrified at what happened. And there was a room, and we found stuff, a lot of stuff.
A hidden room.
I wouldn't call it hidden, but hidden from us at least, and not mentioned to us. And then we found stuff in there, and a lot of it's from the Comey era, and we are working our damnedest right now to declassify. And just so you know, because I get the public, I totally understand people saying, well, do it now. The process is not all the information is ours to declassify. Some is other intelligence agencies. It's not, we literally can't do it. Once that gets done and that gets out there, and you read some of the stuff we found, that, by the way, was not processed through the normal procedure, digitizing it, putting in FBI records. We found it in bags, hiding under Jim Comey's FBI. You're going to be stunned.
You're going to be stunned, he said. I hope so.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah. Me too. We all are. But doesn't it seem like, oh, what's this? Doesn't it seem like, you know, oh, and it was in a room, and I just feel like they can only say the way they looked kind of fearful during the one interview.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So it just kind of, I don't know. I feel like there's something, and I think they're doing what they can, which maybe isn't enough, you know, but I don't think they're the bad guys. I don't think they're trying to be.
I think they have parameters they're allowed to operate within certain parameters, you know, and in a way, as you get higher up in clearances, you learn more information and how things really work. And I think that's the position they're in, you know.
So there's, I agree with that. You can tell that some, you know, everybody's dissecting it because they already know what, especially Bongino's personality and the way he talked and acted. There's a baseline now. So it's kind of strange when he acts different or reserved and dancing around questions and stuff. It is what it is.
Almost like those two guys, you know, and I think they both have integrity. They said they were going to do this and do that and do all these things on day one. I get it. I think they got in there and had a talking to and had a big eye opener, you know, about how things really work and who's really in charge. And, you know, that's just my take on it. And I would love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong about that, you know, but I don't think I am.
Wow. Well, you know, there's definitely, I just don't think that they're going to. So I've got a short 1 minute or so, Cash Patel talking about, I feel like he says the word stashed away. So they're kind of, and he's talking about Crossfire Hurricane, which I do believe they're trying to get going, but I don't know if they can't. We'll just have to wait and see. But this is real short too.
This is about Crossfire Hurricane. You just talked about that, all that you've been learning. Can you give us a little of that wave of transparency?
Absolutely. So just quickly on Crossfire Hurricane, that is a continuing production. We have found material, and I'm the Crossfire Hurricane guy, that I didn't even know existed in FBI holdings.
So there's been held someplace else, or?
That's been stashed away in locations that people thought we wouldn't find it because we wouldn't know to look for it.
Hidden rooms, stashed away. We wouldn't find it because we didn't know where to look for it. This is why they're afraid, because they're active. There's people actively fight. It's a real thing going on. Like, this is my opinion, but I'm going to let him. I interrupted him. I'm sorry.
there. And as
about that, all that you've been learning, can you give us a little of that wave of transparency?
Absolutely. So just quickly on Crossfire Hurricane, that is a continuing production. We have found material, and I'm the Crossfire Hurricane guy, that I didn't even know existed in FBI holdings.
So there's been held someplace else, or
that's been stashed away in locations that people thought we wouldn't find it because we wouldn't know to look for it there. And as promised with my congressional partners, I'm working with Congress on constitutional oversight because that's what the American people deserve. And those documentations have been flowing to Congress nonstop on a rolling basis since that interview.
Flowing to Congress. Ladies and gentlemen.
I'm pretty sure there's...
Very interesting. Speaking.
I'm pretty sure he actually has someone on in a little bit, and I probably have that clip that basically confirms what he just said about the things flowing, you know, because he's the one to... So I really do like Benny Johnson because I think he asks questions other people are really kind of afraid to. I think that, you know, he's trying to get to it too. And
Right.
he's watching Cash and Dan. But I think he's still hoping that they're going to do right. I am too. I mean, we're all going to see soon, I suppose.
Right.
They kind of
Yeah,
talk about, go ahead.
Benny is trying to like get to some truth of the matters. You know, sometimes it's clickbaity and whatever, but even piece by piece, if we can start to put this puzzle together, I think he gives a few pieces, you know?
Right. And I think, yeah, that other thing was from him. He covered TMZ, but I still think it's weird. It's TMZ. So, also the whole pipe bomber thing. I don't know. I can't even remember what's what anymore. There's, and they say they're working on these three big things. One's the pipe bomber. And, they also mentioned they were talking about the feds at J6. There's a lot of stuff that that's trying to happen, but none of it. It's like I feel like if they hadn't have said the thing with the Epstein, that they'd have a lot more credibility right now. And I think they're like trying to do everything that they can do. Like, okay, we didn't do this, but look what else we're doing. Like, well, check out what we're investigating here. Did you know we found this out? Like, there is stuff happening, and it's a lot. So it's hard to get to it all. But this is a little bit about the pipe bomber.
What happened there? Some of the toughest questions asked of our intel experts by the Judiciary and Oversight Committee. Where's Christopher Wray in all this? It does really beg the question. Like when are we finally going to get to the head of this? When are we going to get to Comey, Merrick Garland, Christopher Wray, Kash Patel saying there is a cover-up with the pipe bomber? James Comey saying, oh, I don't know. I'm sure it was still an open investigation. They know exactly what they did. We've had the FBI agents on this program, on this live, saying we were told to not investigate. We had the pipe bomber. We had him. We knew who it was. And they pulled us. Kash Patel spitting last night, not only on January 6th, but also on the pipe bomber story. The pipe bomber is the key to unlocking what the feds did during January 6th. Let's go.
I'm not sure if you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. And President Trump responded.
Deputy, before he became deputy, said this.
Like many people, I believe the FBI knows the identity of this pipe bomber on January 6th, 4 years ago, and just doesn't want to tell us because it was an inside job.
Why didn't they find the bomber, the pipe bomber? You know, they know who the pipe bomber is. The FBI knows who it is.
Does the FBI know who it is?
The FBI, under me and Dan Bongino's leadership, has reestablished that investigations of great public importance that almost blew up the DNC and RNC in Washington, D.C., an area in which then Vice President Harris was in the vicinity of, is something that needs to be answered. And we learned that FBI leadership in the prior administration slow-rolled and basically shut that investigation off. So we turned it on. And we have some great leads, and Dan is actually going to talk about that when he does Fox and Friends tomorrow.
Okay. You don't want to give us a little something?
I can't get ahead of everybody.
All right. What
Can't get ahead of him. It wasn't really much, actually. It was, I think we just watched it, right? I'm not quite sure. I don't want to lie. Right about there. Maybe.
Was going to fall apart, and no one seemed to show any interest in this case. The second we got in, I put a team on it, and I said, I want answers on this. And I'm pretty confident that we're closing in on some suspects.
You see all of it. Here's Bongino following through on that promise.
So the moment Cash and I swore in, we realized that the first thing we had to do is rebuild public trust. This is your FBI. It's not mine. I tell the employees every day, you don't own it. You don't own it. I don't own it. It's like being the center fielder for the Yankees. That'll live with you forever, but you don't own the Yankees. It's a proud franchise. Reputational hit. There is zero question about it. There were a lot of bad actors. One of them still out there causing us all kinds of trouble. So we had to fix it and rebuild public trust. One of the ways to do it is these cases of significant public interest that matter. We had 2 pipe bombs planted on January 6th. I mean, we were told by partisan actors out there, this was the insurrection. The world was going to fall apart. And no one seemed to show any interest in this case. The second we got in, I put a team on it and I said, I want answers on this. And I'm pretty confident that we're closing in on some suspects. We got to, the reason, by the way, I use social media with these cases, I'm trying to communicate on social media, is nothing's by accident, guys. I do nothing by accident. Every time I put a tweet on it, we get tips. We got a fascinating tip on one of these cases, one of the 3. I want to say which one, but I'm pretty confident that we're going to close out one of them, hopefully shortly.
Okay, so I'll stop for a minute, but there is a lot of real good stuff in that one that I think matters. I think they're doing what they can. The next one is, what's that?
Sorry. Who did he say owns the FBI?
What's that?
Who did he say owns the FBI?
I didn't hear him say that part.
He said we all do. He said it doesn't belong to him or anybody else. It belongs to us.
The people.
That's what he was saying. Yeah, like to me, that's what I want to hear, and I know that's what they're doing. Tell us what we want to hear.
He said it's like you could play center field for the Yankees and you have that for the rest of your life, but you've never owned the Yankees. You didn't, That's what he's trying to say about himself.
But if that's true, what are we doing to keep, say, that agency in check? What are we, the people, doing to keep that agency in check?
Good question. Well, what are our options? In something like FBI or what can we do? I understand some of the assembly stuff and being in touch with your local governments and everything, right? But something like the FBI and CIA and all of that, what can we do?
And that's it. It is, even beyond the assembly, is how many of the American people are even willing to do that?
Probably not enough, not until it's worse. But I got a 30-second one, and they're asking Cash if they think any prosecutions will come out of this. And I'm just listening, watching, paying attention.
And it doesn't seem like anything comes from it. Do you think actual prosecutions will come from some of this stuff?
I think from some of this stuff, when we go back and look at things like the pipe bomber case, the cocaine in the White House, January 6th, and Crossfire Hurricane, the prosecutorial decisions will lay at the Department of Justice, but we are rigorously investigating them, and I think we've developed some great leads. And I also think we're not going to wait for any blue ribbon commissions. That's up to Congress. If they want to do that, that's totally fine. They're a coordinate branch of government. But
so he didn't answer. He said they're going to do their part, and then it's up to another department to decide whether there's any repercussions. But you'd think, hopefully that's not going to be the case. Like, what would be, that's like really freaking pointless if there is none.
It's spinning wheels. They're just,
Well,
yeah.
That's what is the most frustrating to me.
Right.
I do think they're trying, though. That's my opinion. I really do. I'm listening. I'm watching everything I can, And like I was saying, here in just a couple minutes, he interviews a guy, Greg Steube, congressman, and talks to him. And basically, this guy backs up what Cash was saying. Like yeah, I guess they all could be lying, but I think these are good people. And I know I can be naive about things, but
I think they are too. And I think that, I was thinking about what Bonnie said, what can we do? Well, the biggest thing we could do is vote, and we did do that, and we got the best guy that we thought that we had. Our choice, was Trump, and we're getting the best people in all these positions that we think are the best people, and they're only humans. And things could be a lot worse if somebody else had won that main election. So we've done about all we can do, and hope for the best at this point.
Well, a lot of truth is coming out left and right. It's hard to keep up with all the truth that we didn't know and things that, transparency, accountability checked out decades ago. See, I think we're getting a little bit more than we were, at least.
Oh, yeah.
This is real quick. This is what I was telling you about. This is like a minute or something.
Penalties for it. So Cash Patel, you're on the Intel committee, so you have oversight of the FBI. It's an intelligence agency. Cash Patel is saying that information and documents are flowing to Congress right now. They're flowing to you. Can you confirm that that's true?
Yeah, and yes, and I will give you an example of that because we made it public and declassified some of it. So all the baseball shooting stuff that happened at the practice where Steve Scalise got shot, there was a shooter that attempted to try to kill a whole bunch of Republican members of Congress, that the deep state hid and classified it so that the American public couldn't find out. This guy was a far left activist that wanted to kill a bunch of Republican members of Congress that day. All of that was released to us days after we asked him. We had an intelligence briefing hearing. It was open to the public, and we asked him, hey, are you going to give this information to us? For 6 years, we haven't gotten anything, and he released all of it. And then the Intelligence Committee, 2 or 3 weeks ago, we declassified what was declassified and released all that information to the public. This guy, the shooter, was researching members of Congress, Republican members of Congress. He researched the objective. He went out to the baseball field before he committed the crime that he committed. And thankfully that day, Steve Scalise was there, because if he wouldn't have been, his personal detail wouldn't have been there, and there would have been a bunch of dead members of Congress. But we released all of that information. So yes, Cash Patel is flowing that information to Congress, and as he's getting it, he's ordering it to be released, and we're getting stuff that we haven't seen for years. This particular example was 6 years ago, where you had a deep state that was playing defense and not allowing us to get the information.
Wow. Oh.
And that was a long time ago, that baseball shooting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump down and go eat. I'll holler at you later.
All right, pretty food.
All right, yo.
Okay.
Make me a sandwich, will you?
It's interesting that, I agree, Cola, there are certain things that are trickling out. A lot of stuff that we kind of had an idea or, maybe knew deep down. But the timing of some of this is really interesting. Going back to when I first got here with 9/11, and then we've seen other revelations from the FBI or this report here on that shooting, and it's like, why now exactly? It almost makes me trust it less, because it's
in this situation. I
filling
think
the
why
gap.
now? I think why now? Because the powers have shifted, and they have to give something. They can't, that's my opinion on these couple instances that are coming out. I have no idea how or why the information like the TMZ extra plane. I don't know. I guess I don't know. But with this situation, it feels like it's because they're being held accountable, because they're, different people are shifting out. They're getting rid of some of the bad actors. They're putting new people in the positions that they used to be able to it was a certain kind of a system. And when you take out, I think they're trying to disassemble the terrible system, person by person, and go, this is what I hope for. I realized that I think it is true that they realized it was a bigger job than what they had expected. But yeah, I feel bad now because I thought that I had a point, but really at the same time, I don't. How can any of us know why now? I just feel like this here, there are certain things that you have to abide by legally. They don't want to. They realize that if they don't do what they're supposed to do, maybe they could be possibly jailed, or other people could face penalties where they weren't in the past. Because I do believe they're holding this administration. This administration is trying to hold them accountable. Whether they can do it or not, I don't know.
I think we got the best people that we could have had, that were there to be had. I think we did. Are they perfect? No. Are they going to be able to pull it off what they want to? I don't know.
Good night, Zed. Thank
Good
you,
night,
Indy.
Zed.
Good night, Zed. Feed those cats.
Huh.
Well, they talk about a little bit more of the information they found out about this shooter. If y'all are interested, it's just like a minute or two. It's same. It just is like 40 seconds further than where we were, and about a minute or two long to talk about some of the stuff they do know now.
No, I'm interested in that. Yeah, let that play.
Yeah.
Republicans. I mean, it goes past incompetence to malevolence.
Well, and they did that intentionally. None of this should have ever been classified. This guy was a domestic terrorist that should have been classified as this. They classified it as a death by cop type thing. There was no cops on the field that day. This guy didn't know that the people in plain clothes sitting in the dugout were Capitol Police, and he didn't go try to shoot them. He tried to shoot members of Congress. They had notes that he had a journal. He had specific notes as to what congressman he wanted to kill. This wasn't death by cop. This was a domestic terrorist situation. It was a crime that was committed. It never should have been classified. Once the investigation that was done, all of this information should have been released, but it wasn't, because they wanted to classify it so that they could hide the information from the American public that this guy was a far left Democrat that wanted to kill a bunch of Republican members of Congress that day.
We went through his Facebook back when it was still up, right after the shooting, like seconds afterwards. And it was just MSNBC links. And if this had been a shooter for Democrats in Congress, I hate playing this game, but like if it was just Fox News, I mean, they'd shut down the network, frankly.
Yeah.
If it were the opposite, they'd take all of our channels down, right? If they were able to find the opposite effect. And so it's great that it's happening. Be nice for it to happen with some of the more recent. I mean, it's hard to really categorize this as not as less important because people were getting shot on baseball fields. But like we have the January 6th pipe bomber who was clearly identified by the FBI. We've had the agents on the show saying we knew pretty much who this person was, and they told us to stop investigating.
So see, I didn't know about that. I found out about this from this interview, or maybe this and another one, that they, the other administration just turned a blind eye, just let them go. And that's crazy. I don't know. It's just like, I do think that that's what the difference is, in my opinion. The people that are starting to cooperate and giving some of the information up, it's not the damning stuff anyway, and they're trying to avoid getting penalty, being punished themselves. In my opinion, that's what I think. But I mean, shit, I don't know if any of us really know. There was definitely the part where they start talking about criminal referrals. And I was interested in that because that's the terminology sure sounds like they're trying to actually get someone in trouble for once, I don't know for sure, but that's what they only stayed on it for a minute or two, and they were talking about this criminal referrals. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to get my hopes up that something, because once that starts to happen, then they'll get the people's faith back. All the people that are so uncertain, they start seeing a couple people actually pay repercussions and stuff. They'll start believing in this administration again, I think. But I honestly don't remember exactly, but I know they use that term.
Question about criminal referrals here. Breaking news about the FBI and its secret FISA court cover-up here. Turns out that the FBI has produced documents about Nell Orr lying to the Senate. Now, Chuck Grassley, Ron Johnson will be joining our program in just a moment, but they've been raging about this, that there was a massive cover-up with Russiagate and that there were demonstrable, as they call it, lies in order to launder foreign disinformation through our FISA courts and open up a hoax in Donald Trump. Now, this would be squarely in your wheelhouse with the Intel Committee, because these FISA courts obviously run through your committee and you have oversight of them. Can we expect criminal referrals, the ones that you were talking about earlier in the show, for the Russiagate hoaxers, finally, Congressman?
That is my hope. Kash Patel would be in charge of that investigation. And so based on the comments that he said in the original part of the show, it sounds like they're investigating this. Here is the challenge back then from a criminal referral perspective is, believe it or not, these guys could proffer this information to the FISA court without any swearing of the truth of the authenticity of those subpoenas and those warrants. We've changed that now. Now that's a crime, but back then it wasn't. So you have to get them lying to Congress, which is a crime. So if they've come before Congress, if they've come before the intelligence committees, I wasn't on the intelligence committees at that time, and they lied to Congress, that is absolutely something that they can be charged with and should be charged with. And hopefully the FBI would refer that to the DOJ for prosecution. That has to happen. There has to be some repercussions. All this Russiagate stuff, spying on Trump's campaign, the lies to the American people that were then regurgitated on national news. I mean, all these 51 intel officers who swore and signed a letter that the laptop story was Russian disinformation. Now they've all lost thanks to President Trump. But all those people should be held accountable to lying to the American people. It obviously takes a little bit of time, but hopefully all this is coming.
Hopefully it is. That's something else I heard that really had me. I have to look, see if I can find the spot where they were saying all these people that were pardoned, you know, they should have to be brought in and they can't lie because they can't plead the fifth because they were, I don't know, something like that. Like I said, I should find it because it was stuff like that makes me think that there's still hope that things will get done and it won't just stay one-sided. Because that's how I feel like it's been, that they, you know, are constantly punishing only one side. And the other side can do whatever they want. They can have coke in the White House. They can do anything they want and not face any repercussions. But if you don't appear in a court date, you're going to get jailed if you're a Republican. You know, it's crazy.
It looks like there's no balance. It does seem lopsided and hypocritical. I think maybe things will be revealed, but the pattern I'm seeing over and over is no one is ever held accountable. We have plenty of evidence for all kinds of criminal shit going back years and years. And that's where I get kind of disheartened as far as expecting really big names to be in jail. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I got a question for the panel. Who is old enough to remember who Harvey Milk is?
Not I.
Or was. You say not you?
Not
Not me.
Harvey Milk was I want to say he was like a city councilman, and I can't remember the city. It was like Milwaukee or some joint like that. And there was an election, and this one guy who was going up against Harvey Milk for this election ended up losing. Yeah, Harvey Milk. Dr. P said Harvey Milk was gay. He had the gayest name too, Harvey Milk. It was in the news. I want to say it was like around 1978. And this guy came up on the courthouse steps and shot Harvey Milk dead, right?
Okay.
And there was a bunch of jokes, Harvey Milk jokes going around and stuff. You know, I hate to laugh about it, but I'm going to, because the Navy, I did not know this, the Navy named a ship after him, the SS Harvey Milk. And Hegseth came in today or yesterday and said, no, we're changing the name of that ship. We're going to change it.
Yeah, I heard.
And of course, a certain demographic is really mad about that and everything. But yeah, Harvey Milk, what did he do? He never did anything except, well, he did get murdered. But other than that, sorry for that tidbit of boring information, but I just thought about it today.
No, I like it. Yep. I did see that movie but it's been years, but yeah, I think he was a vet. That was played by Sean Penn, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't know they had a movie about him. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Mm-hmm. I watched it on a plane one time. Yeah.
I love your stories, York. I don't think your stories are boring.
Mm.
I like your crazy girl stories the best. They're pretty funny.
Yeah, I got a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm. So, I guess we could shift gears to something funny. I've got some clips of Joe Rogan talking about the Macron slap.
Oh, yes.
No, that's pretty funny. It's like a nice shift out of the serious for a minute.
A few interesting days just chilling and relaxing and trying to stay off the news, man. And then this morning, someone sent me a video of Bridget Macron's wife,
I saw
fucking face slapping him. Yeah, that's wild.
Dude, my favorite is the look into the camera once he realizes I got caught. Yeah, he's like, oh, and it's very, you could put like the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme song right after that.
Imagine what goes on behind closed doors. If someone's bitch slapping you on a private jet, like, what is that?
Yeah,
That's a weird relationship.
But she was his teacher.
if it was a she.
Oh yeah, there's a whole like
There's a whole
thing.
Bro, Candace Owens did like 5 hours on it.
That's a little bit crazy.
So yeah, like, she's the wrong dog to go after you. Like
Right.
if you're trying to break into a house, that's a wrong guard dog.
Right.
Like she gets on something, she's like a pit bull.
I actually tried so hard to clip something out of this I thought was funny. Because it's Joe Rogan, right? And there's this one part. Oh, I'm gonna mess it up. I gotta find my phone so I can look at it, make sure I know what it says. He said something like, he throws his hands up and says, well, how could you not think it was a conspiracy or something? And it's just such a Joe Rogan. It's perfectly quotable. And the arms in the air just set it off. Yeah, I wandered off and set my phone down somewhere else.
Dude, that slap was pretty intense. And it's almost like she grabbed his face.
It's a choke. It looks like you're getting ready to do a choke slam in wrestling, man. She choked his ass with both hands, man.
Right. It wasn't just like a smack. It was like a grab and a aggressive. I'm wondering if I could almost see a mom yelling, or like a, man on man, like, you have cocaine all over your face, you dumbass, and like shaking his head back. You know what I mean? Like she was pissed. Like, come on, you idiot.
Yeah, there's something. And it gets crazier. And I was literally laughing out loud at some of the stuff. But yeah, I think sometimes I've just planned for too much because I got a lot of stuff and I just don't want to go barreling into anything pretty deep again. But the Epstein thing, I do plan on at least 1 or 2 clips from that new lawsuit because it's interesting. And the thing is, like, so she's going to try to sue them for hanging up on her. And now that Cash and Dan are in there, and hopefully they're the good guys on the inside, maybe they'll actually settle with her and everything. And, maybe she's got some evidence, or she can, I don't know, maybe she can work with them to help expose the bad guys from before, if any of that made sense. I'll play it later, but we're in silly mode now. He talks about a lot of things. The conspiracy is about it's a man, baby. That. We're right back there. We just keep circling back to that.
I love it.
But the fucking Brigitte Macron one is the craziest because I think she's right. Obviously I don't know. But at the end of the day, the first thing you have to say is, what kind of a 40-year-old dates a 14-year-old?
Right.
That's crazy.
Well, that's the thing.
Even if it's a woman and a man. Well, first of all, Kurt Metzger says it's 14. I think the internet says it's 15. Kurt Metzger goes about it's definitely 14. He was younger than that. Did you see me get cornered by him yesterday?
Oh my God.
Yeah. Bro, he just hit me with like 7 different conspiracies in a row. I'm like, guys, I'm getting cornered.
It's so hard to follow him. You're just like, well, okay.
I felt like a woman trapped at like an office party, and the guy who's hitting on them like won't leave them alone. They can't escape.
Yeah, have you ever seen that meme of that like girl at the party and the guy's just talking at him?
It's always like, something about flat Earth or something.
Yeah, no, I saw that and I was like, that's crazy that this happened this morning.
Crazy, but from being an adult,
right.
3 whole years.
Well, you know what's interesting is that like I listen to a lot of true crime, and they'll say that like pedophiles and stuff will put themselves in situations where they can abuse, and that's why there's a lot of
Nickelodeon thing. It's like the Jimmy Savile thing in England.
That's crazy.
So crazy. All of it is so spooky, dude, because that's not the only one. There's probably ones going on right now in China. There's one going on in Russia. It's just a thing that's happening all over the world.
When you have like a China and Russia where it's like basically an emperor, they can just run it.
Yeah,
that's a whole different thing.
Right? They don't need to blackmail.
Yeah, they don't.
So it's about to be my part right here, y'all. This is what I tried to clip because I think it's hilarious. I just want, if I was good at editing and shit, I would get just this part. Check him out. He's so Joe Rogan right here.
It's like, how can you not believe in conspiracies?
Yeah. It's crazy.
Macron's married to a man. A man bitch slapped him in a private jet.
Oh my God. Really? Just, dude, his whole life he's been abused by that guy.
Face palm in his face. Take a fucking test. It's not hard. If I was her, I would say, listen, you motherfuckers. Okay? Let's take a chromosome test. I'm not a man. I'm just a pedophile.
I'm just a pedophile. Yeah. What accusation thing hurts her the most? The man or the pedophile? Well, the pedophile's not an accusation. That just, you are that.
That is fact.
That is exactly who you are.
But what was the law back then? Because some places had some wacky ass fucking.
I think that's probably why they say 16, because I think in Europe 16 is like.
They say 15.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because when I read this online, it said 16.
Metzger says 14.
Because Metzger says 14.
They're moving it. They're moving them goalposts as we speak.
Yeah. But I think it's like probably like 16 in that area. But either way, if you're a kid's teacher and you're setting, like, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. He got to a prime minister with that level of just mindfuckery that's happening to him.
Imagine if the roles were reversed and the president was a female and then the husband was a teacher when the president was 15, when she was 15 and he was 40. Imagine.
Crazy.
Imagine that was in the United States. Imagine if it turned out that there's a female that's running for president, and then we start going into the history and find out that she met her husband, who's 80, when she was 15.
Yeah.
You'd be like, fucking yo. But in 1974, it was legal. Like, fuck you. Fuck you, man. That's.
I do like Joe Rogan. Yeah, it's just a little bit more lighthearted. Funny though, something I noticed this time, he kept saying, imagine this and imagine that. And I can't remember where I heard it. Something about the word imagine, like, triggers a person to do it. So if I say to you, imagine a big fancy dinner, then you kind of do it and you get hungry. I know it sounds dumb, but I remember hearing this, like, the word imagine triggers a person to, like, it makes them focus more. I don't know. He said it like 3 times. I didn't notice the first time, but he kept saying, imagine if it was a woman, imagine if this, which he was making a valid point, but I just noticed the use of that word. I know it just like a, it was like a trigger to me to remember hearing about that. I know.
Cole.
Yes.
Go get a glass of wine for me. Okay. Will you?
Oh my God. I just did. How did you know? I swear that's how people wonder, like, I don't know, like, that's like one of my best friends in the whole wide world. And it's like, we just get each other, man. I just got my glass of wine. It's time for it. But like, okay, if I start with a glass of wine and then I sit here and stream for 5 hours straight, how many is that going to turn into? I have to pace myself. I have to, like,
I don't know about you. I know how many it turn into for me. It'd be a lot.
Imagine. I like that song.
It's like a suggestive term, though. It gets you in your feels, and it kind of opens. It's a loose-ended suggestion, which that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Right. Well, words are, we've talked about it.
Wait a minute, I like that. A loose-ended suggestion. That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
There's something to it. Like, I wish to God I could remember where it was coming from. It was just, something about, I don't know. I watch a lot of psychology type things, and I can't remember. It was years ago, but it just stuck with me. And they literally used that word as an example. Imagine, if you will, was also a line used a lot in the Twilight Zone. Hey, they were probably they were onto something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is what it is. He was probably just speaking, and it just triggered me for thinking about that. Loose and it suggested still talking about Macron. LOL. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
How much money did they offer her? That's something. There's a little bit more. Let's see what else they're going to talk about. I find it fun. I like Joe Rogan. I like lighthearted interviews with, it reminds me of just, listening to somebody else's they have the same conversations. It's kind of insane. I know I always say that, but it's just kind of funny that the same.
I think it's cool that, I mean, think about this. He's making a living, a good living off of just being himself. That's it. Just sits there and shoots his shit with people, man. And he's knocking down the box, man.
I like him. I think he's a likable guy, and so more power to him. And I enjoy it. Like, I really enjoy. I was laughing out loud when I watched this the first time.
It's a guy and an older lady, air quotes, lady. We let it slide. Like, he still gets to go to the meetings and shake everybody's hand. Yeah. He still gets to go to these fucking things where all the world leaders get together. He's hanging out with them like normal.
What's also funny to me is you're probably going to get in more heat for calling her a man than she will for slapping the prime minister.
No, she's catching heat. Yeah. I think, and also Candace, if she's right, and it seems like they're not suing her, so I think she might be right. And they did offer her money. How much money did they offer her? Find out that. How much money did they offer Candace Owens to not tell these stories?
Damn.
Wow.
They offered her. They were like, here.
I believe she's made some sort of an accusation that they offered her a sizable amount of money to not do this.
Jesus.
Yeah. Which is the last person you want to tell anybody that you offered them money to not talk about something because she ain't taking that money.
Right, yeah.
She sees the long game.
She's already
One
willing
of
to.
those stories that comes from a meme and then it's
Oh yeah.
Oh, damn it. France offered a big.
I truly enjoyed this. It's misinformation live on TV, and it's so funny because it's just like sitting around and they go, I'm sorry, that's what's going on. He thought something was true that he saw somewhere, and they're fact checking it live.
Big Candace Owens a one-time payment of $4 million plus $50K per month for the rest of her life.
What's
and that's just a meme.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
What's the site?
Come from her.
Neither Owens nor French President Emmanuel Macron have referenced the claim on the respective websites or verified social media accounts, and there is no other evidence to support the claim.
Can we see what the name of the account is? Like, yeah, there's
Legitimate targets.
Legitimate targets. Yeah, there's nothing I trust less than a place they call legitimate targets with a blue check mark.
That's why we had to look that one up.
Yeah,
because you don't know. Like,
yeah. What does?
But again, this is like more that like probably bot-like behavior,
Oh, for
bot-like
sure.
targeting, disinformation campaigns.
Mhm.
You know, throwing fuel on the fire.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't want to get back into it, but I'm afraid if I don't do it, I won't do it. Because I don't know, I don't mean for things to be dark, but I find I like crack rock, says Jeff B. Hold on. Oh my gosh. You know what? If it wasn't for him, though.
There's some trolls in this house. There's some trolls in this house. If you see them, point them out. If you see them, point them out. There's some hoes.
I never get to use that because people are generally nice here. And that wasn't even that bad, knowing Jeff he could probably get worse with it.
He normally behaves on this show.
Well, I always say he comes with a lot of stuff that like, a lot of it's, I mean, it is true. He's always like, I don't know, maybe some of the stuff isn't, but a lot of it is true. Yeah, I almost don't want to use her stuff anymore after that. And I don't know, did I do that? I did that with you backstage, Virginia. I don't think I even did that on a live, or maybe I did the next week about Jaguar sitting there getting paid. It was horrible. Right. I think I did do it on a live. It's horrible. Like, I almost don't want to make fun of her because then it makes people think about her. Like, she's so bad, we shouldn't even talk about her. It's awful.
Right. I think that was like last week on your live, maybe the week before, but I think it was last week where we're kind of looking at it like, wait a minute. She came out talking a whole bunch of ish, and now it looks like maybe she's got ulterior motives, maybe,
I just don't trust her anymore.
Right.
She's just, I don't know. I was listening to her. A lot of people hang on to what she says because she does know a lot and stuff like that. But she was, I don't know. She was the convict kitty. Oh my God, Jeff. What? I think she's taking a kitty cat nap. Oh my gosh. I know she was tired. So I've totally done it before. Falling asleep.
No, I'm here. Sorry. I couldn't find my mouse. Sorry.
Were you drooling, Chen? Did you fall asleep and you were drooling?
No, I didn't fall asleep. I'm just trying to relax and my back hurts. Sorry, guys.
I knew it. Doing those plants, man. Oh, it's a back killer.
Yeah, it's a back kill. So I think I might have to get high. Sorry.
I know you should.
Still in
You
our
should.
sleep.
In fact, I command it.
I got my wine. She get her smoke. And
Right.
We'll just get back together on What the Fuck Island.
I got a big old cup of hot tea.
Oh my gosh.
Yep, it's good too.
Yeah, we'll make it through. Don't worry. Sorry.
I don't know, Jeff B. I think we should ride if Diddy walks. We should ride.
I don't think it's going to happen. If it does, there's some, I don't think Trump is going to pardon him. And I think there's just no way.
No way on that. No.
It's going to be some tricky, it'll show, they're going to have to do something like, I don't know, find a way to make it a mistrial or do something on purpose, plant evidence. I don't know, get somebody to lie on the stand on purpose or do some kind of super big effery to make it go away. I just can't. And everybody's going to be able to see it. There's so much coming out. It's just too much anymore. Everybody's corroborating. He's a horrible dude. Bunch of rug trafficking, bunch of all the things. He's doing all the things. And he's made mistakes. Like when he had Cassie's mom give the money, the business paid it back to her. And you know what I mean? Like there's something about that where he screwed up every which way you can screw up. And I think because I think he was acting as if he couldn't, because I do think he was probably involved with the feds or some kind of something. There's too much coming out about that. And that's why he got so big and bold, doing all his dirt where everybody could see it, because he felt like he was untouchable, because he kind of was, for a minute, but he didn't stay that way, apparently. But I do want to share this real quick. This is a new person who was supposed to be suing the FBI because they tried to tell them about Epstein and they didn't do it. They hung up the phone one time.
This new lawsuit from Maria Farmer, who says that she was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, which she filed in Washington, D.C.'s Federal District Court on May 29th. She's bringing 2 causes of action against the United States of America: negligence and negligent infliction of emotional distress. And the scathing opening paragraph gives you an idea of what exactly Farmer accuses the government of. Quote, for nearly a quarter of a century, Jeffrey Epstein, the infamous sex trafficker and abuser of minors and young women, along with his co-conspirators, was able to engage in a wide-ranging sex trafficking venture because the Federal Bureau of Investigation, United States Department of Justice, and United States attorneys' offices failed to listen to or protect his sex trafficked, sexually abused, and sexually exploited victims. And the lawsuit goes on to explain that she reported Epstein and Maxwell to the FBI in 1996, saying that the two had not only assaulted her, but also had committed crimes against her younger siblings. So you might be asking, by the way, who is Maria Farmer? Well, I'm going to jump ahead in the suit to where Maria talks about her interactions with the millionaire and his madam. The complaint reads, in the mid-1990s, Maria, then in her mid-20s, was a burgeoning artist, having recently graduated from the New York Academy of Art and a Master of Fine Art degree. With the encouragement and insistence of Peggy Guggenheim, then head of the New York Academy of Art, Maria met Epstein and sold him one of her paintings for half the amount she had already been offered for the price. And this is allegedly the piece purchased by Epstein. It's a depiction of a woman in a dress lying on a couch with a man in white shorts standing in the doorway looking at her. Maria told the outlet ArtNet News in 2019 that she'd already sold the painting to a buyer in Germany for $12,000, but she said Guggenheim insisted she sell it to Epstein at a discount because he was, quote, such a great benefactor. Now, Guggenheim later told ArtNet that she didn't remember that happening. But going back to the complaint, quote, Epstein and Maxwell bragged to Maria that they were connected to important, wealthy, influential people who assisted, supported, and protected them in their endeavors. Epstein hired Maria initially as an art scout for his collection. The position expanded to receptionist, clerk, and other duties in Epstein's New York City mansion, an apartment building on East 66th Street, where Epstein housed many young girls along with his office.
So I just, like I've said before, I share stuff that's because it speaks it more clearly than I could. I'll get all tongue-tied and say it wrong, and there's a whole lot more about all the different things she alleges, and they go on to discuss it. Him and I don't know what the guy's name is, probably another lawyer or something like this, discussing the case. Bongino is pretty much hinting he was a part. Hinting that he was a part. Who was a part? People are going to wait. Okay, here we go. No, I think people won't be too shocked. I don't know. I don't know whether he is or he isn't, but I wouldn't be shocked if he was. It wouldn't be the craziest thing that happened this week, Right. All the crazy things. It came out. I might need my notes for this. I don't want to mess it up. But in the Diddy trial, they totally found out. Well, one of the hedge funds that Epstein put $10 million and invested in had a big say over Bad Boy Entertainment, which is just like, why? That's getting strange. And that totally did come out. The guy completely testified to that they had a big say. And of course he didn't connect the dots for you. He just said the name of the company. And of course the internet warriors or whoever else goes about and looks up this hedge fund and finds that Epstein is also invested in it. So I don't know, it's like all these dots connecting back to we lost Pootie. He like really always notices that the Epstein, the Diddy thing are just intermingled.
They would have to be.
Yeah, of course.
All roads lead to Israel. What's her name? Jelaine. her dad, Maxwell, there are pictures of Trump with him too. And I'm talking from decades ago. These people have known each other for a really long time.
Yeah. And that's something Tim says we should call Christina Coram Epstein's or Diddy's jizz, because it's like the same thing. She does the same thing, but her name gets brought up in court, but I haven't heard her be a witness yet. But she had the exact same job as Ghislaine, Jizz, whatever you want to call her.
Mm-hmm.
She is.
Yeah, that's what she said. It was pretty funny. It is gross, but it immediately lets you know what her role was. You knew what Ghislaine did, so now you know what Christina Coram does. They call
Now
her
people that are close to her actually say her name like this. They say Ghislaine. Just for laughs, I'm just telling you that's how they pronounce it, Ghislaine.
right, like something silent or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Wake up when September comes. Bongino was for Obama. He knows about Diddy's position.
Secret Service.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what the SS. So let's look at a little bit more of this lawsuit this chick is alleging against the FBI over the Epstein stuff. It's real short.
Complaint talks about things in the house that pointed to allegedly nefarious activities, some of them secret, some of them out in the open. Quote, Epstein informed Maria about the video cameras recording activities at the New York City mansion. He showed her a media room filled with such recording devices and monitoring systems. Epstein noted his sophisticated computer equipment, which was in continuous use. Epstein and Maxwell also bragged about a modeling book that was so valuable, important, and private that they kept it locked in Epstein's safe. This modeling book, which they shared with others occasionally, contained images of what appeared to be children explicitly posed in various stages of undress. Maria also saw binders with images of nude teens and young women at Epstein's Palm Beach mansion. In the summer of 1996, Epstein encouraged Maria to leave New York City, where she lived, and become a summer artist in residence at his home in New Albany, Ohio. That residence was part of or adjacent to Les Wexner's estate. Les Wexner is the owner of several major retail companies, including Victoria's Secret. He was close friends with Epstein for years, employed him as his financial advisor. In recent years, he said he had no idea about Epstein's alleged illicit activities, claimed that Epstein had scammed him out of money. Go back to the complaint, quote, in or about late July or early August 1996, during a visit to the Ohio property, Epstein and Maxwell sexually assaulted Maria. Maria was stunned and devastated. Maria also discovered that during their visit, Epstein and Maxwell had stolen images that Maria maintained and cataloged by number in her personal private collection for her personal use in her artwork, including nude images of two minor siblings. By the way, one of those siblings, Annie Farmer, has spoken publicly in the past about what she says Epstein did to her and testified during Ghislaine Maxwell's federal trial. Maxwell was convicted of sex trafficking, currently serving a 20-year prison sentence. Epstein and Maxwell reminded Maria that they were connected to important and influential people. They warned her that bad things would happen to her if she did or said anything. Maxwell directed Maria to keep quiet and threatened to torch her artwork, the building where she was living, all the people in it. Maxwell told Maria that she and Epstein could and would destroy her career. Maria believed that they had the power to do so and much more. John?
So, and that's still, they broke that down several parts over that episode. And there's a lot in there of her complaint or whatever, her lawsuit. And she sounds pretty credible. I mean, she's got her sister speaks out. I mean, I don't think it's going to be good. I think they're going to have to give her some money. And like I said, the legal guys, they talk about it a little bit later in that. So we can listen to little Diddy entered. What's that say?
Entered from behind.
Oh gosh. Every other. Wait, where did that go? Hold on. Indy. Also, Peter has visited with Epstein on several occasions. There's so many connections. It's crazy. And I do feel like it's all coming out without, they're not telling us, but James O'Keefe is, these lawsuits are, like, we're finding out with or without them, the stuff's coming out. And they're going to have to give us something. You know, why would they even tell us they're going through those tapes if they're not going to do something about it? They're going to have to. They shouldn't even have told us about the tapes, you know?
Why is Pootie in chat?
I don't know. He left us.
He said he had to go fix something to eat.
Doc B. Because that wasn't in the federal, but it was totally in a civil. They're describing it as that. It's so gross, but it's true. That they were totally doing that. And about Diddy, calling it a Tootsie Roll. It's so terrible.
Tootsie Rolls don't taste the same anymore. Have you noticed that?
They taste like plastic.
Yeah,
I never liked him when I was a kid, man. It was like if it was the only thing there, then okay. But
at least they taste kind of chocolatey, back then. But
Yeah.
now they, yeah, like Virginia says, yeah, the fuck. I hate being on What the Fuck Island.
I think you're like the mayor, 10 of What the Fuck Island. So
I got some beachfront property there.
You're
Yeah.
definitely on it, Yorga. If I'm on it, you're on it. I'm telling you. Sometimes.
Oh yeah.
There was no better way for her to say it, though. Like with what was going on and what she was saying, there was no better way, and it just killed me. It just reminded me of something. I mean, it's hilarious. Oh my God, Billy, it's true though. Lord have mercy.
What's
Oh
it?
my God, that what he does sits in the corner. He has to hear this shit whether he wants to or not, like secondhand while I'm listening to it. He's like, I have to hear this stuff twice. So do I. The first time and then on here. Huge donor. There's a lot of crazy connections. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that part was important. They talked about it is important. The FBI hung up on her. It's, they're just establishing that there was something, and okay, when they talk about, he says, what defense could the government even have to this? Let's see I can't remember. I saved this and I'd like never have time, and I was kind of watched this dead ass last, so it wasn't even that long ago, but I did find it interesting. But I was also doing like 10,000 things, and like I said, I do remember that it was
But you're doing a good job following this trial, Cola. Like not everybody's got the time to do that, and you've been going through that lawyer site, making reading the thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, girl.
Take fucking time to do that, but I want to know what's going on.
I did, and the thing is, it is hard to get get through it all and everything, but you don't want to tell somebody. I don't want to tell somebody something and it be wrong. The worst that might happen, and this is the truth, what might happen is I might miss something, but I won't tell you something that didn't happen. That's what I can be sure of. But when you talk about 8 hours a day, every business day, that's a lot of information, So sometimes I don't watch but sometimes I do the recaps, and you rely on them to pick the best parts of the day out, or that give you the best parts of the transcripts out. And if they don't, then that's the worst thing that's going to happen. You might miss some, but if you go through it all, it's going to take, it's sometimes it's impossible.
You're doing a good job, and you're taking notes. So
I would never remember it all, girl. And I have to, because there's so many details involved, and like it is nuts. You start, and I can't even remember half the time. I need a better organized way with my notes, because I feel like sometimes some of the best stuff gets left out. There's so much information. They are talking about entering. This one was interesting to me. The tapes of the jail calls. They're talking about using those in court, and they haven't done it yet, but they're mentioning it. And I'm like, is it going to be the pizza boxes? It doesn't sound like that's what they're referring to, but you never know if they just slide it in there, or witness tampering, threatening the witnesses and stuff. So that's the newest thing that kind of caught my attention. But everybody's testifying against him. He's a monster, he's beating all these girls up. He's not even with SAing girls that are just working for him, not even his girl, and the girls that are his girl. He sounds like a monster. But
well, you're doing a good job. So everybody, I hit that thumb up right now. Cola's spending hours. Okay, please hit the thumbs up.
Oh well, we're not even. I save all that for yours, the real actual court stuff. And you notice I try to not, if nobody asks.
Almost 100 people in here, and we only got 44 likes. Come on, hit that thumb up, guys. Come on.
Well, I wanted to show y'all real quick. Go ahead, Virginia.
You are doing a good job. And it is interesting to see how in the long run, like we talked about a few weeks ago, this does tie into like the Epstein stuff and all the other trafficking. Like there's a big picture here, and they're all connected. And it is kind of funneling it down to the finer points. Like I appreciate that
Yeah, it's hard, but sometimes even I feel like it takes us all, because I could say something out loud that I saw or heard, or tell you the transcripts, and you might go, well, did you notice when that person said that? Something might go over my head, So it does take us all to kind of, that's what I think is so good about panels. You can bounce off of each other and find things out from each other,
And
But-
John Dunning,
Yeah, John
information
Dunning's
is
great.
the best way to spread propaganda. This is not propaganda. We're on the fuck island, and we're trying to figure it out around the campfire. And did you bring the marshmallows? Did you? You were
No, but I can make a radio out of a coconut.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna have drinks out of coconuts on What the Fuck Island. That's the best part, was the drinks. No. And he's gonna be making radios. I mean, yeah, I feel bad now because Yorga, you are doing good. I'm so happy that
No, but if I'm stuck on that island, break out the liquor. I'm drinking.
we only have so
got
much.
kind of thrown there, so we have to. It's like we're starting from scratch.
It's like Pootie kept saying the other day ago about the world is ending. I'm like, all right, well, I'm on the way to the liquor store. I'll see y'all in a little bit.
Real quick, y'all. It's barely a minute, but it is. The question was, they're still talking about this new lawsuit that the FBI did not take her seriously about the Epstein. And he's asked him, what do you think would be a good defense for the government? Like, what could they even say? Or is there one? Which I don't think there is, but they're much smarter, and it's only a minute long.
Here. What could be a defense from the government here? What could they say? Either this didn't happen, this is totally not true, or there's a reason for why we didn't follow up.
There's a couple of things that they'll probably want to focus on. One of them is, you see in the complaint these constant references to a non-discretionary duty. Generally speaking, the law enforcement is not liable just because they did a bad job. And when it comes to the Federal False Claim Act, it has to be some sort of duty that they violated that they were required to do. If they just didn't do their job well enough, that's not going to be a basis for liability. So that's one thing that they can say is, look, maybe we didn't do everything we could have, but this was not a mandatory duty that we had. This was just discretionary, and you can disagree with us or agree with us, but that makes us not liable. So that's one of the key things that they'll initially focus on. And then the other thing they'll do is they will have a laundry list of things that they did in fact do and come up with reasons why their investigation stalled out. Maybe they'll be legitimate, maybe they won't be legitimate, but I would fully expect them to have a long list of the history of the investigation to try to show that they did do the things that they were required to do, but the investigation was just frustrated for one reason or another.
So that didn't clear anything up for me. Did y'all understand that?
But why would the state have to have a defense? It's the okay.
Because she's alleging that I don't know. Like I said, there's more of it still, of all the things she's saying. Like, I think they should just, the next question was, they can't just settle this, can they? I think you have to, because you were wrong. You didn't do enough for this girl. So that's my opinion, but
I see Jeff
B. I'm so ready for Off Yourself Weekend. Oh my gosh. I don't even want to put that up there, Jeff. What is there?
Damn, Jeff.
No, there's a thing though. He's talking about something, right? You have to say the S word and then weekend. There's a thing, right? Does anybody?
Oh no. Who would think of such a damn thing?
I don't know. I need him to elaborate. Somebody knows besides me. I've heard of it. It's a thing. You heard of it, Virginia? Or I'm just the only crazy one that's heard this phrase before?
I have not.
There we go. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, and there's a 2-drink minimum, I guess, on What the Fuck Island. I had no and I'm not even a drinker, so I'll give my tickets to somebody else. But
Hey, I'll be the bartender like Isaac on Love Boat and shit. Yeah.
Gosh, Wildlife, I forgot about that. They asked them what would their defense be to her lawsuit. So here, I'll play this next minute and a half. Is about
whose lawsuit? I got
a
lost.
new Epstein accuser.
No, I thought we were talking about the weekend.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that was just a comment that just came. I don't know anything about it. I just saw it in the comments.
Oh, I can do the 4 stogies. Yeah, we'll roll some fatty blunts. Yeah.
So I don't
drinks
know.
for 4 smokes.
Right.
On the island, I see dead people. I see Jeff B. Okay, let's do this.
I'm not really sure. Let's see. This one.
AKA your stepdad. Who the fuck is that? I like that. There's a name in chat. AKA your stepdad. Never seen that one. Hey. Okay, sorry. Oh, yes.
Well, like I said, I feel like some of this is kind of boring.
No, it's not. None of it's boring, Cola.
Well, when you just beating it, I'm looking for at least where I'm not sure which one. Certain one talks about.
You haven't showed one boring thing yet. I'm sorry to break you off, but I'm just telling you. Everything has been good.
Ninth, that stuff was good too. Yeah, all of it.
Well, now y'all are hyping me up to go on and play what I was going to play because I find it interesting. I don't know. This is them talking about you can't settle. If you're the government, you can't settle. And I think he takes my approach, which is yes, you have to. But here we go.
They can't settle this, right? If they settle this, does that look like acknowledgement of the validity of her claims?
It does look like that, but they absolutely can settle it. I mean, they settled the Larry Nassar case for $139 million. It's unclear what happened to the previous lawsuit against them that was dismissed. Was it last year involving the Epstein other victims? They certainly can settle it, but it does have that implication that they were responsible.
Well, I'll tell you this lawsuit lays out the various laws that Maria claims the FBI broke by not taking her seriously, including its own rules from the Manual for Investigative Operations and Guidelines. So the suit points out that the FBI had put particular emphasis on catching child predators and saving children, especially when there are allegations of a trafficking ring. But Maria says the FBI completely dropped the ball when it came to Epstein. The lawsuit actually provides kind of relevant information connected to the FBI's mission to investigate crimes and protect victims of violent crimes, the FBI's requirement to investigate obscene matter cases and recognition that such cases often involve child sexual abuse, the United States prioritization of reporting, investigation, and prosecution of sex crimes against children, the FBI's mandatory reporting obligation to report child sex abuse and exploitation to law enforcement as per statute and guidelines, and the FBI requirements to notify victims regarding criminal investigations and the availability of victim services, including protection from intimidation and harassment. So, John, you also wonder, is it a no-brainer that if someone called saying not only did they have inside information about a trafficking scheme, but they themselves had been a victim of sexual assault by the ringleader, you have to investigate? I mean, citing these different positions, they're getting very, very specific and very granular about what the FBI allegedly failed to do.
So that is what I wanted to share was any part that has her, what she's saying. Cause that's like, that's just like, it is what it is. It's the truth. It's sad. Well, I believe it. I feel like they even, that's what I was going to skip ahead to, was when they start talking about whether they think she has a good case or not, how much they think she could receive and things like that. So, who said that? Craig's not an asshole. I got to scroll up now. I hate it when that happens. I get so sidetracked.
I'm on the porch, so I can't see any chat.
Yeah, I can't keep up with it sometimes. Most of the time I do, but.
What, somebody said something about Craig?
Well, no, Billy said he doesn't think Craig's an asshole, and I don't either. But somebody must have said it, I guess, right the first time.
Huh. Craig, who? What? Craig is not an asshole. Who the fuck said that?
I don't know.
It was a joke.
Oh, it was a joke. I just don't have a sense of humor, I guess.
Oh,
I missed it though. I totally missed it.
The fuck down. Okay, yeah, because I was saying we love.
I thought somebody was saying it. I was looking for him.
That's fighting words, man. Don't get me all pissed off. My back's out.
She's like, I'll fight you. Oh, my back.
Yeah, my back's out. I forgot.
Right. Maybe next Tuesday we'll finish it.
Yeah.
To be continued.
Right.
Now, have another drink on What the Fuck Island.
on what the 2-drink minimum or 4 blunts. You got to buy 4 blunts. Oh, I bet that would, if you rolled those up, I bet that would be an 8. So it'd be an 8 minimum. Okay, never mind. I'm just thinking shit in my head.
No, I think it's really cool that you thought of that Benny Johnson one earlier, Yorga, because that wasn't even in my plans, and that was really cool because I kind of dang near got to watch it for the first time with y'all, because I was just trying to figure out, how long it was and stuff like that, get it ready or whatever. But it was really interesting. It was kind of fun. It was like, seeing it for the first time instead of going through a bunch of stuff I've already heard. But I don't know. All right, I'm going to do one more part. This one part here, it talks some more, I think, about the lawsuit or whatever, but it actually talks about a journal entry she had during the time that she was dealing with these things that actually, I don't know how people, I feel like, I guess it's evidence. I mean, it means something if it's dated and things like this. I mean, I don't know. It's more than nothing, but it's pretty short too.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's such a strongly worded complaint in regards to the non-discretionary factor that it almost borders between negligence and conspiracy at times when you read some of the language in the complaint. But all that language goes back to the same issue, is that they need to be able to establish that the agency, the FBI, was required by law or by their policy to do this investigation, and not just that they did a bad job.
The lawsuit even provides a snippet of this old journal entry, allegedly written by Maria, and it appears to back up her claims. It reads, quote, "The evil J. Epstein and Maxwell tried to ruin my life, Annie's life, and redacted. They molested all of us in various ways and made us all feel defiled. Redacted. I had to turn them in to the FBI." Now, according to Maria, she first contacted the New York City Police Department to lay out her allegations, including that Epstein had allegedly terrorized her, threatened to burn down her apartment building. And she claims the NYPD told her they could only help with the potential arson aspects of the case and told her to contact the FBI. So she says she tried to explain this to the FBI, but they hung up on her. John, does this all make sense to you about what would have happened? I mean, the NYPD saying you got to go to the FBI.
So that's the new victim.
She's well, I hate to say it like she's an old victim, but
familiar. She looks familiar. Because there was the one that
she's not. Yeah, she's been around. This is from a long time ago.
Yeah, because there was like 3 of them, and one of them now, went under the bus apparently and is gone. And the other one was an art lady, and then there was one other, and I don't know.
She definitely painted that painting. They were talking about it. That's how she got all. That's all she was just. She just painted a painting. And if you listen earlier, they were saying, well, she had it sold for more, but they talked her, no, you got it. Just sell it to him instead. Like, could you imagine? I'd be like, no, I need the money. I don't care who he is. And that person, they all knew, basically. It's pretty crazy. And I'm sure they all know about, in Hollywood too. But
and what if she's the one that painted the infamous blue dress picture, Like,
I mean, we never know.
What if they didn't want to put things down digitally, and so they hired her farmer. It just came to my head. What was her name?
I know it. I don't know for sure either, but
she was an art student. But how she got involved with jizz, I'm not. God, I can't remember now. It's weird. Epstein's been dead almost 5 years.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I don't know. Shit, I wouldn't be shocked either way. Or even I kind of wonder now if they do have proof that he did off himself. And because I want to believe these guys so badly. And I feel like, but I don't know. I go between maybe that's really
he
true.
Was the front guy for everything. Yeah, they would take him probably. Yeah. I mean, it's 50-50, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really know. I was even thinking about somebody who said about the girl that got hit by the bus and then supposedly did that.
Maria Farmer.
Yeah, that's right.
She's the one that is the art late girl.
It could be her. I'm not sure. Did they say her name?
She got her sister involved too, I think.
Remember this Farmer chick? They have 2 siblings, and they were both underage minors, and they had photos of them in this case. So it might be her, actually.
And she was like an art student or something. And so what I'm thinking is because they don't want to get everything down digitally, but they want to relive this shit because these motherfuckers are the way they are, and they have somebody paint it, kind of like some of the weird pictures, that them guys buy, Those weird.
Is this the lady that showed that painting that had like the head of the snake and then a bunch of people around it? And she had done like an
They
interview.
showed one painting that she sold him earlier in this clip, and it was somebody on a couch and somebody just standing there, and it wasn't much of anything. I don't know. She, for all we know, she could have painted the Bill one, or I don't know. You know, me and Yorker were talking about what was it? The temple? Who did the painting? Well, we were all talking about it, I guess.
Yeah,
about
that one. Maybe she was doing that.
Somebody did it. I don't know who, but
right.
It was awesome. I mean, it could have been. I don't know.
And there was no digital footprint of it unless somebody took a photo of it.
Right.
And on that island, they weren't expecting, eyes on that island the way we've seen now, right? So, like the baby in the
sink.
In the sink with potatoes and yeah.
Yeah, that's some weird art. You know what I mean? Like art is kind of subjective, but then there's certain things it's like, well, that's pretty dark, man. That's pretty dark.
Yeah, that's probably the last thing I think I would sketch out and start, painting, just saying,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I want to put a kid in a sink of potatoes.
I mean, shit, when my kids were little, I bathed them in the sink. I think all of us have. You get those little baby bags.
Oh yeah.
You know what I hate? I hate that.
That's not what that was.
I hate that whenever my little cute little baby grandkids are flashing around in a bubble bath, and I think about taking a picture, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I can have it. I did it with my own, and I didn't think anything, but it's crazy. You're like, I don't know. I don't know if anybody can
Well, we didn't know better back then. Like that was something that our parents did to us, but now that we know about the internet and we took the red pill, we can't go back. So that's a big no now. Okay, just saying, guys.
But back in the day,
it shouldn't be though. I don't think it should be though. I think you should be able to see a little picture of if you're
not in this environment.
Not on the internet and not but
I don't even want
I feel like
something
you
that,
should.
like a Polaroid. No, not in
I
this
mean, dude, in the 80s, my parents took a picture of me and my brother. We were just getting out of the bath, and it shows our butts and we were like 1 and 3.
But that was in the 80s.
In this day and age, you can't do that. This was
But
like 1980,
But
But in this
people,
day and age, it's way different.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, people that aren't sick go, oh my God, look at the little baby. Oh my God, how cute. And they don't even think like that. It's the sick ones that make it not okay.
Please.
What is it? Who's Mike?
Virginia's, because hers is lower than everybody else's.
Oh, mine is low. I can push buttons too on my.
Yeah, sorry, you know how I am about sound.
No, you're probably right about it. I don't,
because I want to hear everything Virginia says too. Because, isn't that fucked up, Virginia? That what we thought was okay back then, it's not okay. It is not okay.
The No Ma'am Club. That's hilarious. I freaking loved old Married with Children.
You think it's okay, get that shit out of your head. That's old school. That's from the old world. We can't let our kids and our grandkids be doing that with, and hopefully they're not doing that. I don't see a lot of people, the youngins, doing that really, to be honest with you. Do you?
No, because it's different. Everything's different now. I would have never put it on the internet. I'm not saying that, but even in my phone, I'm afraid, like, I don't know, tone it down, Yorga. He got quiet, didn't he?
I'm working on it, Pootie.
Well, even in the beginning with Facebook, you probably could have got away with it the first couple of years, but no, the society's changed so much on that too right now.
Well, I mean, even if as innocent as it would be, and you took some photos like that, next thing you know, it's on the dark web, and you have no control over that shit.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Or somebody like hacking into your phone, or I don't freaking know. But you're thinking, I don't want somebody to look at this and have bad thoughts.
Yeah.
But they're so cute when they're just in their world, and they don't even think about it. Like, you know, they're just playing with their toys and being all cute. But yeah, there's sickos that will look at things like a sicko. You know, and I remember even when I did take pictures of my little girl, which was like a jillion years ago, but I like put the bubbles, you know, I made sure there were bubbles so you didn't see, but she would just like she used to do this commercial. She used to make fun of, there's a commercial and they're like, I'm getting old in here. And they had the bubbles on her face. And I took that picture one time. She was much older, but it was just her face. But yeah, it's like you would never, I would have never thought like that if it wasn't for all this stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
And those are your private stuff, and don't ever let it get out there. And we just know that, you know.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. AKA your stepdad. I almost incorporated this Russell Brand situation on here, but I skipped it. There's just more interesting stuff. But he did a special on Pizzagate. Literally, that was the title. They were all eating pizza, which was kind of a weird touch, but they were talking about the things. And I was like, this is so weird. He's like, okay, well, accuse me of stuff, but I'm just going to come. I don't know. I don't know what to think. I think
exactly.
You know, they're definitely done with him, but it's just weird. It was weird to see him talking about that. He even said some big words that
he just recently got accused of some stuff, remember? And that was about the same time that that action dude. There's like a couple of them, remember? That all of a sudden they were all God, who is that, man?
I don't know what you're talking about. When the guy went and like charged the place and got arrested? Or
no, when Russell Brand got charged with his stuff.
Oh, Jean-Claude Van Damme, the other guy.
Yeah.
I knew I was going to get there.
Thank you. I can't remember tonight. And then there was one other one that I think. But anyhow, it's just kind of convenient. Okay, so now all of a sudden Russell Brand, how many months later, and he got, you know, that came out, and yet now he's doing a pizza.
Exactly. I should have done it just for that. I should have just saved the clip.
To me, that screaming, he's controlled opposition because
maybe. And then he did the thing where I'm sitting there watching. I spent all my time watching the whole thing, which was kind of short. At the bottom, it was like go to Rumble. So I actually, and I never do this. So I was like, all right, I'll go to Rumble, see what else he's got to say. They want money. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, oh, you're going broke, Russell Brand. You know, what the heck? That just kind of pissed me off because first of all, I never want to do that, like follow to another platform. But usually it's not for money. It's because they don't want to be censored. But this time it was like you have to be into some kind of, I'm like, that's crazy. Like,
oh, I hate that paywall shit.
Yes.
Me too.
You can find any of this on the dark web. Go find you a different browser, Onion, Tor, whatever. Allegedly, you can find
it's probably just a bunch of stuff we already know anyways. So that's what I did. I kind of rolled my eyes at it and moved on with my life. I was mad about it, but it was weird. So, all right. I don't know if there's anything else in here. We should definitely hear what they say about whether they think it's a strong case. They also talk about if the timeline's correct, it helps her claims. Let's do that one too, real quick. There's only a couple more minutes of anything worth thinking.
Think what Indy put about Maria Farmer.
Okay, I will. 1 second. Let's see. Maria, is this one? Okay. Let's see.
Thank you, Indy. Because I couldn't remember. It's been just so long ago that I remembered the story coming out, but I don't. It's a lot of shit, bits and pieces. Plus, my back hurts tonight. So.
Okay. Oh, oops.
Every time I try to sit up straight, it really hurts. So I have to breathe in.
All right. Okay. I'm hoping this tells the timeline.
Is accurate. That helps her claims, right, John?
Yeah, it absolutely does. And the complaint does a good job laying that out. I mean, I think that, with with what we know now, with the benefit of hindsight, we can look back at the non-prosecution agreement and the way that whole initial.
I think that last part was more important than I thought, because they're talking about the timeline and stuff. It's only a minute back too, but I don't think I forgot. And it was just earlier today, man. I swear, sometimes our attention spans are all shortened, or it's not even attention.
NYPD saying you got to go to the FBI.
Memory. I want the same
FBI
memory back, Yorga. You're talking about that part of our memory that remembers everybody's phone number.
Right? Yeah, I forgot.
Not taking your allegations seriously. I mean, would a call like this have been taken more seriously in 2025 if true?
Yeah, I'll tell you what's odd about that is it is unusual that you call a law enforcement agency and they're gonna take some piece of the investigation and then say, well, if you want the rest of this investigated, you got to call somebody else. Law enforcement works together. The NYPD works with the FBI all day long, every day. So that part is a little unusual to me that they would.
That's what she said she got told. And so he's already saying that's crazy that one said go to the other.
Just refer her to the FBI instead of actually making the contact and have some sort of joint investigation into the situation. So that part I think is unusual. But other than that, it's the way this is laid out in the complaint, that journal entry that you mentioned, it's a very well laid out complaint and does not look good for the FBI.
It's interesting, nearly a decade after Maria says she reported Epstein and Maxwell, this woman calls the Palm Beach Police Department to report that her 14-year-old stepdaughter had been taken to Epstein's mansion by an older girl, and the woman claims that this team was told to strip, give Epstein a massage. And at the end of the encounter, she was given $300. The police started an investigation, and despite uncovering details about Epstein's alleged crimes from multiple victims, only 2 testified before a grand jury, and Epstein was indicted for solicitation of a prostitute and procuring a minor for prostitution. He ended up pleading guilty in what's been called this sweetheart deal, where he spent some time in prison but was given daily work release. In exchange, he wasn't charged at a federal level. Palm Beach police, unhappy with the prosecution's handling of the case, they contacted the FBI. The agency started an investigation. Epstein was federally indicted in 2007. Again, an even sweeter deal. The U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida agreed to a secret non-prosecution agreement.
So this whole timeline, this is because of her. He's getting out. He's not getting in any trouble, basically. Is that, I'm all right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be talking over it. I think I might have it going. I have it 1 1/4, not 1 1/2, I think. But yep, it's not too fast, I don't think.
Also called an MPA, and it granted Epstein potentially co-conspirators immunity from prosecution in Florida. That puts the brakes on the FBI investigation. But Maria says when the investigation was still ongoing, FBI agents showed up unannounced to her home to follow up on her initial report. And she says that confirms that there was some kind of report on the books that identified her as a prior complainant. So why were they just now looking into it 10 years later? If that timeline's accurate, that helps her claims, right, John?
Yeah, it absolutely does, and the complaint does a good job laying that out. I mean, I think that with what we know now, with the benefit of hindsight, we can look back at the non-prosecution agreement and the way that whole initial criminal case was handled. It seems pretty outrageous. It would be good to know exactly what the U.S. Attorney's Office had at that time, but it certainly, if you read the complaint and go by what's in the complaint, it looks pretty bad.
Yeah, and the lawsuit says Maria reached out again to the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, Inspector General, asking for an investigation into all of these apparent failures. It reads, quote, in a letter dated May 11, 2023, the Office of the Inspector General advised Maria that while the allegations raised were concerning, they had other priorities right now, so could not further assess Maria's allegations until later. On December 2nd, 2024, some 18 months after Maria's May 2nd, 2023 letter raising her concerns and asking for an investigation, DOJ explained in a letter that the FBI's Internal Affairs Section Initial Processing Unit had carefully reviewed Maria's allegations, did not initiate investigation, and could not reveal specifics, but IAS mandated action be taken to address the concerns raised in your complaint. The FBI concluded the United States Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General, IAS/IPU, considers your complaint addressed. What does that mean, John?
That's a great question. I think it's more information from the FBI. It doesn't make a lot of sense to say that they have other priorities. If child sex trafficking is not high up on the list of priorities, what is on their list of priorities? Well, what they mean by saying that the complaint's been addressed is, I can only guess at it. So we have to see what they say when we get into the discovery phase of this case.
Yeah, and Maria says she exhausted all the options to her grievances out of court. She's filed a lawsuit to get answers. And at the end of the lawsuit, it reads, Maria respectfully requests that the court enter judgment in her favor and against the United States, awarding the following to Maria.
Then it goes on to talk about what she could receive and whether it's a solid case. But we'll take a break. It's only like a minute. I guess we could you guys are all quiet. It always takes you a minute. So just know in a minute we're done with this. I'm just going to put it back on for 1 minute because that's the end of it. It's going to tell us what she's asking. What's that?
When you put it back up, can you go to that picture and pause it on Jeffrey and Jiz?
If it shows us, yeah. If it doesn't show it again, then I'll go back and just
compensatory, consequential, general, and nominal damages, as well as all other available damages against the United States in an amount to be determined at trial. The costs and disbursements of the action, along with reasonable attorney's fees, costs, and expenses, pre- and post-judgment interest at the maximum legal rate, and such other and further relief as it deems just and proper. John, 2 questions for you. What exactly could she receive at a trial if she gets a favorable verdict, or maybe even a settlement, what she could be looking at? And 2, you think she's got a solid case?
So taking them in reverse order, I do think she has a solid case. I mean, if her attorneys can prove half of what they put in the complaint, and I know these lawyers, they're good lawyers, then she's going to have a very solid case. In regards to what she could actually recover, I mean, you're looking at something that is easily in the multiple 7 figures as a potential settlement claim. If this were to get to a jury, there's really 2 things that we look at for damages. What is the actual impact of this to the individual, to Maria? And it's going to be a large, large number. But the second thing is, how outrageous is the jury going to be at the FBI based on what facts come out in discovery? So that second part we'll have to wait and see. But if they've got the goods that they've put in the complaint, this could easily be something in a large 8-figure jury verdict.
And look,
the initial criminal case was handled. It seems.
I think I might have missed one paragraph, but we got most of the gist on that. There's the picture of that.
Yeah,
too.
Maria Farmer, I'm hoping maybe she'll play a big part in this now that, she's one of the ones. I know she was on the island because I remember it from one of the interviews a long time ago. I think she said she was on the island.
I'm actually not sure that this isn't Maria Farmer here, because she talks about her sisters. That's her picture there. I don't know what her name is what I'm getting at. I know that this chick's filed a lot.
Yeah, it was the girl right there with the photo.
Yes.
Yeah, that one right there. Yeah, because she's the artist girl. Yeah, but she looks
Where
a
does she
little
go?
different now from like 2020.
I'm sure they probably I can't imagine they didn't say her name in here anywhere, but I didn't hear it.
Yeah, that was Maria Farmer.
I'm buffering. Buffering.
I'm not good with names, but faces. Yeah. She just got
It says it right there. At Maria Farmer Artist. So I'll be damned. You're right. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
You kept talking in this. Maybe her. This is her. She's saying, I try to tell you guys. I try to tell you, and now I want money.
And her sister was, she trafficked her sister unknowingly. And I'm wondering if she's the artist that did all the paintings. Because look at the,
I was gonna say, I think that's
the
one of
stuff
them.
in the background there, like, and then there's all kinds of other art. So maybe she did the inside of the, his place and shit. I don't know. And some of the creepy photo paintings. Yeah, I remember her a little more looking like that.
This is the painting too. This is the one that he paid less for than she could have gotten sold for more. But they're like, oh, you got to do it. Some creepy. They just got done, or they're about to go do it. I'm probably just got done. I don't know, but that's kind of the vibe I get off of it.
Well, who's on the couch there? So there's a dude here, white shorts. Now,
I think it's a girl who's barely covered up by a cover. I think she's, and he's in his boxers. So that's why I said they either just got done or they're about to.
Are they implying that it's a certain 2 people, or in this bar?
He wanted this painting and bought it from her. But I really don't even think he probably didn't even want the painting. He probably just wanted to get access to her.
Yeah, so she could do that. Maybe she did all those other ones too, like the blue dress one, the baby, in the sink. What if Maria Farmer was, or even the mural on the wall, on the ceiling? What if he got, wanted her for that, and then the sister just was a bonus, and then she found out later, because she left, her and her sister. But what's creepy is the photo that they always show of Maxwell and Jiz. Did you find that one?
Oh yeah, I had it. Hold on.
Yes, we can pull that up because there's like every time you see pictures of Epstein, he always looks like he's like dead in the eyes. I've been noticing. I think it was a little more towards the end there, girl.
No, I just had it, but
where's it?
I'll find it right there.
Here, back.
Right though.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I hate to say this, but I know Jiz was like her family has always been involved with, stuff because of her father. But I think she, in this picture, somebody caught this. I think she really loved him, but he's like, this is just my bitch,
Yeah.
And he always thought of her as just his bitch. But
Yeah, but they were both evil together. You know what I mean? I think she might have been a little bit more than just his bitch.
Well,
yeah, they worked. They were a team, man. I feel like she would go get the women. Sorry.
But I
Go
don't
ahead.
think he loved her back in that way. And
I get it. Yeah.
And she did anything, and she became, like, I don't know. It's just that picture. Every picture he looks dead.
Yeah, you're right.
But at
Well,
least
she would do anything for love.
Bonnie, you think they were in love? The two of them? Do you think?
She loved him.
I believe that as well. I think
Look
she's
at her
wrong
eyes.
for her.
Look at her eyes. Look at the light shining in her eyes.
Mm-hmm.
That's somebody that, I mean, I hate to be all weird like that, but I just noticed that because they always show this picture.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Interesting.
I missed this comment during that. That's a good point. Like those people that, they probably did go to the island. Oh,
He almost has that look of, fuck, don't take my picture.
So what do we got? People do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. We probably shouldn't, but I don't know. Like Johnny, he's probably gone. Johnny.
I told him it was an open panel.
No,
What's that?
Johnny, sorry, Johnny.
What'd you say, Bonnie?
I told him it wasn't an open panel.
Okay, I'm just far behind here.
Sorry, Johnny.
Well, the thing is Gillian was his boss. Her and her dad were his boss.
Yeah.
Pooty's just funny.
But
They're all turned.
in this picture, Virginia, like he's grabbing her, like he's, like
he's
the dom. He's the dom, and she's the sub. And but she loves him. She really, I think, really loved him. But he didn't give two fucks. He's dead in his eyes.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever loved anyone.
Right.
He's probably to the sociopath, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Maybe not a psychopath. I don't know, maybe. But yeah, so he would, people like that, in my opinion, are insatiable. It's like he needed them as young as he could get. He needed a ton of quantity. Like nothing was satisfying him. And I feel like you're just to a whole nother level. You're not a good, it's just, there's no coming back, I don't think, at that point.
And
but
it's sad that women get trapped into that sometimes, that like, and if it was her heart, well, I'm sure a lot of it had to do with her family, though.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I just, every time I see this picture, it kind of makes me feel bad for just a minute. And then I go, oh, hell no. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because you can tell she was happy right there. She was so happy that he had his arm around her and pulled her close and,
Yeah, I think that she trusted him, but I think they were both recruiters. Yeah, AKA, boom, Jinx. She recruited hundreds of girls.
Yeah, I was going to get there.
Him, and he distributed them to the people that the market. Because look, she's allegedly locked up. Why are we not hearing or seeing any evidence of that? Any insight to what she's got to say?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I did hear something a little bit, but it was short, and we talked about it, but it was a while back. But yeah, the thing about her too is not only did she recruit, she was like outside of freaking high schools and middle schools, like, "Hey, little girl, here's a sucker."
Yeah.
Like, creepy. The level that could not imagine being that type of. You're gonna take that, what's gonna happen to that girl, and you
she
still
is
going after
Cheryl.
her?
I agree. I'm not cutting her any slack, Cheryl.
No, you're empathetic, and I get it, like, because another thing is, and I'm not taking up for any of them, but if you're raised and everything is done to you, you think that God, I can't do chat. But these things that they're doing to others, it's horrible and they shouldn't do it. But they, to some extent, are victims too. Like they didn't have normal. And it's like, I don't know. I don't know what her life was like and everything. And that's what I was going to say earlier. I totally didn't finish my thought.
Oh, she was
about
like a millionaire, whatever
Mhm.
kid. Because her dad owned virtually all the newspapers over in Europe.
Right. I was going to say about the one girl, the thing, I don't think I finished my train of thought on this, that offed herself and everything. Somebody was saying that, the MK Ultra stuff is like, they have a code word or whatever. If things go wrong or whatever for you, it's built into their programming, some of them, or most of them, or maybe even all of them, that if they're, they break down the program and they off themselves. So they don't tell on people. So like if everything goes wrong, if their handlers all die or things like this, and it's almost like maybe that's what happened to her, maybe her programming. And I mean, I'm just saying, because I do think probably they got her, but
she wasn't stupid, because it's not like anybody can just go get a submarine, driver's license.
Right. She was born, raised, and bred with Mossad, like AKA, we know.
Yes.
And that's, her the light in her eyes may very well be just total trust and comfort, because she knows she has that dude by the balls. And they recruited women and youngins through modeling agencies.
Yep.
And Trump's first wife, Ivana, there is a lot of documentation of Ivana with Shalane, and they recruited in New York for models, teenage girls, to go and do a photo shoot for whatever, right?
And the Home Shopping Network was part of it too. Remember that?
Yep.
And at some point, you go beyond being a victim.
Yeah.
Because, I
Oh,
mean,
for sure. And you're the bad guy now, right?
That's pure evil that they were doing. And it's still continuing, though. That's the thing. Just because they've locked up a couple of people, or some of them are gone, supposedly, it's not stopping, is it? I mean, I know they're finding some of the kids, or the women and kids, but it's still going on.
I totally saw where Allie Carter was, and I might get that for next time if anybody wants to see it, about her saying, like, get me, come for me. You can unredact me and tell my story. I know I was trafficked through these agencies. So if you really want to get things, just everybody wants to hide their identities, just give my identity. I'm giving you permission. And it really makes you think, like, is she trying to show you they won't, or is she just full of it? I mean, I hate to say that about her, because I do believe her, but you even like the girl that said she's Bob Marley's daughter too. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but you have to leave it as this girl could just be making it all up. It's a horrible thought.
You have to have a lot of discernment right now, because there's a lot of people that are just doing shit just because they want to make money off their story, whether it's true or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, also, even if the people that we see on all of these channels and news networks and doing these exposés and confessions, okay, maybe they personally did not actually go through any of this to this extent, but the stories they're telling, I do believe that type of trafficking goes on. I do believe that type of recruitment. I do believe that maybe they saw enough to weave a good tale. You know what I mean? It's almost irrelevant who is telling or confessing what they saw. It's more of like, is this possible? And with everything we've seen and the people involved, 100%.
You're not really late. You're kind of like halfway through. So.
Oh, now your mama.
The messenger is not as relevant as the message, is my point.
Right.
I agree with that. I don't know though. I do try to give people the benefit of the doubt, and I do listen to a lot of whistleblowers. And the thing is, because of that, I have to realize that I can't just based on the numbers. If I watch every whistleblower, one of them's lying. Somebody's lying, but a lot of them aren't. And I feel like I don't know. I'd like to know the actual percentage on that because I feel like a lot of times the only reason they're whistleblowers is because it's a big deal and nobody wants them talking. So I don't know.
Right.
I have a tendency to lean towards it. I want to at least hear it and try to use discernment, but I feel like, I don't know.
I guess, if they were a real whistleblower when they testify and then they off themselves the next day.
Right.
Like the Boeing guy,
Yep. A lot of whistleblowers have mysteriously double tapped themselves.
Double tap. I love that movie. If that's what you're referring to, the Zombieland, right? You have to double tap because you can't just
pretty much. The inference.
I love that movie. Me and Billy used to always do those references too. But I wish I could remember half of those. There's such good lines and funny parts in that movie.
For sure.
He goes to the chicks. I can't remember. Where is Billy? He's in here somewhere. I hope he'll come through with one. Something that he comes to your house. He's like, I don't know. I can't remember. It's freaking funny though. Was killed for exposing Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
Calm down, David. Just calm down. We're calm in here. So,
or the other one, Hillary's lawyer partner friend. There was a lot of them. And back then it just seemed like, people just died, and now we all know there was a reason behind it, even though it sounded kind of sketch back then too. We just kind of went about our lives and didn't care. I don't know. Okay.
So there's one that happened close to me. I can't find out anything about it. It's like, well, because I'm sure because of who it was, but still, you would think county records, something.
I don't know.
Well, I want to ease back into something funny. I got some more of that Joe Rogan where they're talking about the chromosome test. They actually go into the way women and men sit, and it pretty much cracked me up out loud. So it's just a little short thing here.
Okay.
I thought it was funny.
Let's do that.
To prove to you I'm a woman.
I would do it.
But you say that as a man.
That's true.
Like I could totally do it if I was.
Slow it down. They sound like chick bugs. I'm too high.
Yeah, I did do that at the last one. You're right.
Yeah, the last one was okay, but this one, they're like,
You see her sit down?
I haven't seen it.
She sits down like a dude.
Ooh.
Yeah. Dude sit down, leg spread, just plop down, all dick out.
A lot of weight.
Because of the shape of our hips.
Right.
That's like when people talk about man spreading. Yes, guys definitely do that. But women's legs go inward. Men's hips, the way the angle is different.
Right.
They go outward. Like, watch this person sit down. There's a video. Right. See that video with the white shirt on? The second one. Yeah.
Let's see.
Watch this. This is it. I've never seen a woman sit down like this. Go full screen.
Is this her when she was a teacher?
Watch this. Watch how she sits down. Bro.
That is very middle-aged man. The way she sits.
It's that man, baby.
that was a man squat.
Watch this person sit down.
Man squat.
That's how a dude sits. The way the legs are spread apart. It's like a dude's hips.
What about all the rest of these, though?
There is
all the rest of one.
There is
All
like
the rest of these examples of her.
Oh, well, that's how liberal men sit. That's what they do. They throw their leg over. That's what guys with very small legs.
That's so funny.
Like Ari sits like that, actually, because he's got them weird long legs. But like, you can sit like that. It's the way you sit down.
It's the initial. It's the initial get down. It's the plop.
It's the plop, and then the legs spread. Women don't sit like that. When was the last time you saw a woman sit, plop down with her legs spread like that? They don't sit like that.
They don't.
They just sit down. No, their legs like normally naturally angle inward more, and they sit like this. And they sit with their legs together. Like you might have a similar pose, but you don't plop like that. Like that's a dude pose.
That is, or maybe that's how pedophile women sit. There's also
maybe a woman wants to be a man.
Yeah,
right.
There's also that.
Yeah, let's find one of those and see how they sit. Any examples? It's odd. The story's very odd. But it's also, it just shows you how fucking weird these people are. You're watching that person smack Macron right in the head and then walk down the stairs with him like, what?
What could they possibly be talking about?
Yeah.
This is funny.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah.
No, that's like,
bulge.
If he was a man, they would fight. There would be a square up.
Well, maybe they will when they get back home. Maybe that's the fun part. Maybe they're like, fucking fuck you, and they get alone.
Goofy. I heard you, Yorga. That's a man. I swear. It's because of Candace Owens. Like, that's the reason he's talking about it. He wasn't talking about it before her. She kind of did a thing, and like, now everybody's talking about it.
Well, but if people in France kind of knew, like we knew about,
My big Mike.
It just, I don't know, because we don't know what information's getting to other countries.
I don't even know what information gets to like people that don't spend as much time on the internet as us. Like, I don't know what the average person has been down some of our crazy rabbit holes. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of hard to ever tell because I spend my time with you guys and we all kind of talk about a lot of the same things and our minds are kind of open. So I kind of wonder, I don't know. I think we're a little bit more open-minded than most. I think we talk about things, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe everybody's talking about these things. I mean, like I said, I noticed a lot of celebs, but I'm talking like Joe Rogan with his conspiracy. I swear, I'm going to figure that out. What did he say? Oh my gosh, hold on.
Other countries are very aware. Actually, a lot of them know more of what's going on here than the American people. There's a group that I'm in on Facebook, and they are on top of it. The posts that they post, J6. There were so many countries out there rooting for more of what happened like in Brazil. That is what they wanted it to be. Thankfully, it wasn't, because everyone can see the narrative now, but still it was the push that these countries are having the same problems with their government. It's worldwide, and they know what's up. What's the country that just got rid of their second leader? Like, was in a really short time?
Romania?
Maybe Romania.
Because the people voted in a president, but NATO's saying, oh no, not NATO. The EU saying, no, we don't like that. So now you have to re-vote. Now there's a big hoopla. I'm trying to follow that.
No, this was done by the people. It was, and that's the thing. I'm sitting there thinking, okay, if these other countries can do it by the people, why can't we? What's the holdup here? Is it because everyone is in fear after January 6th because so many were put in jail? Is it because
you got to think that's a variable? It's that's definitely a factor, because I mean, imagine there's probably people that were going to go that didn't, are like, oh my God,
Right. I think Bonnie's right, though. They know, I did watch some of the Candace Owen expose, if you will, and, some other reports and body language and stuff with the Macrons. And it seems to me that people freaking know I learn more from comments on a video than the video, whether it doesn't matter who the creator is.
You're speaking my love language, dude. I don't even want to watch the video for real. I want to read the comments because I do want to watch the video, but when I read those comments, half the time they're funnier than the video. I live by the comments. Sorry.
And sometimes
I
you can
disagree.
tell their thoughts, and there's like, obvious, the same kind of thing over and over. It's obviously like some kind of troll bot situation, right? But sometimes you get a comment in any topic, and it's detailed, it's personal anecdotes, it kind of gives you an insight that, and with this Macron situation, I've seen that quite a bit. The people know, they know, they might be censored more than we are, or propagandized more than we are, or maybe they can't speak as freely, or maybe they do but we don't see it. When they do, they have their own forums, they talk about this, but I think they're aware.
Yeah. I think they are way more aware than what we thought.
Yeah, for sure. And even if you think about how many from around the world are looking at the US for a few things, some kind of guidance or comfort, because what we do ripples across this realm, this globe, whatever you want to call it, this space. Like, the US has a lot of power internationally, and a lot of countries look at what's happening here and the moves we're making as far as whether or not they are feeling threatened. Those people are feeling one way or another, and this could go quite a few ways with all kinds of shit. Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, anything going on.
India and Afghanistan.
Yes, or Pakistan and
Pakistan, sorry.
yes, South China Sea, all of that, right? They kind of, we are the waters they test the temperature of.
And the beacon on the hill.
Yes.
But
Do
at
you
the
guys
same
know?
time,
Go ahead. Sorry.
what's wrong with that is every war we see that we have been.
What's up, Forging Thought?
Hey, Forging.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Bonnie. Did I mess you up?
No, it's okay. I was gonna turn in a whole different direction, and
Well, so was I. Are you still going there?
No, go ahead.
Well, I really am. I'm talking like skirt squirrel, because Virginia said something about the comments, and it was pretty funny. So Kevin Bacon's wife, whom I feel like I should know her name, she's a beautiful blonde, and she played in a movie I loved. But I can't. I think it's like Kira. Do you guys remember? This is so
Yeah,
squirrel now.
Kira Sedgwick or something like that, I think.
I was about to go really squirrel, so I'm glad you did that. You're right. I think that is her name. She's beautiful, but she's super liberal. And the comments of the video I'm about to play, just a short snip of her. They're talking about this hands off. It's like a demonstration against the protest of Trump's second administration. I mean, she's mad, okay? But what's funny was the comment, Virginia. I wrote it down because I knew for God I would forget. Somebody said, sounds like somebody's on the Epstein or Diddy list. I don't know. This is just some random stranger I don't even know, and I'm just watching this video, and it's just fun to see that that's some collective consciousness, that some folks are shining through going, they said that's not what the information was about, okay? But that comment was gold. I was like, that is hysterical, because she's flipping out over this. So I don't know. Anyways, just that's what jogged this. I wasn't even gonna, Kira, whatever.
How I'm feeling and wondering how you're feeling about the state of our union.
Oh, I feel great. I feel great about it, Kira. Thank you for asking.
Finding myself pretty scared about a lot of things, scared about losing my rights as a woman, scared about losing my right to vote as a woman, scared about losing autonomy over my body as a woman, scared.
Keep in mind, she is 60 years old, by the way. Yeah, she's so scared about losing autonomy over her body, which of course means that she is scared about her abortion rights being taken away when she's 60.
My parents' social security checks, scared of food banks running out of food and not being able to replenish because they're no longer getting federal funding. Yes, the federal government can use improvement, and there's a lot of things that they've done right over the decades. So I think the answer to being freaked out for me is that community, and I feel excited that we're coming together as a nation on Saturday. You can look it up in your area. It's Hands Off March, and I'm just going to go and hear what I hear and feel less alone in the world, because I feel like that's really important. So if you're worried about,
So it's basically a coping session for leftists. Is that what this?
Anyways, that's really, I just wanted to, it really wasn't that important. But
It doesn't make any sense, because what are they worried about losing their? She said she was losing her women's right. Like, did we? Hey, did we lose that last time and I didn't get the note?
No.
Yeah,
and why would that dude even talk about women's rights anyway?
Yeah, I don't know that guy or his channel or anything, and it was really
talking about
the
The
name of the video was like Kevin Bacon's wife, and that's why I couldn't think of her name. It's like that chick, she's got a name. Like she, aside of Kevin Bacon, she was. There was a movie I used to love with her in it. I think it was called Walk Like a Man, and there. Do you remember it? It was such a good movie. The little boy had like these 5 angels stuck to him everywhere he went until he got a certain age. And he turns into like, oh man, somebody has seen this movie, certainly. She's one of the angels, but it's the cutest movie for real. And
I remember her in some things, but she's very, like she's one of them.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. But it doesn't make any sense when these movie stars, female on the left, they say that, because like I said, I don't remember losing my right. Did we lose our right to vote? I mean,
Right.
I don't remember any of that shit.
Yeah.
That is absolutely fucking ridiculous when some of these people go up there and I'm going to lose my right to vote. I'm going to lose my right to women's whatever. It is ridiculous. The women's health thing was put to the states. Nobody in this country is going to be made a slave in the morning, or, we've seen these meltdowns where you see some folks like, I'm going to wake up in slavery tomorrow. And come on, man, tighten up, dude. Tighten up.
And my mom's Medicare check or Social Security, I don't think it ever stopped. Like last time he was president. Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah. I guess they forgot that he was already president. You idiots.
I'm far behind again. I got something I'm just curious if you guys have heard of. I just heard of this for the first time the other day. Have y'all heard of Wiki Spooks, I think?
Wiki Spooks?
So I was watching, I thought I was watching Candace's channel, but then that Ian guy again, I keep seeing him everywhere. Anyways, I don't want to try to explain it, and it's real short anyway, but I'm going to have to look into this because it's for conspiracy theorists, they say, which I'm certainly that. And I had just never heard of this name before. And like I said, this was in the midst of a bunch of
Spooks, if you're not familiar, is a wild ride. It's like Wikipedia for conspiracy theorists, and it's crowdsourced and probably not controlled by Mossad or the CIA yet. Although you should obviously always double check everything.
Yet. Okay, I sped it up again. It's a
thing for yourself, especially on a place like Wikispooks. And the nice thing about Wikispooks is that it looks pretty low budget, and it constantly reminds you not to trust it as a primary source. But the other thing that I love about Wikispooks is that it is peppered with links to primary sources on all kinds of stuff. And some of them are pretty crazy. If you want to absolutely crush an afternoon, just go dig around in the 9/11 Wikispooks page. They've got a lot of gems hiding in there. So,
I would have botched that trying to explain.
Oh my God, I just got schooled. Like, hang on, I got to write that one down. Wiki Spooks.
I've never looked into it yet. I just found out about it too.
That shit. Where's my little thing?
I like the part where he's like, they constantly remind you not to trust them. That's hilarious. That makes me like, I'm just, deep crap. I am sure that there's all kinds of clickbait in there, but also it's probably more information you'll get other places. I haven't looked into it yet. I just heard of it for the first time from that guy. Silhouette of Burt Gummer holding the
Wiki Spooks. What a name.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it down in my company book here. All right.
Tom Cruise is worse. It's Tom Cruise playing Tom Cruise, acting like he's not Tom Cruise.
You know what I'm saying, though? All his movies.
That's pretty good, though. Sometimes you can type it better than you can say it, huh? I know I'll come off with some good shit sometimes when I'm typing. Then I go to talk and I get all fumbled up.
Yeah,
like I
it
should have
doesn't
typed this. That was good. Oh my God. And I can't get over What the Fuck Island. That shit was so funny. I don't know why. It just, sounded, it just reminds me, I'm the same way. Sometimes you just can't put your finger on it. It was just so good. Yorker, did you fall asleep? Yorker.
Yeah.
I think you need a show and tell. I think you have a show and tell. Or
No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't have one.
I bet you got a crazy bitch story.
I can show you my butt.
Oh gosh.
No.
You know
Oh
what?
God.
You know what I wish?
You should get in trouble. That's the OnlyFans. Your own.
I wish you could do that guitar solo that you have a recording or something like that live. That'd be cool as shit. But he's always like overexposure. A little Yorga goes a long way. But
Yeah. I'm actually really tired right now, and I haven't been playing, so it would suck. I'm just telling you.
I don't know where that clip is, but that was really good. And then I went and listened to, I had never even heard it. So then I went and listened to the original version, and his was just as good. It was crazy. It was really good.
Yeah, it's a good song. That song was actually written by Stevie Wonder, but I've never heard his version of it, so I don't know how he approached it. I don't know, but he wrote it.
Well, I never heard it before that. Hearing you play it, and then I went to hear the real thing, and I was like, "Wow, that's his." And what do you have against? Okay. Oh gosh, I got to think who sings it. Was it? Maybe it wasn't. One of my. I think I said something. I think it wasn't a good. Hard to do or something.
Dave Matthews. Dave Matthews. I put on a Dave Matthews record backwards, and Satan started talking. And the worst part was I put it on forward, and I had to listen to Dave Matthews Band. So
I have to look it up. Oh, it's Seether, and it's Careless Whisper. I think that.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I can't remember that one.
I want to play it, but I can't do it.
I think I didn't like it. I think.
What the heck, Al Bundy? Oh yeah, I know. That's what I said. That's what I was asking you. I feel like I
do love the original Careless Whisper, though. I mean, that's a song right there.
It's a good song, and there's a lot of good versions, but there's something about the guitar, like they changed the song. I think it's awesome. It's one of my favorites. By Seether, and yeah, you didn't like it, I guess. It's just one of those things. I know that, and I said something else. I said something about Zach Wilde, and you're like, if you said something about guitars that I didn't know.
No, I said he's great. It's not exactly my cup of tea, and he's not sitting around talking about me right now. So
that was hilarious. I tell you, he's not sitting there talking about me.
No.
But no, it was something else about a lot of people. I've just never played guitar, but I liked Nirvana a lot, and a lot of people talk about down tuning. Oh, he down tuned. I'm like, I don't even know what that means. That's how little.
Yeah, all of us coming up, we all had a standard tuning that everybody tuned to, and then somebody along the line figured out you could, tune your strings down, and make them more boo, and it's a lot of the music that's like that. They actually buy heavier strings to put on their guitars because they know they're going to tune them down, and they would just be too floppy if you use regular strings. And it's got a certain sound to it. It's got that kind of thing going. And I do some drop D tunings and things like that, but as far as tuning everything down to a C sharp or something like that, I've never tried that, but it ain't my thing. It sounds cool.
No, I could tell when I said something. Or no, not that one. That's not the one. Yeah, that's my song though. That's a good song. The down tuning isn't something I heard you say. I've heard other people, and I'm thinking I don't really get it, but it was like they didn't respect it or didn't think like it was hard to play or something.
It makes everything a lower frequency, and yeah, some guys, like if you ever see, and I like this guy. There's a guy named Doyle that I think his name is like Doyle Von Frankenstein or something like that, but he plays guitar for the Misfits. And he's just, I mean, looks like Schwarzenegger. The guy is like worked out like unbelievable body on this guy. But he made his own guitars, and he just tunes it to a certain thing. And I mean, he sounds good and everything, but he'll tell you straight up, he doesn't know what he's doing. You know, I mean, he knows enough to get by with them, but it's all dun 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 dun, you know, stuff like that. There's no real finesse or anything to it with playing. But I mean, he'll be the first to admit, you know, that he doesn't know what he's doing. But he's cool. Yeah, I like him. Doyle.
What's up, 10?
Nothing.
There was something else in that video that was talking about the whatchamacallits that made me think of 10 was something. I feel, well, everybody over there at 10 TV, we always end up talking about Antarctica a lot and stuff. I don't know all the conspiracies, but
I think there's an ice wall.
Yep.
I think there's an ice wall.
Well, this is like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but Forging Thought knows what I'm talking about. Doyle Wolfgang von Frankenstein. Yeah, he's super cool.
Oh, cool. Oh, wow.
The ladies love him. No, they do, man. I mean, this guy looks like he fell out of a comic book or something, you know?
Gosh, you reminded me of that one part, and I said I was going to bring up the Diddy thing, but that is one of the funniest parts I heard on testimony was Kid Cudi saying that Diddy looked like a super villain out of a Marvel comics with his hands behind his back looking out the window.
Oh,
I mean, they just blown up his car, been in his house, possibly traumatized his dog. He's like this gangster figure and like wants to meet up, and he's like trying. It's kind of hilarious because you're like he's just standing there trying to, you know, put this vibe off or whatever. It's just hilarious.
I have a question for you, Yorga.
What?
Okay, so Doyle Wolfgang von Frankenstein, right?
Right.
And he was
snitched. No, I'm just kidding.
He was famous, right?
Yeah, he still is. He's with the Misfits. You know, who's the guy? Danzig is a singer.
Okay, so because we know a lot about what's going on and stuff, do you think he took the deal?
Oh, was that deal? I don't think so. I've seen a lot of interviews with him backstage, and he's just a regular old guy. And if he took the deal, he didn't get a great deal because the Misfits, you know, they can pack arenas and everything, but those guys aren't making, you know, the real money.
So maybe he didn't do the
deal. I don't think so. He's real straight too. He doesn't do drugs. He doesn't smoke. He doesn't drink. He works out all the time. You know, he's
Rollins. Isn't Henry?
What's that?
Henry Rollins, isn't that?
They're compatriots, that's for sure. You know, Henry Rollins had what was his band, Black Flag.
Yeah,
and,
Black Flag. Okay,
and the Misfits, you know, they ran in the same circles and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah. I was connecting there in my head. Yep.
Glenn Danzig, that's his freaking name.
Glenn Danzig. Yes. Okay, I can picture him. Yep.
Yeah, little short guy, bad dude.
Yep.
All right, I want to share this one little part just to see this part about the Antarctica part because I can't remember exactly, but I know.
And then I want to talk about Forging's thought of his fun fact. Because
I want to talk about Forging's thought. Forging thought.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thought. Or Forging's thoughts.
I was pretty good. That cracked me up for some reason. I don't know why. Real quick, it won't be long. Okay. But I'm going to mess it up if I try to say it.
Available to their citizens. I'm just going to read a little bit of this one. Same document. Excerpt from it says, "It took the Germans 6 years to construct this military city, the best camouflaged underground city in the world. Hitler stayed there much of the time during the Russian campaign. The headquarters had direct wire connections with Berlin, a very powerful radio station, and a radar system. There are a number of airfields scattered around the area, which are connected with the actual headquarters by underground passageways. The rest of the page describes how the German mines that they left to protect the site were eventually cleared and the sites captured by the Soviets. Now, it's pretty easy to start going down crazy rabbit holes of Nazis escaping to Argentina and Antarctica, hiding underground, and all that jazz. Most history textbooks like to gloss over that a whole bunch of them just came to America, hosted by the CIA, and then were instrumental in things like our biological and chemical weapons programs, our mind control experiments, and NASA. Our space program was founded by one of the lead Nazi rocket scientists, Wernher von Braun. And we'll come back to a neat tidbit about him a little later. But the crazy thing is that the underground bases in Antarctica tinfoil isn't just tinfoil. Maybe. Now, I don't know about secret Nazi bases in Antarctica, but I do know about that one time when Strava accidentally showed the locations of secret bases all around the world.
And that was interesting, but we'll talk about Forging's thought and we'll come back. They talk about a time that they accidentally showed all these underground bases. It's but we're going to take a break so you can talk to Forging's thought or talk about Forging's thought. Okay, yeah, I wish I had we'll just put it out there. Is Billy even here though? Can any of you guys put the link in the chat for Forging and he'll come up?
I can.
Good, thank you. I mean, I think that's what that means. But
yeah, the ice wall Forging was talking about, and that kind of connects to the last clip that you just showed. Like,
yeah, there's more, but I was going to stop for a minute, because he gets pretty deep with it.
Makes sense. I mean, I'm not arguing it at all. You know what I mean?
No, I thought of you because you're always talking about we're all always talking about Antarctica.
Well, I just think there is one because of, there's been talk of it, and then it was in Game of Thrones a lot. Remember,
Yep.
Winter is coming, Jon Snow.
Winter is coming. That's right. And the thing is, there's magnetic south and north. There's true north and south. There's different ways to analyze this. Okay. Because what Forging said is like, if the ice wall is real, then the direction south does not exist. Well, it kind of does, though. In that magnetic south,
Yeah.
Basically anything. Hey, Forging.
What's up? Well, is your audio not connected?
Hello.
What's up?
How you doing?
Wonderful.
So, ice wall. You said that you believe in the ice wall. I'm guessing that means you believe in the flat Earth.
Nothing's.
I can't rule out flat Earth myself.
All right, everybody, strap in your seatbelts. Shit's
All
gonna
right.
Nothing's I don't know.
Well, no. So there's one fact that the ice wall that people talk about when they talk about the ice wall, usually they're talking about one that encompasses the entire supposed world that we live on. Mm-hmm. And the fact that if that were the case, south would not exist. South would be every single direction that you look. The reason why is if the ice wall existed that surrounded the entire terrain, the North Pole would have to be the very center of the map. And the South Pole would be the entire circumference of the map.
True.
So no matter where you are on the globe, south would be every single direction. Through navigation and what we know to be true, just by plain demonstration and easily provable things right in the front of you, there's no way that the ice wall is a real thing.
All right. Humor me for a second, because this guy knows what he's talking about. All right. We know, and people are going to go, well, how do we know? We know if you were to take a ship and go around Antarctica, it's right about 6,000 miles. We know that, the coast of Antarctica.
And there's a race around it every year that does it with several catamarans and several boats that do it every single year. It's heavily televised, actually. But
thank you. All right, but the other part is if you use pi, which is the circumference of a circle.
3.141592654.
Thank you. If you use that, and let's say the flat Earth model is 24,000 miles across. Then to find the circumference, you multiply that by 3.14, and that'll give you your ice wall, which ends up coming to be about close to 75,000 miles, not quite. And there's no way the coast of Antarctica is 75,000. Am I making sense here?
Yeah, but the construction, the shape of it, that could basically be an ice island. Or,
I'd like to throw out
Yeah, because I'm currently on What the Fuck Island.
So what about all the
I'd like
hundreds
to
of
ask
people
an
that go?
open-ended question, Forging, real quick. Open-ended, real quick to you.
Yeah.
So my question is, if you don't believe that, what if anything is strange about Antarctica in your view? Because that's not it. It's not an ice wall, but isn't there a lot of conspiracies, a lot of thought when it comes to Antarctica?
There's a lot of conspiracies about it just because of a lot of people that want to believe in the conspiracies. And unfortunately, people have taken real parts of history and put them into these conspiracies to make people think weird stuff because they don't have the answers and they really desperately want to know, and it drives them insane. So they make up all this really goofy crap. Basically,
Okay, but
Antarctica, there's the Antarctic Treaty, which all the different countries said, hey, let's not go down there, let's not do war, let's not settle up there because we're all going to fight over it and it's going to be a problem. The ice there is over 2 miles thick in some places. But, I mean, people book travel there all the time. You can book a boat to Antarctica right now. I know somebody that just got back from an Antarctic tour.
You can't
What's
book
that?
anywhere. You cannot book a trip to Antarctica anywhere.
Hundreds of
There
people
are
do it every
certain
month.
spots that are approved. So to Cola's
Hundreds of
question,
people do it every month. There's several
they
companies that
They
actually do it.
To approved areas. You are correct. Now to Cola's question, do you think there
Go ahead, sorry.
is anything weird there at all?
Yeah, that's why I left it open-ended. Like, what if anything?
Here's what's
I want
weird.
to hear your opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's what's weird about it is it's the same weird about the ocean. It's places that are not
The
very
ocean.
well.
Have you heard this?
Like
Ocean within the
check it out.
ocean.
Well, yeah, there's lakes and everything underneath the ice. They've done that. They've drilled down the core. But here's the thing: there's a lot of Antarctica where it's just damn near impossible for a human to be there safely. That's why they stopped having flights go over it in the 70s. There used to be flights that went over the top of Antarctica, and they stopped doing direct flights over it because it's just too dangerous to have a plane going over that much terrain where there's
I
nothing.
want to say that one of them crashed on there, didn't it?
They did, and that was one of the catalysts that started it. There's still flights that go near it, but they don't go straight over it for the same reason you don't, go in places of the ocean. You really shouldn't go like the dead zone where you're just so far from everything that if you get in trouble, you're screwed and they can't get to you. But in Antarctica,
there's places you are not allowed to go. No fly zones. There are places you are not allowed to go. Even
Correct.
If
you research the flight that did crash, that had something to do with that as well, because it hindered any rescue attempts or trying to get anybody out there. There was a flight that flew straight into the side of the mountain because their stuff went all goofy there. And there's the
a movie on it.
There's a whole bunch of stuff that people have taken, like the Antarctic Treaty between all the countries, and they say, oh, well, that's obviously they're going to stop you from going down there. It's not the case. The reason there's approved areas is because it's still a place that they need to make sure people are safe because these people are taking you there, and the countries they signed a treaty making sure that they're not going to mess it up. So they're not going to let a bunch of tourists just run around and mess it up because they all have investment in it too. It's one of the last.
I mean, that view is too narrow, though, because I think that there are government operations, government bases. There are, whether you believe Bird's testimony or not, there are spots that civilians are not allowed to go. This is not a tiny place, whether we believe that it involves a wall or not. It's essentially a small continental island and set of islands. And
real quick before you guys change the topic, though, this is so small. It's like a minute about Antarctica being shaped like a trapezoid on a heat map. It's just another, it's just another part because I know y'all are going to keep talking. We're going to leave Antarctica. But before you do, I wanted to get this minute in, if that's all right, real quick.
Word.
Gotcha. Real quick.
But then the internet completely lost its mind when someone found this weird data in Antarctica shaped like a trap.
This was right behind the accidentally uploaded. I skipped over because it's just 2 more minutes we don't have while we're talking. But this came because of that, because of the leaked underground secret military bases. You've probably heard of this Strava in 2017 forging. But anyways, he's going on about Antarctica now.
Trapezoid on the heat map. Conspiracy boards on someone that wants to just browse through. But then the internet completely lost its mind when someone found this weird data in Antarctica shaped like a trapezoid on the heat map. Conspiracy boards on Reddit gobbled it up and started cooking up all kinds of crazy theories. And from a distance, it appears to just be in some random location in Antarctica. You zoom in, and you see that there's some sort of research station there, but theories about an underground base started to spread. And although there may be underground bases in Antarctica, eventually cooler heads prevailed when someone realized that that's where they host the Antarctic Ice Marathon, which is still pretty wild. Those people are their own kind of crazy, but it's not a secret Nazi UFO base. And although the Strava data did yield some likely candidates for secret CIA bases abroad, where they technically were not supposed to be at the time, a lot of popular underground base theories came up empty-handed. No secret tunnels lit up the Denver airport. No secret tunnels linked the Getty Museum to billionaire mansions in Hollywood, at least not on Strava. And that should be expected because you can't record your GPS data from underground. So obviously we weren't exactly expecting Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama to record their secret walks to and from a hot dog and a pizza party. But there is evidence that sketchy stuff is going on underground. For example, the Finders cult is an enduring mystery that would take an entire episode to dig into. But in short, a preschool was found to have a whole tunnel system underneath it, links to satanic ritual abuse, and then direct links to CIA involvement came out. And that's when it all got covered up and labeled conspiracy. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
This is a lot of it that was actually about the underground tunnels. But yeah, he kind of backed off of it right in the middle. But there's a lot of things that are said about Antarctica besides what it's shaped like on a heat map.
Well, what about before we get off the subject? It was only about a month and a half, 2 months ago. There was a team down there, and I want to say they were from South Africa. I can't remember what the country was. And they were all stuck there. And one of the guys that was in there was sexually harassing. The
scientists.
Yeah. Sexually harassment.
Say it like you got marbles in your mouth.
Right. Ray Raggy. But yeah, and then that story went away. They were all stuck there. Remember with this one guy that was beating up people and trying to rexually harass
Reported on that one
women?
A couple weeks
I love it, Morgan. Well put.
6 guys, and they were on some expedition or something for X amount of days or weeks. Yeah. But why didn't they go get him? Yeah, I remember that. Sorry. I'm tired. I don't remember. Anybody else remember? Crickets.
So no, I'm just like, I don't know. I thought he said a little bit more because there was definitely more stuff. I remember crazy stuff, and it is all completely conspiracy, but like people were meeting there and making these big decisions, like it was probably all conspiracy, but how do you know, too many Karens for too long. Wait, what?
I think where there's smoke, there's fire. I mean, yeah, there's been conspiracies, whatever. All right. You'll never convince me there are not secret top clearance bases in Antarctica. I don't know about
no-fly zone. That's true.
Yeah.
One of the things that adds to the conspiracy is that. And
yeah,
I don't know.
You can visit places that are Antarctica, technically, but there's a lot of places you absolutely cannot go. It's kind of like Area 51 or certain spots in Alaska. You step over the fence or over the line and their deadly force is authorized, no matter who you are. So that's the fishiness aspect, is any zone. And that's why we have lore about Area 51 or about certain spots in the Denver underground shit or whatever. It's because of that. It's the unknown. So I agree, conspiratorial minds can take that too far, but it's allegedly quite a few people of power, money, oligarchs, politicians, they meet there sometimes, make some shit happen. Did Admiral Byrd see some being at the end of the cave that was a underground reptilian running shit for thousands of years that told
Wait, where was that? Was that released on some kind of weird file? There was some weird stuff come out in some of these files.
Yeah,
where did you get that? What you're talking about?
It was Operation High Jump with Admiral Byrd, and this happened I want to say 30s.
1946.
So what was the age of Admiral Byrd? There was a reason I asked this. It's about the girl, what's her name? Kathy O'Brien, that she talks about an Admiral Byrd that had to do with her MCO and then the Ultra.
So,
and
I
it's
think at that time, I reckon he was Yorga. I don't know. Admiral Byrd himself.
I don't know how old he was. I don't know, but it was. I know high jump was 1946, and one thing I'll break in real quick with that is you can go back and look at the old films that they made from when they did that. You know, real military films. And at one point, because he was a pilot, he had a smaller plane, and he found an area of Antarctica, and it's on the film. You can see it. And it's like a freshwater lake, and there's no snow. It just looks like, a regular old area. And I want to say they had a seaplane. I think they landed it out there on that lake, I think. I'm not sure. But I've seen the films. It was on YouTube, It's like, wait a minute, what about this section here? I don't know.
Is if you go and you follow the trail to his I don't know if it's one of his children or one of his nieces or nephews or whatever, but there are still people connected to him working in high security clearance operations to this day, just like how the Nazis won World War II. Oh, hey, NASA, nice to meet you.
Yeah, but that was all bullshit, and Hitler escaped to
Argentina, 100%. Like
100%. Yeah, I believe that.
The aspect that we recruited all of them, and so some of the stuff with high jump and Byrd, these things are generational. Is my point. No matter what the operations or the names are, the thing is it's nepotism. It rolls one to the next.
Well, one thing that's been I didn't mean to cut you off, but has still been unexplained is they went down there with warships. I mean, they were, and they tried to say, well, it was training for our war guys, during really bad weather or whatnot. But they were supposed to stay, I think, 6 months or something, and they were there like 2 weeks and said, we're out of here.
Yeah.
So the reason they left is still not, it's unclear.
Right.
Who did what expedition?
I think it was the high jump, right? When they went down there, it's kind of like the moon landing. They saw some shit and were like, oof. All right. They told us not to come back. Whether we did or didn't,
I do. I don't want to get, nothing would surprise me from other beings to all the stuff.
Yeah,
like
nothing's off the table at this point because they've lied to us. They've lied to me ever since I was born.
I can't get over that girl who claimed to be Bob Marley's daughter. I know. I have to tell myself she could be a freaking crazy lady making it all up. But God, the dedication that would take to take on this, to go through all the steps to do this. And she's not really gaining that much. And if that be the case, she'll die off, peter out, whatever. But I don't know, man. She was talking about entities and under the ground and something about her just, maybe I just want to give the benefit of the doubt, but like she mentioned entities and baby farms and all this crazy stuff that like, of course sounds crazy, but dark, evil things sound crazy, even if, because they are, and they're dark and they're evil, it's crazy. I don't know.
It's very important. It's very important to remember not to stick your head, not saying you are, but if some people like to put their hands over their ears and choose to believe in a conspiracy theory instead of looking at something else that could be a much more easy and reasonable explanation. So for the last several years, I've been
go ahead.
I've been telling people how space lasers didn't cause the fires around my house, and they still argue with me. And it's like, dude.
Yeah.
Well, it's like Bigfoot people, they want it to be true, and I'm not saying it is or it ain't because I don't know, but they want so bad for it to be true that I see these people, they go out in the woods. I have some friends that do it, man, and every little click in the woods, oh, did you hear that? Every dog barking is a freaking Bigfoot, it's because they want to believe it, they're not. You have to be objective.
It's
You know?
so because like here's a funny thing. Here's an example. When that girl, the Epstein girl, got hit by the bus and then did what she did, everybody was saying she didn't do it, she didn't do it, she didn't do it. And I'm usually the conspiracy theorist. Billy like actually was like, I can't. I just said all I said was she could have killed herself because she's gone through this horrific life, all these terrible things. She got hit by a bus, all these, and like maybe she's done everything she needed to do. Maybe I could just see that. And it was all like, the one thing that I'm certain is a conspiracy is the one thing you're like, maybe it's not. I'm just saying there's so many ways to look at things. Another way, like I said, the MK Ultra stuff. They say that when they do this to people, if your handler dies or there's these provisions set in to where if certain things happen, then you will have a programming to, get rid of yourself. So that's a possibility.
I'm not going to choose a bus. Okay. Just note to self. Okay. No, that would be messy and squishy. Like there's gotta be a better way than a bus.
What's that? What's that? That's
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Can I give one example that'll explain like why I said what I said?
Absolutely.
So take for example the Maui fires, and this is just a blanket example to talk about what I was talking about. During the Maui fires, there was a big conspiracy that people were putting out on the internet where they're like, look, everything blue didn't burn, all the blue umbrellas didn't burn. That's obviously done by the government. But here's the thing. People would go, look at this, and they'd put up a photo online. You look at those same pictures of the blue umbrellas, and I had to argue with these people, and other people did too, but they just refused to listen. I said, well, how come the brown deck and the brown rails and the red tablecloth and all the other stuff under that blue umbrella didn't burn, but the tree next to it burned? That makes sense. But with the stuff underneath it, why didn't that burn? Well, you're working for them. No, you want to believe it. Everything that happened in Maui and Northern California, where I was fighting the fires at the time, and I saw the fires happening, it wasn't lasers. It was 70-mile-an-hour sustained winds, and fire does that. But people wanted to believe the conspiracy, so you have to make sure that when this stuff comes up, just make sure that you keep it skeptical and make sure you look at every single available piece of information and study it in detail, because people will tell you, like, look at the blue umbrellas, and you miss the red tablecloth that didn't burn. So just make sure that you're diligent. Otherwise, you might end up looking like the fool when it's the person who told you that should be the fool. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Shit. I hate when that happens.
I hate it when that happens.
I know. And it was, darn it. Oh, the wind. So, do you believe that the wind could have been pushed from somewhere for that reason? Just curious.
Knowing what I know about what the wind did at the time and what it does, no, because that was actually, it was a freak windstorm, but it's not that too unheard of in the areas. It would just be higher than that normally. It's the same thing that recently happened in LA. These freak windstorms do happen, but as far as you're talking about, like the government being able to control weather, is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
There was a video I saw that
cloud
something.
seeding has been a thing since the 40s, but as far as being able to control how fast the wind goes, that's unobtainable by modern technology.
So the video I saw showed something pushed from like Area 51 area towards that direction. That's why I'm just wondering if
during the firestorms.
Yes. Well,
I don't know how that would be, because the wind that hit my county and burned down my entire city was from the coast on the west coast, so that wouldn't be from the direction of Area 51.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's like all the stuff that people talked about, the burn patterns and all that stuff, like, oh, well, this has to be this. Like, look, fire will burn in a straight line when you have Category 1 hurricane force winds blowing in one direction, and it does burn hot enough to melt aluminum. It's like having a bellows on a coal fire or on a forge. It will get hot enough to do all kinds of crazy stuff.
But at the same time, do you not think of like, can you not understand why people would start to believe some of the stuff after, the C-19 and all the things?
I'm
Like,
not.
there's a reason
I'm
people
not.
go
No.
like,
Check it out. I'm definitely not discounting that. The problem that I have is like, I get really angry at a lot of commentators because some of these people who like, especially the people that have their conspiracy theory channels, they really want to push what they have to get clicks and likes and views. But then a lot of them know that they're just straight up either making it up or taking someone else's made up stuff and then elaborating on it even more. And they're breeding disinformation and causing this big problem where people
do
think
you
they have
think
the
that
answers.
about the last guy? What was his name? The one that I just had on.
Nobody's
That
monetized here either.
So the guy that you just had on your thing, he said a bunch of stuff about the World War II stuff that's provably false and has been debunked. Like, he said that it's a big conspiracy theory that the Nazis went to Argentina. That's actually been proven. There's been a bunch of there's a bunch of their bodies that were recovered, and there's a whole colony there called Colonia Dignidad that is a all German colony that was built by the fucking Nazis. Excuse me.
Yeah, Mengele lived down there until he died of old age. Mengele.
Yep. And I apologize. I didn't mean to curse on your channel. But
no, we all do. This
all
is what the fuck island. You're allowed to curse here.
Yeah, you're on what the fuck island now.
Oh, well, perfect.
But be careful though, because Tim's the mayor.
Well, normally I curse like a Marine, but when I'm not on Steve's channel, I try to be nice to everybody else. So,
it's
but
kind of like
I think he's another sensationalist kind of talking head that's like look what I got for you. Look at this really spooky thing, like ancient aliens. Like, it's like, come on, man.
Dude, ancient
dude with mustache.
yes.
Oh, sorry.
He seems like the kind of guy that would make a thumbnail for a video that said, "It's the biggest thing in the world that they're hiding from you on the show today," with like a goofy face, like, "Oh," so you have to click it. He just seems like that kind of a guy.
I watch a guy. Well, I know of a guy. I don't watch him anymore. That does like haunted houses and stuff. And I swear, every thumbnail he says the scariest place I've ever been. Then the next one is the scariest, the most hair raised. Every one of his videos has that moniker in it. This is the one. It's like,
don't miss Friday's show. I was murdered.
Yeah.
oh my god.
Now that would get some clicks.
Cheryl Rich, to answer your question about Bohemian Grove, I live 15 minutes from it. I know a lot about it. I live literally 15-minute drive from it.
Man, I've seen some videos of a lot of people sneaking in there lately within the last couple of years, man, and they're getting all inside. One guy went up and took a whiz on the owl.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, they're all up in there.
I have footage of me at the owl. It's actually fiberglass. It's not wood.
Right, that's what it looks like. Oh, you've been inside of it?
It's like a giant. So here's the thing: when Bohemian Grove's going on and the bigwigs are out there, it's all security and everything. You can't even get in there. But during the rest of the year, for the other 11 months out of the year, it's just a family campground that you can go in and rent the campsite and go camp at. Like, they don't even care if people run around on the stage and then the owl and everything.
Oh, I didn't know that.
My ex-girlfriend was a bartender at Bohemian Grove when they did the thing.
Oh,
excuse me. Kathy O'Brien talks a lot about Bohemian Grove as well.
I thought they didn't let women in there. I'm sorry, Cola.
You're good. I don't think they do. But unless you're like behind the owl and having bad things happen to you by men, I mean, that's what she I feel like that's how she heard or saw anything.
Women servers, but as far as all the dignitary, those motherfuckers, none of them were women.
That's another one of those things where you're like, I have to leave it open that she could be lying, right? But the things that woman alleges of all the people, and no one sued Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, I can't remember which one, Cheney or somebody.
It goes all the way back to Nixon and Reagan and all of that.
She was an MK Ultra, SA. She was passed around and stuff. This is what this girl alleges, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know, but no one's suing her. She talks terrible stuff about Hillary Clinton she said that I'm talking about Kathy O'Brien right now. She says that she had been branded on her private parts, and like she was like, Hillary Clinton was all like wanting to see it. And it's so creepy. It sounds false, but she goes into great depth. And I have a digital copy of one of her books. And like, I don't know if she's making it up, but I also know that no one sued her. And if I were Hillary Clinton, and I know they say sometimes it's better to not acknowledge it at all because it gets it more attention. But I don't know. If it were me, I'd be like, you better take that out of your little book. I don't care if it's a small book or not. That didn't happen. And it's not just her. It's Bill Clinton. And like I said, there's somebody else. She talks about the most deadly game where they like let you out and they hunt you. And that's why I said it sounds absurd. But if it was true, how else could you tell somebody without it sounding absurd, right? How would you explain this to somebody if it were true? That's how I get stumbled up in it. And like I said, no one sued her yet. But she also talked about Bohemian Grove and that she'd been behind the owl and heard their plans, and their plans were all like, involved all the stuff we just went through around 2020. And she said,
go ahead.
That's it. She just, that kind of stuff,
Have you ever seen the owl on the dollar bill?
Yeah. I've seen a lot of weird stuff too.
Huh?
It's on the back by the number 1 up in sitting in the corner.
Yeah, you almost need a magnifying glass to see it, but it's on there.
It is.
And I've had people sit right in front of me and fold my dollar up and show me the tower's blown up. Or what was it, a 20?
Yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah.
I've never been able to figure it out, but I've seen it right in front of me like a party trick. And I'm like, oh,
yeah, that too.
It doesn't look that way, but they're folding it up. Like, was that really a plan? I don't know. Was it just like something somebody found out? Like
you could fold up a dollar bill and make good. Oh, go ahead.
If I could point out, I think this is another circumstance of people just looking for the conspiracy, because let me point something out, that you don't have to fold the dollar bill to see the all-seeing eye in the pyramid. That's clearly visible. So why would they hide the stuff that's less controversial?
What do you call it? Pareidolia.
You pretty much almost said it at the same time. Say it again. I can't say it right either. Go ahead, Fortune.
Pareidolia.
You all were saying it at the same time. What'd you say, 10?
And I'm with Benjamin. Why would any normal person want to go camping at the Bohemian Grove? Like,
oh no,
because
so
it's right on the Russian River. It's right on the Russian River, and it's like a little camping community, and it's actually part of 6 other giant camping sites.
Yeah, I mean, it's
once again, I have to point out, this is part of the thing that's like people just need to investigate more on their own. I can go there right now and walk around. There's nothing there except for cabins and a cafeteria, a bar, and a big goofy owl that's falling apart with a stage. Here's the thing. Back in the day, all the world's leaders went there, did a bunch of gay stuff in the middle of the woods, getting drunk and high, coming up with world decisions and all that crap, and they do a bunch of weird pagan rituals where they do this goofy play where they burn a coffin and all this stuff. What they do is really weird. They do some really weird crap, like bizarre.
Yeah, it's
because they do bizarre crap. People saw torches and chanting and stuff.
Ceremony of care or something like
that. Cremation of care.
Saw, because they don't talk about what happens there, and they have it like this woo.
But how do you know that that's not a mock sacrifice? How do you know that that's not a real one? I mean, and how many?
It looks like a baby, and they burn it. It's called the cremation of care. And the only thing I can figure out about that is because I'm not a very smart person, but cremation of care. It's like okay, we're going to get rid of all your cares. Just stop caring about shit. You know what I mean? And it's very kind of Aleister Crowley-ish, the cremation of care. And they come out with apparently a fake baby or a real baby or something, and they cremate it. So
I'd like y'all to look up the quote that Richard Nixon said about Bohemian Grove when he went there for the first time, and I think that's the most honest thing anybody's ever said about it.
Yeah, I've read that, and I can't remember what he said now. What did he say? You can go ahead and say it here.
Something like a bunch of old nigga guys running around the woods.
Yeah,
he said it's the faggiest goddamn thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
Right.
Because basically all the world's leaders would go out there, get high and drunk, do weird shit, and butt fuck each other in the middle of the woods. And then they'd be all embarrassed about it and be like, it's a fraternity. Nobody says anything. If you say anything, we're going to ruin you. And then people saw torches and all these weird masking.
But I really
What's
don't.
that?
You can't convince me. I said the crazy stuff and the gay stuff and all that. That doesn't shock me. That's not the. But I am unsure and not convinced that they're not doing real sacrifices because that shit. So they've leaked the stuff. Hell to they're doing all this and they're going to that extent. I think they do think they are looking for some kind of external power and there is some type of sacrifice because why go through all the pretend of it and not actually do the sacrifice, especially if you even any of them believe it. I'm just saying, I am conspiratorial, but I've heard them and there's like shrieks and screams and weird shit going on. And if that's a play, it's just strange to me that they just, I don't know, that they just.
I mean, it looks more like some kind of druid ceremony or something, the druids or whatnot, Kid Rock said he went out there and he said it was boring as shit and he left early.
It's obviously being filmed. That's a good
No,
point.
I bet he just didn't want to give up his man card.
I don't know. I guess so. I mean, he just said it was just a bunch of speeches and shit when he was there, and he was like, "Man, screw this," and he got out of there. That's what he said.
To Forging Thought's point, it is basically a public campground area. I've been all up in there. It's beautiful area, and they have a private party at a given date and time, and they do some weird shit. But the whole place in and of itself it's pretty isolated. It's not. It's
in the middle of the protected redwood forest, right on the Russian River, next to a bunch of old western towns. There's a bar called the Rio Roadhouse that I go to every time I ride my motorcycle by it. If you ever go by, check it out. Great crew. Carrie in the kitchen is awesome.
Oh yeah, I've driven through there many, many times, and I've camped all up in there. I understand what you're saying, Forging, and this is like a private party that occurs on date and time, RSVP, word, okay. But it is bizarre in that it's a concentrated set of your CEOs and world leaders and certain media people, and they probably do get together and discuss things, sort of the narrative, if you will. But as far as like the child hunting parties, those happen over in the Mother's Castle. It's called Mothers of or like
Is that in Europe?
Yes, it's in Europe. It's in Belgium, I believe. Mothers of Darkness. That's a good rabbit hole. That's where when we hear about hunting parties and really, really dark, what's that movie with Jennifer Lawrence? Hunger Games type of shit. That's where it is. And it's been going on.
Talking about that one that still exists with the cameras and stuff?
Correct.
I've seen that recently. I was like, "Bleh."
Yeah, and I believe it's in Belgium. And this has been going on for a long time. That shit that happens in the Redwoods, I think it's kind of a meeting. It's a VIP party, and there are facilities there to make a decent meal, and they definitely do some bizarre things, but the entire place that's not their reflection per se.
Right. So I would like to get your opinion, Forging, since you're here, about the latest thing. I'm going to play like a minute and a half about the whole Biden is a robot thing or whatever. And I'm just curious your thoughts. You don't want you want to say something first?
No, I haven't heard this one yet, so I'm reacting in real time. Let's see it.
Good. Well, you probably have. I might said it wrong. That's why I play clips, because I jumble it up here. Let him say it.
Right.
This on the heels of Donald Trump saying that Joe Biden was executed and replaced with clones or a robot. In case you missed this weekend, that's what President Trump posted on Truth Social. Here's the post. Donald Trump posted this, a photo of himself, and this, there's no Joe Biden executed. Biden clones doubles as robotic engineers, soulless, mindless entities. That's what you see. Biden. Oh, yeah. So the Biden family is finally having to respond to this. And they leave it to Ashley Biden.
This part's more just for shits and giggles. I had definitely heard about that. I didn't see all their responses in social. The fact that they responded is kind of hilarious just alone. They're like, look, I'm really not. I'm a real boy. It's just everybody. It's kind of creepy. But this is only, like I said, it's not even a minute.
Of all people.
Right.
Do so on Instagram. I am so grateful.
Ashley
Too
Biden.
grateful to be angry about all the bullshit, she says. Hit the jackpot with these two. Well, yeah, you sure did hit the jackpot with these two. Remember when Ashley Biden left her diary talking about inappropriate showers with her father? And Joe Biden used the DOJ to kick in the doors and attack James O'Keefe. The FBI raided James O'Keefe because of this. If this happened to any of the Trump kids, it'd be front page news forever. Trump would have to resign, I think, right? But the Biden, Ashley Biden gets to just be a degenerate, drugged out weirdo, which she is. And that's why she was in rehab. I'm not trying to be mean. I guess I'm glad she's clean, I suppose. Although nobody knows whose baggie of cocaine was in the White House. What privilege? That's what you call white privilege.
I feel like there was a little bit more, but about how they responded. I'll have to just see if there's something else in here. But I meant more what Trump said. I mean, that was a real post that he put out there. What are you? It's kind of amplified. Okay, so
I'm guessing it was an attempt at humor that might have just been taken literally.
I think so too.
Well, he's the master troll. We'll give him. We have to give him that.
I do remember when Biden got his Botox and his facelift that people were saying that he was replaced by another person because they're like, look, he's all energetic now. And it's like, yeah, but he falls asleep 30 seconds later. He has his little good moments where he has his weekend at Bernie's moments. And that all got, thrown on her. But Trump says some stuff that, he'll just say something and he'll be like, yeah, that sounded good. And then people are like, what? I can't believe what he said. He said this. And it's not just the stuff that they call him hateful for. It's all the goofy little things he says that are like trying to be funny.
Well, the funny thing is, he wasn't just screwing with the Bidens. He's screwing with all the media. He's screwing with everybody when he throws something out there like that. And you and me get it. It's like, oh, that was a good one,
well, at this point, why wouldn't you? They've blamed him for literally everything for so long. It's like, why wouldn't you start joking with him and saying, aliens did the first Thanksgiving? Because they literally blamed him for everything. It's like, well, how can we blame this on Trump? So
it's the whole Canada 51st state thing, shit like that. He throws that shit out there just to mess everybody up, and all the news agencies or whatnot take him literally on everything.
It's true, Garrett. It's true. So look, let's just do like one more minute because I can't remember exactly. I hope it really is just a minute or two, but it's the same topic line here. I don't know if there was more social media out by the Biden, something like that. Real quick.
Trump amplified a conspiracy theory suggesting that Joe Biden was a clone. Ashley Biden posting a photo with Joe Biden number 4 there, I think. Or Joe Biden number 3. It's all in the ears, Yeah. Okay. Well, this is her response. But she ain't done yet. Ashley Biden is going rage posting on her Instagram. Here we go. Ashley Biden rage posting about her family, really making them snap. The dictator book. The only cover up of the Biden family is the beach cover up. The truth is, Dad gave it his all. America continues to never give up on you, and he listened to all of you, and he acted like the man who led his life by actions, not words. He aged, yes, as we all do, and the stress of the presidency accelerates, but he was always more than capable of doing the job, and a damn good one. He worked harder than anybody else I ever knew, and he took his duty, sacred obligation to the country very seriously. The noise is so damn disrespectful, and it's untrue, and it's just that the noise static created by those committed to perpetuating and profiting from some real BS. Get lost with your anonymous sources and fake news. This is a shout out to Jake Tapper in his book. Ghost, and I am super grateful for the love and support over the past few weeks. We, like any family, chose hope during times of great despair, uphill battles.
It's corny.
Ashley Biden posting this. Ashley Biden.
What's a creepy ass picture?
Photo. Is this normal? No.
That picture is creepy. He's a creepy old man, and that's a creepy picture.
Not normal.
He's like, oh, this reminds me of our showers we used to take.
I know, it's so freaking gross. Anyways, that's enough of that. I do think I don't know if he's trolling or feeding the, got some background noise, but like the whole, I always think he has to know all the conspiracy theories. He has to kind of understand the really far people. Like, remember when he told the Proud Boys, stand by and stand down and stand by. I feel like he knows better than to really piss off anybody. And I feel like he feeds the factions of the people that follow him with stuff. Because if you don't think that there are people that are going to talk about that for a couple months, you're crazy. Oh my God,
this was clearly it was clearly a deliberate statement. That's why I think it was a joke, because like he does have a weird cadence about the way he talks is a strange cadence. So he says words in strange order sometimes, like Christopher Walken. Like when he said I'm sure there was good people on both sides, and I'm not talking about neo-Nazis or anything like that. He just said it in a weird order, so they were able to chop it up and make it look like he said something racist when he really didn't. And he's aware of that. So he says that kind of stuff off the cuff just because that's the way he talks. But this was a very deliberate statement about some kooky crap. So I think he did this on purpose for sure.
I don't know. I'm not convinced on I definitely think that there's a huge definite difference between the old Biden giving speeches and now. And I don't know. I don't know about a clone.
We thought that there was a height difference, and
it was, for me, it was the ears. Like I kept, like somebody did it like forever ago, and they showed so many pictures. Some are connected and some aren't. And that may be, yeah, you could cosmetically do that, but why would you? And it's just weird. I don't trust anything.
He had Botox and 2 facelifts during his last time in the White House, and then the time before that when he was with Obama, he had another facelift. They did it right. If you look at the pictures at the beginning of his campaign this last time, and then when he exited the White House, you'll look at he looks like a completely different person because they gave him the Burt Reynolds treatment.
Right. Well, if you watch a facelift surgery, I don't know if y'all remember back in the day, there was the surgery channel, and I used to watch all kinds of surgeries, facelifts, knee surgeries.
I watched that show. Watched
brain surgeries. Yeah. And okay, so when they do a facelift, they basically pull off your whole fucking face. And they stretch shit back and they cut off the extra skin and then they connect it. So I'm saying the ear thing could have to do with that. But I think that the combo of biomasks and CGI, it's not even that complicated. You know? I don't even think it's that complicated. If he has been replaced or there are deep fakes, right? It doesn't even have to be a matter of plastic surgery or anything that intense, you know?
But if they replace him, why wouldn't they have replaced him with a body that could have actually ran and done his job for the extended time?
Every now and again, they've got to use the CIA masks, which are very, very good, and to get him through certain photo ops. But I think that certain things on television, just being broadcast saying something or being in a speech or, you know, signing things or whatever, they can easily deepfake that. Now, certain public appearances, maybe they had CIA suit.
That dude that went up the stairs of that airplane when he fell, that was not Biden. That is
right. Yeah,
a difficult way to get up at that age.
It was as if a stunt person did it, the way they bounced back up. Because I'll tell you what, if I was
stars have stand-ins,
I would have been stopping, yelling, "Motherfuck my shin!" You know, it looked like he hit his shin, like his knee and his shin, and wouldn't you be like, "Damn," you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. But then he did fall again.
He yelled at the steps and said, "You fat! You're."
Yeah, they're good.
Corn Pop sent those steps. I know he did. Hold Corn Pop.
Well, even like Cola's saying, actors have doubles. And we see this in movies, and they do a little bit of digital twerking, and you don't know, you know? Ooh, what do we got?
I'm just I don't know. He just
it's supposed to be 10's day off, but she's working overtime. She's like, hold on, let's do Biden. I got Biden.
I got hairy legs that
He
turn
reminds
blonde
me-
in the sun.
Oh my gosh, that's so weird. And they like to rub my leg hairs. What a weirdo. They that got
that whole
me.
speech, God.
Yeah, that looks like a
Ugh.
different guy. But the new Biden reminds me of the puppet from Jeff Dunham. And then he kind of did I kind of got bored when he started going real president. He went political with it. But the one that wasn't even supposed to be Biden, the grumpy old man guy, reminds me of Biden. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about. But
I knew Walter.
Yeah, Walter. I got hairy legs.
That whole speech, I love pointing that speech out to people just to prove how effective the media is at getting their point across. Because that old crazy weirdo told an entire crowd of children and mothers at a pool that he was a lifeguard who threatened the life of another human being with a chain because the other human being was going to get in the pool without a hairnet or without a swimming cap. That's what the corn pop story was. And they still laughed and chuckled and, oh, look, he's so funny. He's so witty. Oh, let's vote for him. Yeah. It's like, did anybody hear what he said? Anyway.
I remember
they even doubled down on it and said, we researched it. Corn Pop was a real person. Oh. God, I hate him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think he looks like a totally, I guess a bunch of
Here's
faceless
him and Jill when, obviously when they were, young, and then
You should look at pictures of him when he was dating when he was with his first wife before he started porking the nanny, which is his new wife, and driving his ex-wife to die in a car accident because she was an alcoholic and she started drinking because he was porking his nanny, who was the new Miss Biden. But I digress.
Oh no, this is Biden's sister. Sorry, that's Biden's sister.
It probably doesn't change their situation. I'm being honest.
I don't know. It's something about Biden in some of the things that, they've interviewed him, and I don't know. It looks like there's some CGI going on or some kind of mask or I don't know. And this looks like the last time he might have been the real Biden was when he was vice president. And then something happened and they said, you're playing ball because, him. I don't know. That's, what do I know?
I just think he's deteriorating to hell, and that's why he looks like the guy in Men in Black that got his skin pulled off and then put back on.
Dude, that movie. Men in Black. That was kind of trippy too, just the movie in general. The whole thing. Did you flashy light thingy me? I swear that was my favorite. And it comes up, I don't know. It's come up in a lot of different live streams as a joke, but it's a thing. With the flashy light thing, you remember?
Yeah, the memory eraser deal.
Yeah, long before Will Smith smacked Chris Rock and everybody hated him, and he was still the funny guy we all liked. And he's like, he finds out about it, how it wipes your memory, and then it dawns on him that he wouldn't even know. And he's all like, "Did you flashy light thingy me?" It's like my favorite part. It's so stupid funny because you'd have to think that.
I think the best part of the whole movie is when he's filling out the application to be part of the Men in Black, and he drags the table over to him, and it takes like an hour and a half of just loud noise. I think it's the best part.
It's all making the nails on chalkboard sound, and everybody's looking all weird at him. Yeah, it was a cute movie. But then he showed us what an awful person he was. Like, that was crazy. That whole thing, it was so funny how people were like, it's real, it's staged, it's real. We can't get along about anything. I feel like everybody thought it was staged. I thought it was real. I thought he just kind of wanted to assert dominance, but they are both actors, and it kind of came across. Chris Rock to me looked like he did not expect it to happen. His hands were behind his back, but people were like, "Oh, it's staged." Y'all remember that? Sorry.
If you know anything about Jada Smith, I don't think it was anything about Will Smith trying to appear dominant. I think it was him just trying not to get his ass kicked when he got home.
Mm-hmm.
Jada Smith has sex. Jada Smith has sex with other men and sends Will texts about it.
Oh man!
And just says, "I'm over at this rapper's house tonight. Deal with it." And he's like, "Okay, baby.
All
Keep
right.
my wife's ass out your mouth."
Yeah, there's a lot of
we're
rumors about him being gay and stuff. Sorry, go ahead,
I mean,
Virginia.
you got proof forging, you know.
What's that?
We're just supposed to take your word for it, like Antarctica is totally fake, but this is true.
My gut feeling
I mean,
is
they've both kind of said it on
staged.
camera.
I think it was staged. That's my
Everybody thought that. I don't know why. I just wanted to think that. I mean, they've never like been cool with each other since, and I don't know. It is what it is.
I think
it doesn't
Will
really
Smith lost a movie. I think Will Smith lost a movie contract for it too.
The way they still gave him the award and stuff, they didn't have that.
Or maybe the movie wasn't offering him enough money, and he said "fuck you" to the movie.
Maybe. Maybe.
I saw an interview just like the other day with not Will Smith, but the other guy. What's the other guy it happened to?
Chris Rock.
Chris Rock. I saw an interview with him, and I can't remember if it was Joe Rogan or who. It seemed credible. He asked him, was that real? He said, hell yeah, it was real. He said, I didn't know what was going on, and he said it hurt like shit. And he said that Will Smith apologized to him, and they got together over Will had gotten a new apartment in New York or whatever, hung out for a while. It was really awkward, and he said he left and looked up, and Will was looking out the window. And he said, that's the last time I'm ever going to hang out with him. But that's what he said. He said it was definitely real.
Right.
Yeah, but hypothetically, in a real world, if that was you and I, and we're up on the stage at the high school, whatever the fuck, and we're doing our thing, and one of us pulls up like that on stage and hits us, you don't think you're not gonna turn around and like fuck go off? I mean, regardless.
Well, I mean, that's
let him walk away like that. That was like that.
Not if you're Chris Rock. He goes, Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me. He just narrated it. He's like, he went straight to comedy. He didn't know what else to do than to narrate it. I just got smacked the shit out of him.
He said what got him the most was that Will Smith went back and sat down and acted like nothing happened, was having a jolly old time the rest of the night.
They gave him his award and let him go up there and accept it. I mean, they did eventually give him something, but yeah. Yeah, Moon, I know. That sucks. But did you see what Moon said? This is red table talk.
To me is, if they couldn't just walk away, I'd be like, no, I don't know.
But you got to think, Chris Rock has his career to think about too, and he was on cameras on the live feed of the biggest award show in the entire world. And he got blindsided with it, not knowing it was going to happen. So he's like, what the hell just happened? Plus, Chris Rock's like a whole head shorter than Will Smith. What the hell is he going to do? I mean, let's be real about it.
I think there was some level of planning. You would think there would be security, the people hosting on stage. Nothing is by accident in that kind of media level. I think there was a convoluted thing going on.
Virginia, what if they did it just so we'd be stupidly talking about it right now?
Yeah, exactly. It has people talking, but it did seem they're actors, people. This was an award show for actors. Come on,
I mean, that's
part of the reason. I feel like if it was
don't be lazy.
I feel like if it was
Virginia.
staged, it would have had a lot better sound. I feel like if it was staged, it would have had better sound. It would have had Will Smith shot all the way up to the fucking slap. I think that if it was done because they are actors, it would have been done a hell of a lot better if it was staged.
Oh no, but that's part of the presentation.
I'm on the same side. Also, I can't remember what comedian it was. It's got to be Dave Chappelle because I don't really like any of them as much as him. But I think it was him, and he reached out to him, and put it in his act and everything. And he was like the only person he would answer. Like Obama's calling Chris Rock. Everybody's calling him. He's ignoring everybody and like talks to Chappelle. And they talk about it, and he's like, says something. He's like, it still hurts, motherfucker. He talks about it and like talks him into like coming to some other party or something. I don't know. It's just, once again.
Well, Chappelle got attacked on stage too, not long before or after that. I forget before or after.
The
guy tackled.
Remember, it was after because he made jokes about it. Yes, I remember that. I wish I had those clips.
He got tackled by the guy carrying the folding knife that looked like a gun, which was the goofiest thing I've ever seen in my life.
All right, so we all know about humiliation rituals. And
Yeah.
Chris Rock came out looking better at the end of that, and this could have been penance for some of the stuff Jada has done, like Moon is talking about. I saw that interview for sure. And they've been separated. They've been apart as a married couple for a long time. They have been separated. They've been doing their own thing. Some of these people, I think, keep that front for pleading the fifth purposes, but they are not really a true couple, And so I think that whole thing was absolutely convoluted. I think it was a humiliation ritual for all parties involved. Jada, Will, and Chris Rock, all of them were humiliated for a different reason, which makes the nuance really interesting, right? But I don't believe for a second it was an accident or unknown, because again, you have a decorum and you have producers and monitors for these shows, this level of production. You know what I mean?
Right. I don't know. I don't know. It could be nothing. Once again, neither thing would surprise me on that one.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, like she said, yes, nothing's off the table. I totally looked up when someone attacks Dave Chappelle, the exact moment. You guys want to watch that real quick? I mean, he's literally doing a regular stand-up deal. This was actually after the whole thing. I remember it. And Dave Chappelle is like one of my all-time favorites. And he actually he just bounced right back. And then also when he talks about it, it's still funny. Like one
of the most prolific producers that hip hop has ever presented, the mighty Mad Lib. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for hip hop history.
Here comes, boom. This out the nowhere. I think okay, I'm sorry.
And
I gotta interrupt.
They beat the crap out of that guy.
And I was gonna say what happened.
That was staged, though. I think that was a weirdo that attacked him. Like that's my first gut.
Well, the thing that's so funny is how quickly he reacts and he makes comedy out of it. This is like Craig and Yorga, how funny they are about when stuff happens. The fact that he bounced back, like he just bounced a step, like he didn't even trip. He just caught us. It's really crazy. I remember this. Maybe it is staged. It would be easy to believe it was how well he like reacted and made it funny again. It was crazy.
I don't know. It looks like that guy actually speared him, man.
Yeah.
Well, and the guy ended up with a visually broken arm while he was being loaded into the ambulance, and his face was cut and bleeding.
I remember one of the jokes is about his security.
Yeah, he did a spear on him. Yeah, hell yeah.
One of the jokes is about his security guard has these slippery shoes because that's what caused it. He slipped on his fancy shoes. And I don't know if it's right now, but he definitely did it. Anyways, sorry, y'all. Is there sound to this? I
am going to kill that.
I'm going to kill that.
Wait, I gotta see this.
He said, wait, I got to see this because he's going to watch them kick his ass for jumping up on his stage. That's what they said happened.
They beat the brakes off of that dude.
And he totally tells it too. But it's funny that in a live show, he's like, wait a minute, I got to go see this.
Rewind it again.
Okay, girl.
That's a Hollywood Bowl too, man. I mean, that's a big deal.
This is why I like having people like this is all because of what you said, Fortune. You said it and I remembered it and I haven't seen it in a while. And I remember watching all of this though. It is funny, like the sequence of events. If they're doing it on purpose, hats off. They're doing a great job because I was thoroughly entertained by all of this. And it made me like him even more because I don't think it was staged, but maybe it was. But anyways, is this far enough, 10?
I'm not sure. I just wanted to see the guy run up on the stage again because it just.
Wait, I gotta see this.
No, they've already they're going to handle him. Okay, maybe a little bit more. Yeah. They put it in slow motion for us. Dude just gets up there. And like I said, I think somewhere his bodyguard is slipping. And he's probably right coming up somewhere. But Dave, remember this.
I am going to kill that. Wait, I gotta see this.
I laughed so hard right there because I would probably do the same thing. Well, if they're gonna beat him up, I'm gonna watch it. This guy just ran up on me. It's wrong, but it's just like almost human nature. He
So,
like go ahead.
Seriously, your first impression, everybody on the panel, like, what do you think? Do you think that looked staged, or do you think that was spontaneous, like some weird
I think it was real.
I did too, but I don't know.
I do too. My gut
So
feeling.
I saw the immediate footage of the guy being loaded into the ambulance, and his arm looks like like a lightning bolt. His arm is so badly broken, and his face is all cut to hell and bleeding. And it's not something you could do in makeup. There's visual like gashes in his face.
All right, I think that was real. This situation, Dave Chappelle doing a show, he's doing a comedy show, right? And he had security take care of the situation. Now, with the Oscars, you have these celebrities that, I mean, there are some people, their lips are insured for $1 million. I don't think that anyone would be allowed to rush the stage like Will Smith did to Chris Rock without some kind of security, no matter who you are, because you never know. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
this is a comedy show. We're talking about the Oscars, y'all.
yeah.
So
But isn't the Oscars invite only?
Oh yes, and the people in the front and whatever, like it is very, very exclusive. But
So if it's a private thing, they probably don't think they're going to have anybody coming up on stage like that.
People have bodyguards like a motherfucker.
Yeah, they probably have their bodyguards like lined up in front of the stage in the front in black, so you can't really see them. So they're not in the, but they're there because a lot of celebrity. Yeah, I don't know.
Just like the photographers at a concert or the people on the sidelines, like these folks, they all have reasons to have security, and they do. In an event like this,
you're moving with your auntie and uncle to Bel
How many
Air.
times has somebody been doing an acceptance speech or been presenting, and another celebrity, another actor will come running up on the stage to stand next to them and smile and put their arms around them unexpectedly, and they just run up?
all scripted. Kanye running up to take the
Oh, I'm going to let you finish in a minute, Virginia.
Beyonce deserves this. All scripted.
I'm going to let you finish in a minute, Virginia, but Beyonce.
I'm just saying.
I don't believe that. I think they were like, oh my God, make him sit down. Who forgot to give Kanye his meds?
No, that was scripted. I'll disagree on the meds thing. Nope, that was scripted because it got both of them PR. No press.
I hope Kanye got something for that because everybody was like, this mofo.
Remember, nothing's off the table. Nothing's off the table.
I agree.
And we're friends, and regardless, we can all have different opinions, but we're just here to share them. And so,
right.
Well, y'all, the best part of this is his recovery, y'all. His recovery. If you don't like him, you're gonna like him after that. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen it in forever, but that's what I remember. My takeaway was, God, I love that dude. He just bounced right back, and maybe that's to your point, Virginia. Maybe it was scripted, but I think he's just a cool dude that bounced right back. And the way he's like, I got to go see this. Like if it was fake, he wouldn't, I don't know. Anyways, let's just see for a second what he says I can't even remember. It has been forever. This is off the cuff only because he mentioned it. And I'm like, you know what? I remember that. You can kind of see they're standing around kicking and punching shadow for a minute.
Thank God that was clumsy.
That was the first thing. Thank God that motherfucker was clumsy. He might have said the N-word, but I'm not going to say it. But either way, thank God he was clumsy. That is hilarious. That's the first thing that came to this dude's mind after getting bum rushed by a total stranger. Woo, thank goodness he was clumsy. That's hilarious, y'all. I'm sorry. Let's see I'm sorry.
He's back there getting stumped.
I'm I did know though that shit was hilarious. I hope that if anything like that ever happens to me, that my comeback is that smooth as, whew, thank goodness he was clumsy.
Well, Cheryl, if it was fake, what about the guy that got beat up? Cheryl, I think the Dave Chappelle thing was probably real. It was a comedy show. It might not have so much security, but I think the Oscar situation with the slap was.
I saw you making the distinction.
Job.
I was seeing it when you were saying it a minute. I caught that,
And
but I
also
really
the
do
way
remember.
Virginia's, yeah, I agree. Like I'm swaying with Virginia. How's that sound?
I remember him talking more about it. Oh, here it comes. I think no, that's a replay again. He talks about, oh my God, he makes fun of his bodyguard for having slippery shoes. Oh, here's the oh my gosh, here's what he was talking about. I think this is the footage of the dude getting put in the ambulance. I literally just looked this up. I don't know what else in here, but this is definitely the guy that, like he said, arm all messed up. There he is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think your arm's supposed to bend that way.
Oh,
There's footage of him at the hospital, like when he got at the hospital too. They took photos of his face, and he's all jacked up.
Jamie Foxx running up trying to prove his loyalty was one of the people. Whenever you're in trouble, Jamie Foxx will show up with a sheriff's hat. Oh, Jamie Foxx said we got to protect him. Oh, look at this. We were just talking about this. That's how we got here. No, the attack comes weeks after the actor Will Smith stormed across the, Here's that. We should look that up. I've seen it a million times. He does not look like somebody that was ready for it. I'm sorry.
But they're actors. This is the Oscars.
I just can't. And then
Yeah,
if
and
you
Will's
see
not
the
allowed to go
view,
back ever.
you see the view, and you see the other angle where look, you see her roll her eyes because he said the G.I. Jane, and like Will's laughing in 1 minute, but if you look from another angle, it looks like she's whispered in his ear, and here it comes.
Well,
wow.
There's other footage where she gives him the death stare too. She stares at Will like to kind of do something, nostril flare, and gave him the I smell cat piss face.
Yeah, he just
and that walk up was wrong. That took
just
a
slapped the
long
shit out of
time.
me. I'm sorry, y'all. I got to play this because I remember this, and his wasn't near as funny as Chappelle's, by the way. But yeah, Dave.
Love you, G.I. Jane 2. Can't wait to see it.
Oh, he should have said that, but he's like, Will Smith just slapped the shit out of me. Like it's like we know. I just can't imagine if that's a humiliation ritual. They did a good job. Look, he's laughing.
That was a nice one. Okay. I'm out here. Uh-oh, Richard. Oh, wow. Wow. Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
Nah, dude, that was a skit.
Wow, dude. It was a G.I. Jane joke.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
I'm going to, okay? Okay. That was a greatest night in the history of television.
Poor guy. I felt bad for him. I don't know if it was staged or whatever, but I feel if it was, I don't know who he pissed off because that's embarrassing. I can't imagine.
It is so embarrassing. The cringe level is 1,000. And Jada had a look on her face, right? Like she gave Will that look a little bit of being offended. But right after that, she had Schadenfreude. She had that duper's delight smile. You saw one side of her lips kind of do a sly smile. She knew exactly what the fuck that energy and upcoming skit was. I mean, Will it took him 30 steps to get all the way up to Chris Rock. That doesn't happen in that that spot in that type of a thing without it being an acting skit.
Are you expecting security to spear Will Smith off the stage while he's walking up smiling?
I think that it's all controlled and that those people are professional actors, and anything that happens, they do a lot of things that look spontaneous.
Billy, I'm sorry.
None of them are spontaneous. It's a production, just like any other production.
And you think one of those actors would risk a lifetime ban or do it knowing he'd get a lifetime ban from the awards?
Possibly, depending on what kind of blackmail situation could be going on in other avenues, depending
whole
on
nother
how bad we need attention, because none of them are getting any attention. We're all sick of them. This gave them.
Oh my God, we're so sick of them. You know what the best? I'm not doing it because we've all seen it so many times. But you know what the best thing ever was? Gervais. Gosh, I almost want to go look that up. I know you know that one, Forging, where he. I know you all got here. Got a caught up flight with Epstein. I know you're his friends.
Yeah. I think my favorite part is what he said. Don't push any environmental things. Don't tell any politics. Or don't talk about politics. Just get up here, get your award, and fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have
Hey,
no.
I'm going to have to go nighty poo.
Oh, good night, Yorga. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah, it's good talking to everybody and forging thought. Very nice talking to you. All right, everybody.
Absolutely. Take care, brother.
All right, I'll see you back.
Night.
Good night. I got to figure out how to get a guitar solo out of that guy. He's really
Man,
good.
I thought he would never leave, ladies.
Oh, I love my Yorga. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He's like the vampire pimp around these parts.
He is. Vampire pimp.
Oh,
Mom
yeah.
was just like that. That was scripted too. All of that was scripted.
The giant selfie, is that the same day? I kind of remember that
Yes,
stuff.
it was the
But
giant selfie.
you're so on it, Virginia, when you say we don't give a F anymore. Like, I used to watch that stuff. I caught something, I tried, and I lost interest at influencer trying to tell me, who was it? Oh, my gosh. I literally did lose interest hearing about people. It was freaking J-Lo trying to get attention again on herself. But nobody cared because nobody was there. That's how bad it is.
J-Lo is one of the worst people in Hollywood as far as like how she treats people. She treats every person that's not a famous person, she treats like the scum of the earth.
Did you say J-Lo, Forging Thought?
J-Lo, yeah. Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah.
She every bit of wait staff, anybody that's like works for her, any security, she treats like just dog meat. She treats them terribly.
I've heard that of Ellen also. Like Ellen.
Yeah,
Ellen is made of pure bitch. She is made of 100% pure bitch.
It's wild.
Reba McEntire too.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Reba McEntire.
Reba.
Yeah, I would have thought it would have been nice.
At least you didn't say Dolly Parton. If you said Dolly Parton, I was going to have to book a flight and have a chat with you about it because I love her.
No, man. I have faith in Dolly. But Bonnie, what have you heard about Reba? I'm curious.
That nobody likes to work with her. Whenever she's done concerts or anything here in Texas, it's really hard for them to get people to. She's just constant yell at her crew.
Really?
I'm sure she has some who travel along with her, but look at how many come and go.
Yeah.
I never heard that about Reba, but I don't think I've ever even really heard that Reba was still touring, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know if she still is, but.
So, Bonnie, on the same lines, who is the most kind person you've heard? You know, they come and tour or whatever. Like Reba, it sounds like she's one of the worst. Who's one of the most, like, cool? Like, everybody's like, right, I loved working for this person.
Cameron Diaz, a lot of people like. Sorry, but I've heard people say kind things about her. I don't know. That's the only one I know for sure. I think you would think Jennifer Aniston and Julia Roberts, but I don't know about either one of them. But I have heard it about Cameron Diaz. Was real, like everybody had nice things to say about her,
right,
and with her.
I've done private security for a handful of celebrities and artists, and I think one of the most down-to-earth, cool people I've met was Dan Aykroyd. Was really cool. He was one of the nicest guys I've ever met.
Huh.
Yeah,
Just
and
nice old goofy dude. He offers to buy you food everywhere you go. He's like, "You want a sandwich? You want a burrito?" Like, "No, no, I'm good." And he's like, "Are you sure? You look thin." And I was like, "No,
I
I'm good."
love a sandwich.
No, he's hella cool.
so is George Strait. He's a good one. And one y'all won't believe is John Travolta. He is down to
Oh,
earth, good
I've heard he's
people.
nice.
When he was pumping gas, he was allowing pictures. It was him and his wife, and they were just like normal people. Just
wow. John Travolta. Huh.
yeah.
That's cool. I love that.
I thought there was something wrong with I only had a tiniest bit in the other bottle, so I poured a little bit of wine out of another bottle, and I'm like, no, I'm fine. I'm just like, why does this taste different? And I thought it was me. It's black cherry and not blackberry. I know it's a small, and it's funny that I noticed that after I've had a glass of wine and not when I was sober. But I actually tasted it. And I'm like, this doesn't taste.
As long as it's not Boone's Farm.
No.
Oh, those are the days, though.
Actually,
Memory.
what happened? It's all right, Billy. Billy's like, oh gosh, I don't know if any of the other ones are either. And even you didn't let the wine breathe. Oh God, Monty's a wine snob. No,
By the way, hi Monty.
it's
Hey, Monty.
Hey Monty, good to see you. I miss you.
Tell me more about letting the wine breathe, Monty, because I'm not a wine snob. What? What is that? Oh, how the guy get past Dave's security? That was the joke, and I didn't see the rest of the stand-up. It must have been a later stand-up he did, Dave Chappelle. I mean, where he said he was giving his security shit, like the guy was there at the stand-up beginning. You need to quit wearing them shiny, slick ass shoes, you know. Trying to wear nice shoes, and then he really probably never really needed to like bum rush anybody. And then the one time they're at this nice event, and he's in these bougie shoes, he slipped and fell, and Dave had to like fight the guy a little bit or whatever for a split second. Anyways, that's what he said in a stand-up, and maybe he's just being funny, but that was his response.
Huh.
Anyway, I don't know. I think that it's interesting that I kind of just, I guess I thought both were real, but I could see where if one of them was fake, it probably was the Chris Rock in that one. But for me, there was like a lot of people. It was really funny how people were like on two sides of that, you know, because he like kind of did tighten his face. It's like he had his hands behind his back. You feel like if you knew a slap was coming, you would like try to block
Well,
it.
Will Smith walked up smiling. And then if you can see when he turns his hips and he throws the slap, that's when he gets all like, I'm a tough guy face and does it. He probably thought that Will was just coming up to do something goofy and ridiculous like celebrities do, like, look at us, we're zany. But no, he came up and
He's like, I
did
was
that
telling
dumb
jokes,
shit.
man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry that Xerxes over there sitting at your table told you to come do this, but if you don't get that joke, look up Xerxes from the movie 300. It looks exactly like Jada Pinkett Smith, and I'll dare you to tell me that it doesn't.
Yeah, I see your vision, dude. I see your vision for sure.
That's kind of like Roseanne's joke about Valerie Jarrett and everything looking like Planet of the Apes. And the truth is, it's not racist. She says she didn't know she was black, but she actually, look at the image, she really does look like it. It's not like, how can you help? I couldn't believe it when I saw what they were talking. Somebody did a video or something and showed me, and I was like, oh my gosh, holy crap. I could see why she would say that. But it is bad. Speaking of Roseanne, she had somebody on, y'all. I don't know if you're ready for this. I waited till Yorga left. Y'all are like, oh shit, no. But this, I didn't really wait till Yorga left. I don't know. If he'd have been here, he might have been interested or maybe not. It's Roseanne. She had this guy on named Dennis J. Wright, and he was talking about the other side and all this really kind of crazy. I don't know. Like, I hate to try to be the one to explain it, but it was really interesting. He's kind of seeing like near death experiences and kind of like astral projection and not being afraid of it, and like your soul being able to do things your body can't. I mean, he was kind of, I don't think I would ever ran across this guy if Roseanne didn't interview him. You know what I'm saying? Like, so the discussion is weird celebrity stuff.
Cool. I need to tap out.
Well, thanks for hanging out, 10. Oh, we didn't. I hope Billy's still around. Are we doing, what is today? Wednesday? Are we going to do a Sunday or Tuesday?
Hopefully.
What are the days?
Yeah, we'll see how much energy I got, you guys.
Okay, well, one night probably. We'll try to get Billy to put the link in and tell people to come to 10 TV too, because it is a lot of fun. And we are on What the Fuck Island, but we have fun there. We have fun.
Good night, Bonnie in Virginia, and it was nice to meet you, Fortune Talks.
Good night.
Take care.
She's like, no more crazy stuff for you tonight. It is interesting, though. I think. I hope I'm at the right spot. This is just, I don't know. I really do like the way they got it set up. The son, you don't. Would you say you hate these guys?
I hate his face. I hate his fucking face for some reason.
He's totally her handler. There's something weird about the way. I mean, it could be completely innocent. He kind of like, she wants him around. That's her son, and he kind of helps her think. It's kind of creepy, but it's also kind of, maybe it's okay, but I don't know. But it's more about
dude
this.
looks like he looks like every guy on a "Have you seen me" poster when it says the "Have you seen me" with the kid, and then it says last seen with. That's the guy.
Oh my goodness!
Tell me I'm lying.
I don't know.
I
mean,
never would have thought that.
I
He
don't know.
just
I
looks
think he's all right.
normal.
I don't know. He's kind of creepy. Now that you say that, yeah, it's creepy. But like when you look
Yeah,
at getting
yeah.
him, he's cool.
You can't unsee it, can you?
All right. Well, y'all, it's only like a minute and a half, I promise, just for a split second to kind of let you hear this guy, because I'm not going to explain it right if I try to.
What does it do for you to leave you?
And there's Roseanne in her PJs in her bed. God love America's mom. I love Roseanne. I really do. But I love
she's blonde.
And she's doing interviews from her bed. Like you talk, Yorga's gone, but talk about making money, just talking to people and having a good time. She's cool. She didn't have to go to a set. She's on her bed. Anyways, like
Is her hair white or did she go blonde?
She's going blonde for the moment. You know, that's how it is right now. But you never know with Roseanne. I feel like she changes her look a lot.
Yeah, last time I saw her, she had like brown hair, and
What
she
are
was
the
about.
what are the pluses of that?
She was also
okay. So the first plus.
What are the pluses of that? Of your soul leaving your body is what she's talking about to him.
Is a lot of people are seeking truth in life, and yes, you can find truth in the physical life here, but you really never find truth unless you understand death on the other side. And when you understand death, then you realize, well, there's no such thing as death.
The annuity stuff, Josh has been booking. This is true.
God.
I guess I picked a bad spot to be at. You don't. It's woo woo. You don't like it. See,
based on that, can I just say? I was gonna say, you know that scene in Animal House when the guy's going, "I gave my love a cherry," and then he breaks the guitar. That would be me right now because of this woo woo crap.
I knew I went woo woo too. I don't know. And I picked a bad spot too, right there. There is a lot of that, but then when they get just talking and stuff, like I have to say some of it makes sense to me, but I don't know. This guy could be full. Once again, he could be full of shit, but I'd never seen this guy if Roseanne didn't interview him. So I don't know. I kind of like it for that reason, because I think she is kind of a little out there and open-minded, but so am I, you know? Anyways, just one more second. I picked a spot with a commercial. It was a bad spot.
Forever that you are eternal being. Consciousness, you dictates the universe, not the universe dictating consciousness. It instantly frees you. The ultimate freedom is the freedom of fear of the unknown, which is death. Right. And once you break past that fear, then you are completely free. The greatest soul here is one that is completely fearless, because a fearless soul is an uncontrollable soul. Mm-hmm. Because how could they?
And it does. It goes on. And I know it's not really your vibe, so I'm going to stop for now. But they go on. They even mention the Akashic records. Have you heard of that? You talk about. Do you think that's just woo woo?
I'd like to translate. All he just said. The only thing he just said is you have to learn how to not care. That's all he said is you have to learn how to not care.
He does say it
That's all
over
he
and over
said.
again too. But there's a lot more. I'm not going to go through it all because
Well-
I actually supposed to stop for now. What's up, Bonnie? Sorry, what'd you say, Bonnie?
I mean, that's kind of the way I believed is you, our soul doesn't die. It goes on to eternity. That's what's promised in the Bible. And so I don't see what was wrong with that part. But knowing that would take away a lot of the fear, but it's our natural instinct to, I guess you could say, protect the temple. And it's our natural instinct to want to live.
Yeah. And he talks a lot about letting go of the fear. And if you don't like think of the fearful things and they don't materialize, like they get into sleep paralysis. I was totally going to go down this rabbit hole, but I've actually been on longer than I meant. I always end up around 5 hours, and I told myself I'd go a little shorter so we could still have a backstage and not end early,
It's my fault.
Which, it's not your fault. I still was thinking about it.
It's my fault.
No.
The thing is,
Oh
it
my
has gone
goodness.
really good, and oh yeah, we took a couple left turns and stuff, but that's fun because I remember that, And Unscripted is so fun, with the Chris Rock and the freaking Dave Chappelle and all that. That's a lot of fun. I remember that the whole entire time frame, and it was like we were all. That was the right. I don't know. It is crazy. So many things were going on during then.
But it is good to have some fear, because if you didn't, you wouldn't take precautions to keep people out of your home, even. You,
Yeah,
I don't know if that's
like I said-
fear or common sense. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know though, because I don't know. It just depends. Like I said, his whole thing. I hate to speak. I hate to do this, but it's a lot, and it would take longer than the rest of the 5 hours to do it all. But he talks about his sleep paralysis and how he was used to be afraid, so he couldn't leave his body or whatever. And it's once he realized he wasn't afraid of death, he could leave. He said he saw the 7 levels of heaven. He describes things. He talks about being involved in experiments where other people were in another room with a whiteboard writing different words on. So he would do his thing or whatever, go into these other realms, go into the other room and look at it, but still supposedly his body's in the other room and get the answers right. And all these different experiments like this. And, it is what it is.
Teleporting?
Yeah, sort of.
That's crazy. That's crazy. He said all that, and then he showed proof for all of it too.
He didn't show the proof. He spoke with the proof. So
imagine that. That's weird. I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Strange that. Weird.
So bizarre. So bizarre.
Give me a break. You ever heard of Terrence Howard? This guy reminds me of Terrence Howard.
Oh, I know who Terrence Howard is.
Mm-hmm.
He was just recently talking about, getting your man card taken and how you never come back from that. He's never had his man card taken.
I've created a new kind of math. How'd you do that? Linchpin. What's linchpin? Transitional flight, and 2 + 1 is 74. And it's all about the linchpin and the universal vibes that come into your corpuscular cunnilingus mathematicians.
What is cunnilingus?
And Joe Rogan goes, "Oh, wow, awesome." I'm just saying the guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about because he just spits out a bunch of words.
Mm-hmm.
You toss out a bunch of voodoo, hoodoo, weird shit that people in Starbucks will be like, "Oh, I never thought of it that way," and all of a sudden you're on TV.
He's not on TV still, though. He's on Roseanne's YouTube.
You're on some kind of media, some kind of crap that we just watched. I saw it here. I didn't know about him before.
And I didn't know about him before Roseanne. I don't think I would have found about him on mainstream. That's all I'm saying. That's kind of why I liked it, because I don't know. I'm very similar. I'm going to listen. You could be completely crazy, and I'm still going to listen to your completely crazy thoughts and decide for myself. Because amazing how there's like a little piece of the truth in everything. And certain things, exactly what you said, Forging. I never thought of it like that. You've never had that moment? Like, it's nice to have that moment. Like, I've never thought of it
Oh,
like that.
don't
Like
get me wrong. I love listening to this stuff. It's like I don't watch wrestling because I think it's real. Like I know it's fake. I like watching it because it's entertaining. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I love watching this kind of crap. It's just when they're talking, I'm like, oh my god, oh.
See, like this type of stuff, y'all, right here. Your soul leaves a lot when you sleep, but it's tethered to your body as long as the pineal gland does its job. That the spark you lose your tether and become an empty vessel. See, here's the thing, is what he was speaking to. I can totally relate to the fear. Because if you talk to me about leaving my body to go anywhere, to look at a whiteboard or to go to the other room or to leave my body, I'm going to look at you like you're crazy. And I'm going to say, I'm not. When I think of leaving my body, I think of leaving my vessel empty and unguarded. And that sounds freaking insane, but that's also fear, kind of like the guy was saying,
Right.
And but it's also like maybe it's a good thing. I have just no intentions on, I'll probably leave this body one day, but I'm not going to rush it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to come back and have to share rent with somebody or some kind of entity or something. Oh,
Well,
Anna.
what Ann was saying
All
about near-death experience, and she said she saw the
Right
doctor
here.
standing over her whenever she was up above him. My grandfather told the same story when he had his wreck, and I saw a man that went, he was like, okay, too many of these stories are sounding alike, and he didn't believe it. And so he went to other countries. He went to the middle of nowhere, and the stories were still the same for people who had experienced where they died and came back. Their stories were all the same that they could see from up above.
Yeah, and you know
I
what
know.
else is another one?
Yeah.
Sorry, real quick, I'll get in and I'll get out. Another one is when people say they lived other lifetimes and they tell you things, they're children, and they say I was stabbed in the heart, and they show you this mole instead of a scar, but then the scar, the person they describe, the life and the injury all exist. I've read books and had seen things where some of these cases actually do exist, and it's like there's some phenomenon. Some things they sound crazy, conspiracy, whatever, but they're just phenomenons in the world. And I think those things are hard to explain away,
Agreed.
I don't
sorry.
know about reincarnation. I don't.
Right, me either. But when I hear things like that, it's what really kind of changes it for me. I'm like, well, how do you explain that? Because I had a book or something, like a physical, actual. It's so crazy. So much stuff is digital or online or whatever, articles. This was a physical book, and I remember reading in it. It's like several different people, and they were like young children describing these lifetimes. And I was this, I was that.
Yeah.
This was my job. This is what I did. I died at this age, and it's like, how is that possible? Anyway,
I know when I was a kid, I used to have a dream about playing outside with this other group of kids, but it was in another country. They were dressed like all the boys had white shirts with black pants. They had the black, I don't know what you call it, the newspaper cap.
Scally cap.
The house was always the same. It was white and black. I don't know why everything was black and white, but the girls' dresses.
my uncle always says that, Brew. Actually, go ahead, Bonnie. I'm sorry.
You can just tell it's a different time than the time I grew up in. And I don't know why I would have that dream. Sometimes I have thought that maybe memories from ancestors could be passed down. I think the natives actually believe that also. And I do have the Choctaw great grandmother. I don't know. I don't know what. Can't explain it, but it was. I dreamed it several times, and I don't know what the meaning was, but.
And I do
don't
believe
know.
in dreams. They are, and it's the closest to your subconscious, your spirituality. Like there's something about dreams. And I don't know if anybody can say with any certainty everything there is, but it's definitely been said it's the closest to your subconscious that you can get is your dreams, and that because when you're awake, you're unaware of it, but when you're asleep, you're kind of in your subconscious, right?
Yeah.
Right.
That's the way I understood it. And that's what's weird about this guy. He says all of this started with this sleep paralysis, and he was afraid to die. He had a lot of fear, so he had to accept it, so he could then go to all these other planes, whatever. They actually talked about mind control, farming, making us stupid and fearful. I don't know. Roseanne talked some of it too, but I'm sorry, Forging. It's just like 2 or 3 minutes. He's gonna be like rolling his eyes the whole time. But I find that even if
No, I'm
it's
just listening. I'm
wrong,
just listening.
just tell me why it's wrong. I find that interesting as well. Like this guy might be cuckoo. I gotta admit that. The only reason I'm hearing him is because Roseanne took a personal interest and took her time out of her day. And I find that kind of thing kind of interesting too. I don't know. I don't think she's bought and paid for it. I think she's just kind of an open-minded, crazy lady like me. She's America's mom.
This is one of the topics I tiptoe around because people in the past have thought, like when I put in my 2 cents, that I'm trying to offend them, and I'm not. Just because the only thing I can go off is my own experience, and I at one point in my life I had to be revived 3 times, and I was dead for about 7 minutes, clinically dead.
Then this topic should be up your alley.
Well, the thing is I'm the one that pops up and say, I was thrown into an APC with 3 Marines covering me in towels and holding me down, and I passed out in Afghanistan, and I woke up in Germany, and there was no light, there was no darkness, there was no nothing. There was me being held down by a bunch of Marines in Afghanistan, and then there was me being held down by a bunch of doctors in Germany, and it was several days later. And people are like, you're just discrediting everybody else who saw light and saw this. I'm like, no, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying what I experienced. So, that's what I have to go off with.
Well, I'm not like that. I'm not going to get mad at anybody for expressing their opinions or their thought, even if it's completely the opposite of mine. It's like, that's what makes a conversation. If everybody's just like, yes, I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you. That's going to be the boringest conversation ever.
Yeah. We're not robots.
Exactly.
What did I just see?
I don't know. I'm waiting till
right here.
everybody gets all their things out before I hit go because it's like 2 minutes. But go ahead, Bonnie.
Debbie said, as your mind opens up through ascension, you get to where you remember more and communicate more and connect your dots. And so these videos that I've been sharing that are kind of touching on that we have with the frequencies and the energies, the power inside of us to actually do a lot more than we know we can do.
This is kind of what he's saying, yeah.
And so I don't know him. I don't know what he's into. I
just listened to this. I did listen. And that's the thing, Bonnie. There were things he was talking about that he's like, religion tells you to be afraid. And like Roseanne was kind of chiming in. I'm just listening objectively. I would not do that. I'm going to say that as a disclaimer to anybody. I'm not leaving. I've said this, and I will, if I change, I'm not going to, voluntarily leave my body to go anywhere. I like to be in my body. I want to stay in my body. If these people want to do that,
if I leave it, somebody's going to take it.
Right. Or an entity, evil spirit, whatever.
I'm like a hermit crab. I'm going to stay right in this thing.
Exactly.
Or I'll tell you what he's in. Just by judging by the looks of my bed, to answer your question of what he's into, I'm going to guess it's really designer coffee that he needs to tell you about and really shitty experimental jazz music. That's what he's into. Um,
He does look like he liked jazz. That's just
Experimental jazz. That's funny.
I
and
feel
you're
bad for
not going
laughing
to
at
ask him
that.
about his coffee. You're not going to say, "Hey, tell me about that espresso," but he's going to fucking tell you about it for some reason. He's going to sit next to you and he's going to tell you all fucking about it.
100%.
You're not going to hate him, but you're aware of it and it pisses you off.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I even me, and I'm pretty open. Like I'm like a grain of salt in this whole thing, but I found a lot of it interesting, and I enjoyed a lot of it. And this is I think Roseanne gets involved with this. I think.
Which is mind control.
Yep, there she is.
Essentially, yeah.
That's what I try to do too. And I know that that's our big enemy, the farming of particularly the American mind. I know it's worldwide, but boy, America is the last holdout of freedom in the world right now, and where they really are doubling down on making us stupid and fearful. And,
Yeah, well,
you know,
America holds the template of freedom. That's the whole template of that America, the country, is freedom. So America holds the true template of true freedom. Yeah. So when you ruin that, you could say then you ruin the rest.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
because do you think the human mind and soul are interconnected?
So the all right. So the soul and the mind are connected, but the soul is really connected through the heart. Yeah, that's the true connection point. But it's connected to the mind as well. But the mind, for instance, you could be very like there's a recent thing, the telepathy tapes, and this will back what I'm about to say. Yeah,
we just talked about this.
I am interested in the telepathy tapes. I'm going to let this go to about like 36. So like 2 more minutes just to let y'all know. And then I'm going to pause it and we can talk again. I'm sorry. I do remember they talked about this and they actually go, I'll stop it and we'll come back to the frequencies. But unless you're just uninterested, I think that he might be a little out there, but between the 3 of them, they're on to something.
Last week.
Perfect. So the mind is just a receiver and transmitter of this frequency that we're in, and it also broader too. So it could tap into broader frequencies, light spectrums as well, if you know how to do it properly. So that's what the brain is, just a receiver and transmitter, or receiver mainly. The soul has access to all information. Now, if the brain is blocking that signal from coming through, like I gave you the example with the sun, then it makes it harder to receive information from your source. Yeah, that's where you get the cutoff. Now, people with the telepathy tapes and autism, they are here. They're operating from here. And they're allowing the brain to do what they do. You could say they're not smart. You say these people aren't smart. That's what people would say. Yeah. But then they're accessing all of the information that normal people can't. Right. They're doing telepathy, which is a natural ability of ours because they're operating from here. Their soul is fully pushing through, and they're able to tap into more of the things around us. So if we were to base IQ or intelligence based off IQ, I said that wrong, but if we were to base intelligence based off IQ, then we have it backwards, because intelligence is not based off an IQ. Intelligence is based off of how much your soul could connect to here, because that's the true intelligence of all things. That is the truth. You could say dolphins, for instance. Yeah. People would say, oh, dolphins are not IQ intelligent, but they have.
I know the guy is a little out there, but there's certain parts certain parts more than others.
Oh my God, my ass hurts listening to that.
I love that you're up here. I swear. And the deep exhale, let me know.
God.
I am Kush. I really was supposed to wrap it up and I just keep going. Go ahead, Ford.
Everything he just said was a whole bunch of things that someone sat there thinking about, like, wouldn't this be cool if it was like this? And all he said was a bunch of words that don't connect to each other, but sound philosophical enough that somebody could ponder it and maybe possibly being a thing, even though what he said was complete crap. The heart doesn't do anything except keep the brain alive. Our entire body is to keep the brain alive. Essentially, we aren't people. We are a brain, and everything that makes up the rest of our body is the skeleton, the tank, basically keeping our brain alive, and all the organs we need to keep the brain functioning.
Okay,
This is a
what
guy
do
that
you?
if you said, I want to get a DVD player, he'd be like, actually, you don't need a DVD player because let me tell you, what is a DVD player? You take the cover off a DVD player. What does that do for you? Now, the VHS, that, give me a fucking break.
Yeah, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, man.
I yield
know
my
what you're
time.
saying. He was like a space cadet. But Forging, what would you say the measure of intelligence is? Because IQ is one thing. It's intelligence to me. It's not what you've memorized. It's how you think. And I think that
So,
dude was. I think that dude was like trying to say that IQ
no,
is
because
not.
I was thinking that myself and he was way the fuck off. He was
All
saying
right,
it's how you
word.
connect
So
with your
how
soul.
do
I
you
believe
define
that
intelligence?
it's the application of gained wisdom. Because you could know everything in the world, like every fact, every Jeopardy question, be a complete moron. You being
Okay.
able to apply yourself with problem solving, common sense, rationality, all those things that come together to be applicable use of that knowledge that you have gained, or your adaptability in coming up with stuff on the fly, that is how real intelligence should be measured.
You don't if you don't use it, you don't have it.
You can have all the knowledge. So there's a line in the movie Smokey and the Bandit that's actually very relevant for this. And I know that sounds silly, but Sally Field is talking to the bandit, Burt Reynolds, and she
Or
says,
is it
well, you've
Sally
never heard of
Field?
cats? I'm sorry?
I just said, or is it
What?
Sally Fields? That's just another Mandela effect. You said
It
Sally
is
Field.
Mandela, you're right.
You said
It is.
Field, and
Well,
it
I don't
sounded
really know.
weird to me because in my timeline
Just
she
because you
was
did
Sally
that.
Fields.
Well,
Right?
you know
It
what?
is
I'm
what
going to
it
call
is.
her by her character name. She is Frog. Ha! Anyway, so
Frog?
so Frog says to Bandit she's making fun of him because he doesn't know all these different Broadway plays and he doesn't know what the Tonys is and stuff because she's talking about Broadway. She's like, you haven't heard of Cats? You haven't heard of Fiddler on Tin Roof or whatever the hell plays she says? And he's like, no, no. And then she kind of snickers like he's a dumbass. And he goes, all right. And he tips up his hat. He's like, do you know who Conway Twitty is? She goes, no. And he's like, how about Merle Haggard? She says, no. And he says, how about Charlie Pride? And she says, no. He says, however dumb you might be is often directly related to whatever geographical location you're standing in. Meaning it's all relative. It's how you apply the knowledge that you have. The world around
Because
you
I'm in
comes at you in
Kentucky,
many different ways.
I'm a genius because I live in Kentucky, or how's that work?
I mean,
It's just saying,
Fortune, but that's just memorizing a certain culture in your spot. It's how you think is intelligence to me. That's memorizing exactly where you are within 500 miles of where you were squirted out of a beaver somewhere.
that was to say it's all relative. Because if you can
Yeah,
be the
it
smartest
is,
person in the world as far as book smarts, but if you can't use it, what the hell are you gonna do with it?
but not everyone is limited to that 500-mile radius. I know a lot of people who are, for sure. Like they cannot see out of their realm, right? But
I was just using that as a justification and a broad spectrum of relativism and things being subjective. That's what that was about. It wasn't actually to be about geographical location. It was just saying,
perspective, for sure.
Okay.
I mean, we're on the same page.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm having so much fun. Can I do 2 more minutes of him and get your reaction, Forging? We'll do 2 minutes of him and we'll do like 2 minutes of Forging's reaction. I mean, I'm afraid your head's going to explode. I don't know.
oh no, I love this crap.
I'm enjoying it too because honestly, I have to be honest. When I watch it, I'm like, but I'm listening to because I am open minded. And then this, I feel like they made some points right here. I think it's been a minute. Hold on.
And so a lot of the stuff that I share, I can't necessarily read because when I read words, they tend to flip on me. Yeah, so I have to have things read it to me because if I have to read stuff, sometimes I'll read it in a different way. I'll read words that say something completely different.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's been quite a long process of many years of trying to disprove myself and getting information from other beings as well, being shown and confirming it.
This is remote viewing.
Yeah, that's what it's awesome.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, the CIA does this stuff.
Ding, ding, ding.
We've been trying to crack this.
I'm so mad at you right now, Forging. I'm just so upset with you because I'm looking at this guy's face now, and
you can't unsee it, can you?
It's like, I mean, I don't know.
Just picture Chris Hansen going, "How about you have a seat?" No, why don't you go ahead and have a seat?
But I'm
Have
going
a
to read
seat.
your text to you. Here's your text.
Yeah.
What did you mean by
I was just
condoms?
bringing pizza. I'm going to take off. No, why don't you have a seat? Okay.
I didn't like him anyway because I kind of do feel like he's kind of her handler, but also, I mean, so far they go well. But anyways, I'm so sorry. I'm just like looking at him now because of you. Thank you.
For 75, 80 years, they've been looking into it. I think as we get older and smarter, all of us, we're starting to see that those weren't just crazy theories back in the telepathy tapes, for example. That's that's real shit.
Yeah.
And I think people are waking up. No.
Yeah, you don't pump billions of dollars into a CIA operation of trying to trigger the out of body state for it not to be true.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Were you ever approached by the CIA or anybody when you started talking about this stuff? Have they tried to recruit you?
I'll say this: there was a friend of mine that I was.
I feel like the short answer to that was no, but I was more interested in what was already said. You know, they're talking about all the money that the CIA spent to discover and to establish this, so it can't be for nothing. There must be a reason.
That was a completely nonsense statement, though, because the government has provingly spent billions of dollars on things that go.
But I'm going to give you two, Fortune. Go ahead. Go.
Sorry. So he said that, well, they wouldn't. That's just like I said, the people that want to believe in the conspiracy over everything else. That dude just said the government wouldn't spend billions on something if it wasn't real. What the hell is research? If the government thinks something might be possible, so they attempt it and it doesn't work, did that money never exist?
But I think it's more
they
like
spend money on things all the time.
I think it's more like, okay, maybe if it was just like a thought, it would be this amount, but because it was such a large amount, it was like you're kind of betting on this. I don't know. I think that's what they were saying. It was a lot
what
of
he's
money.
saying is like, I'm not saying the research didn't happen, and I'm not saying the actual like experiments didn't happen, but he's claiming that the end result is real. He's saying that like the big payoff is real, when it's pretty obvious that it's like the government was trying to do some crap that they couldn't figure out and they just wasted money on it.
Trust the
And
science.
he's trying to say like,
fool.
well, we know about the whole thing, but we don't know about the end. They're keeping that from us.
Why can't you just trust the science? What's wrong with your IQ? You know?
Man,
it's the same concept.
Yeah, I really did. I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole anymore, but like, because it just is what it is. It it really is more of just like, some of it was like to kind of just makes you think about these things. I do think there's a lot, you know, I'm not going to do it. Let me just put that out there. Like I keep saying that I'm not doing it. But if you want to spend your time leaving your body and documenting and telling me what you do and don't see, and I mean, maybe I'm a fool for listening, but he talks about the 7 places of heaven. I'm not going to go all into it because I can see it's not entertaining you, and I don't want to. I really don't want to.
No.
Like,
It's just I'm interested, but I think there's probably something to it because he said he suffers. I'm guessing from dyslexia, because he says that words flip around in his head, or he has something similar. So he's a good talker. He said he has to have other people give him information or read stuff to him. So he has a hard time absorbing certain information. So the way he's speaking, he's an eloquent talker, which means he's probably got a very creative mind. So he probably has an imaginative mind, and he has a lot of time to sit there and kind of put ends together himself because he can't do research on his own. I'm guessing from what he said. If you got a hell of an imagination and you're trying to make ends meet, you might find ends meeting where they don't actually meet. Or you might just have a theory that's kind of off the walls, but because you can't do your own research, maybe he hasn't been able to explore it enough, and this is what he's come up with. I think that it's probably a case of like he's just got a lot of kind of out there theories because he can't do a lot of extended research on his own. That's from his own description. That's not me like trying to be a dick. I mean, he said that he can't do research unless people are telling him about stuff. So I'm guessing a lot of it is him.
I have a question. Do you believe in a higher power of any kind? I don't care how you define it, but do you believe in a higher power?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Of no kind?
Yeah.
After everything I've researched and everything I've been through and everything I've experienced, no. I think that life is precious.
Showing up at the beginning. We start this end of the night, beginning of the night questions. Like, I do, as far as like you know, I just kind of wonder how that works. So I guess you have to believe it. I mean, you don't have to, but you probably believe in evolution then, because you don't believe in any higher power whatsoever. So it's a big bang, and that's how we got here. Was we evolved?
The Big Bang has nothing to do with evolution.
Right. Yeah. Evolution is not necessarily part of this. Like I'm picking you up, and
Boy, really.
I'm not dogging your point of view at all. All right.
Neither. I'm not either.
No, I'm not thinking you're wrong. I was just pointing out origin of species has nothing to do with the universe's
No, it doesn't.
origin.
Darwin has nothing to do with it. So as far as a higher power, so would you describe yourself as an atheist or an agnostic?
I'm a human.
Oh, you can't pick between the two. I'm interested in that because there is a very definite difference between.
I don't give it the energy because I think life is far too precious. Life is too short to be guessing what's on everybody's mind. We need to tell each other what's on our minds. We need to be good people while we're here because I believe this is the only life that we have, and we need to make it better for everyone that's here in the meantime.
There's nothing. Even so, we die. There's nothing. We don't. Even though you don't believe in a higher power, you don't believe that we evolve into something else, like something spiritual or a tree or a flower. What's that, Virginia?
Life after death? Like
it's just over, in your opinion. I'm asking you your opinion. I'm not mad either way. I'm just curious.
I don't believe there's life after death, and I have my own very personal and very meaningful reasons why.
Okay. So you don't believe in life after death, and that would eliminate pre-existence also. So like our lifetimes are a biological spark, and then, goes through a normal process of gestation and growth and death. And then that's it as far as the energy that it runs that in us.
Well, whatever energy we had in our bodies is retained somewhere else because energy can't be destroyed, but it doesn't get retained as us, basically. So like as a conscious us, like people like to think of an afterlife, or people like to think of like a soul ascending, it wouldn't be a conscious us. It would just be another form of energy.
Uh-huh. What do you think that
is super fucking depressing, Forging. I got to say, not only our energy goes on, but it's not us. Like, so we get to go on, but we're still dead. That's kind of depressing as fuck. Well, I'm just going to be honest from my opinion.
So you don't cherish every moment here in life?
I definitely try to cherish every moment, but I would find it hard to enjoy it if I thought that this was completely it. And I try not to think
every single day. Here's the way I look at it. And I'm not dogging anybody. I'm not talking down about anybody. Please don't believe that.
Yeah.
Every single day that we wake up in the United States of America, there's roughly 4,000 Americans that didn't get to wake up. Every day is a gift. Tomorrow is never guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
I lost my daughter, and this is going to be I'll do the short version of this. I lost my daughter in 2011 to cancer after she fought for her life with leukemia for over half her life. She died at the age of 5. After her spinal taps and after her bone marrow extractions which were two of the most excruciating things you could have happen to you, she would still have her lower half numbed after her spinal taps and crawl over to me to hold me because she saw me crying, because she's stronger than I could ever be. Every time I ever cried while my daughter was alive, she would find a way to get to me and hold me. There's times I've been at my house screaming at the top of my lungs, knowing how the end of my gun tastes, and I've felt nothing. If there's any kind of afterlife, my Bella Monster would have found a way to make me feel her.
Oh man.
And that's my own personal.
Okay. That's fair.
I'm so sorry.
She would have torn this planet in half to make me feel her. And that's why I don't believe.
Right. Okay.
Wow.
And I wonder though, some of those feelings you had, even reaching or feeling for that was her. Like how do you know it didn't occur and you didn't see it? You know what I mean?
Because it hurt too bad.
Well, that's shit. That
Well,
is
I try to be, it is what it is. But if you go from a biblical sense, depending on who you talk to, people will say, once you're absent from the earth, you don't interact with the earth anymore. If you're going from a biblical sense, you die and you're present with God, or you're kind of you're in between, depending on who's deciphering what. But I mean, from a biblical sense, and I know not everybody believes from the Bible, but that being said, that might bring you comfort to think it's not because she didn't want to, it's because the laws don't apply that way. But that's, once again, you said you don't believe in the
It's
Bible.
all
God.
subjective. I've read 3 different versions of the Bible, and I found it to be
I've
a
read
lot
several.
less inspiring than most people. A lot less inspiring than most people
I
think,
try to
especially when
read
you
the
get to
books
things.
that were removed, like the Apocrypha. I try to read.
Especially when you get to things like Isaiah 45:7 that says, "I am the Lord thy God. I create the light. I create the darkness. I am the good, and I create all evil. I'm the Lord. I do all these things."
Okay.
Yeah.
But also, and then there are the books that were gone that talk about the fallen angels and the Nephilim, and there's a lot of layers. And I don't even think I've reached the end. But I personally, I do believe those things. I believe from a spiritual, and it is what it is. I definitely
And
don't
I
want
would
to
never
think
insult you for that. That's
no, and I don't think you would. I absolutely don't. But I'm just saying, like, even though I believe that, like, I am so conspiratorial. Like, I want to see all the books. If you took a book out, then I want to read that book. And what other book is there? And I've read Mary Magdalene, and and it was actually kind of.
Oh yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't learn about things like the Council of Nicaea and not want to read all the rest of the books. It's crazy.
Well, but I don't know. I just think that if you look at it from a biblical standpoint and you think that she left the earth and she's either in a sleep until she's like arisen for God, or she somehow skipped all that and was immediately present with God, which I don't know all the circumstances. You don't know how it goes, but I mean, none of us do. But I'm just saying, that being the case, it wouldn't be like she wasn't answering you. It would be like the law, that there's laws to everything. I don't know the laws, and maybe it's just not it's like, and then the people that talk about the veil thinning and they speak to the dead, that's kind of like that guy. He talks about being in the world after death and everything. I don't want to do that, but I know people say they can, but I don't know if I believe it either. But I'm just saying, if she couldn't, then that doesn't mean that she's not in an afterlife. Maybe the laws just don't allow her to do that, even if she wanted to. Maybe, just a thought. It doesn't make it true, but I'm just saying that's what I would
No, I hear
think
you.
of it.
I'm listening to everything you're saying. The way I see it is I'm not going to say unhindered, because I don't think people who believe in anything religious are hindered by any means. I'm not talking down to anybody. It's just everyone's belief is their own. With me, I believe in the things I can touch, taste, feel, see, prove, and know. And I know that I've come to the personal belief that you just need to be a good person. And I feel like being a good person and being empathetic to those around me, despite not having any religious reason to do it, has benefited me, honestly, because some of the people I know that have done it for other reasons seem kind of mad about it, which is weird. But I just believe that when you're here in life, it's valuable. You need to do what you can while you're here to not leave a hole. By that I mean, if you take away more good than you leave, like, you absolutely have to leave more good than you take away. Otherwise, when you die, you're going to leave a hole, and somebody else can fall into that hole. So you don't need to leave a hole.
Yes. Like a generational
And I like to,
curse. But
exactly. And I don't
never
necessarily believe that. Go ahead.
you've never felt something spiritually that was good and overwhelming in a good way at any point in your life? You've never had a moment where
I
you're
have
just
felt.
like, go ahead.
I have with people who are still alive.
okay, but not.
Explain that
So
to
you're
me.
looking for a
Them.
sign.
Actually.
You're not getting a sign, and that leads
I've
you
seen
toward
more
God.
inspirational. I've seen more inspirational strength and magic from human beings that show some of the most unbelievable kindness and empathy that you could, just the most beautiful things that you could ever see in life, and realizations of how amazing humans can be to each other in this horrible world, with the volunteering with the kids up at the hospital and everything. And yeah, it's
That's good
I
that you
don't
see
think
that.
that I don't think I've ever seen anything like that anywhere else, and I've never felt anything like that from anywhere except for the things I can see with my eyes. And I'm
May I
appreciative
say
for that because I
something?
can see it right in front of me. You know.
May I say
And my
something?
daughter, she was such a
Go ahead.
yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay. One of my daughters, she was about 6 years old. It was a thing that we do. Love you more. No, I love you more. Bigger than the earth, bigger than this, bigger than that. And she looked at me and she said, Mama, you can't love me more because I chose you. That was like, whoa. I know from experience that just because I have faith and I believe doesn't mean that bad things are not going to happen. Cancer sucks really bad, and I can't explain that. I can't explain why children get it. I can't explain
There's so many
why
things like that that
they
can't
would
be explained.
suffer. I think that
Hi, Tate.
there's things going on in this world that could cause that through genetics, through whatever that, for whatever reason, it could be passed down, maybe. I don't know. I have not lost a child to cancer. I did lose a daughter on Valentine's Day suddenly, and I have done the same thing, hoped for a sign. Like a couple of nights after
I
I was
definitely know
sitting
what she's
here.
about to say. I heard this already. Yeah, I already know what you're about to say. So yeah, I'm gonna shut up. I'm just vouching. I've heard this before. Yeah.
I was sitting here and my youngest daughter lives with me, and she came in here and I said, "Did you turn on my humidifier?" And she said, "No, Mom. Why?" And I said, "Look at it. It's on." And my daughter that passed, every night before I went to bed or before she went to bed, she would say, "I'm going to fill your humidifier for you," and turn it on. And so she would do that. And nothing was touching this humidifier. If there's there was just no way it could come on. And my humidifier and my heating pad, because a lot of times my back is pretty painful, and so I would lay against my heating pad. And that's the only sign that I think I've had that she's okay and in a better place. But I still have to hang on to that.
Right.
And
And
ma'am, I want you
like,
to know that I'm not trying to discredit that in any way, and I'm not discrediting anything you're saying. I'm deeply sorry for your loss, and trust. I wish I could give you a big hug right now. I'm
Yeah.
just stating
Digital
that
hug.
I was asked why I feel the way I feel, and that's why I feel the way I feel. I will never pretend to know what anybody else is going through, because everybody's trauma is different and everybody's baby is unique. And
there's always the
that
thing
was
about
just
like the couple days, like, okay, like somebody dies, right? And then there's a couple days, like everybody, like different religions see it differently, but there's a couple days where it's kind of like almost in limbo or whatever. And after 2 or 3 days or something like this, or a certain amount of time, it's like, it's over from there. And I don't know, like, I know it sounds insane when I say it, but I've heard these certain types of things. Like, I don't know, it is in the way I see it, a lot of it is unexplainable, but, and anything is possible. I believe in souls coming back, but not all people do. I met a lady one
we were
time.
talking.
Go ahead. Go
I was
ahead.
just gonna say we were on Steve Harlow's channel one night talking about Ronnie. It was right
Oh,
after he passed, and I was talking up on there, and I remember saying something that I think would be relevant to this. Like I said, I would never discredit anything anybody would say, but there's something that you know you probably did feel that, and that's amazing for you. Like, that's awesome. I just don't know that myself. Like, I didn't experience that, so I don't know that feeling. I don't know that confidence. So for me, I take solace and comfort and strength in the fact that I have the words "Bella lives" tattooed on my hands. I tell everybody I can about my daughter, because she was a monster, dude. She was a shit. She was such a tough little girl. She was way stronger than I will ever be. She was just everything. She was my whole world. And I've known bikers, gangsters, Marines, soldiers, MMA fighters. The most gangster, most warrior-blooded individuals I've ever met in my entire life are all under the age of 10 years old, living up on the hill at Dornbecker Children's Hospital in Portland, Oregon. And they're just little soldiers, man. They're amazing. And my little girl was the strongest of all of them. And
Right.
what I know is that she inspired me to be a better person, and I'm a much better man for having known her. So that's why I say Bella lives. And I'll never say that anybody else, you know, can't believe what they want to believe, because that's you know your own truth. You know what's going on in your life. You can feel things I can't. I just haven't felt those. So for me, I take solace in the fact of knowing that I can share her stories with other people. And I actually did want to believe in an afterlife. I myself personally, I just haven't been able to. I wish I could, but I can't. And I got my reasons,
I
but I do
rescue.
take solace in knowing that I tell her story to people, and it helps them live a better life, and it helps me be a better person than I would be, because she's a way better human being than I could ever hope to be in my life. And she was only the age of 5, and she's way more of an amazing human than I'll ever be, and I'm 40. So that's all I meant by that.
Yeah, I definitely am unsure about all the things, but I did meet a lady that named Kathy May was her name, and she had an amazing story about how her son had, it's actually terrible now that I'm saying it, but her son, tried to, did unalive himself. And then she was so desperate, like I think she may have tried to do the same thing. And ever since she came back and she stayed alive, she could like see him and talk to him, and she could see other people beyond the veil. And she was a really nice lady, but she did tell me things that I don't know how she could have known about my grandmother. And I always felt guilty for even showing up and meeting this lady, because I was taught completely against it. Like, biblically, don't go speak. These people are bad, whatever. But when you talk to her, she like glowed light, and maybe she was the best fake person in the world, but I believed her. And she told me things like my grandmother's favorite color and random things, just boom. And when I say that, you're all like, oh yeah, grandma's favorite color, whatever. I just want to let you know that her favorite color was yellow, which is like I don't know if I've ever asked anyone what their favorite color was, and they said yellow besides my grandmother. It's like really unique. you know, pink, purple, all the colors. Anyways, that one struck me like how I didn't even ask. Like she just said it to me. It was pretty interesting.
And it's all yellow.
I love that song.
Me
What year
too.
your daughters at Doran Birch? Anyways, I just feel like that lady, she was in touch with something, but I wasn't even supposed to entertain it or believe in it. But I couldn't help the fact that she knew things.
Right.
And I did feel guilty. I'm not gonna lie. Only like 2 or 3 times, and it was it was strange. It really was. There was like a small group of people. They did kind of a guided meditation, and you know, it was kind of strange. I totally donated money because I'm like on her time. I'm in her space, whatever. And spoke to her and I remember the alone thing was like all booked up and cost a lot of money. And I almost was too afraid to do it because she knew too much just from a quick conversation. And so things like that make me be like, how can there not be? Who was she? You know, when I spoke to my uncle, what his thing was, I saw in chat earlier, it's like, oh, the devil, the demons, they know. My uncle said the same. You better not talk to that lady. He's like, you know who else knows your grandmother's favorite color? Demons. I love my uncle.
Oh man. But
I love him so much, but is he wrong? Is he wrong? But at the same,
but is he right?
Oh yeah, he's right.
I don't know, man. I think that we are programmed to be afraid of signs and symbols, and you know, maybe that inkling from another world, and it's automatically that's got to be a demon because it's unknown. I don't think that way, you know.
Yeah, and that's kind of what this guy. Go ahead, Fortune.
It's like that movie Walk Hard when he sings the song I want to hold your hand, and he's like, you know who's got hands? The devil, and he uses them for holding. And Cheryl,
The best
to
part of
answer your
that
question.
movie. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Cheryl, to answer your question, Bella passed away July 10th, 2011 at 6:51 in the morning, and she was getting treatment at Dornbecker for 3 years prior to that.
I was going to say the best part of that movie was when they ripped the sinks off over and over and over again because I don't even know why it was funny. It was just like it just was stupid funny. Like they did it. It was kind of like both. Oh, look who it is. What's up, rescue?
I think the funniest part is when he takes PCP and he gets up on the roof and he's like, I'm Zeus, kick-ow!
What's up, everybody?
No mortal can stop me. Hey, Rescue, how you doing? Long time.
Oh, shoot, man. I'm actually doing really good nowadays.
And
it's kind of peculiar to come across the situation I did. You know, but God works in funny ways. And you just got to see those little moments. I listen to Miss Cola every now and then. I kind of can catch it. So I'll listen while I'm doing stuff in the mornings. And I don't know. It was kind of wild this morning. It was a weird conversation to kind of come into. And I was like, oh. You know, there was a time when I was probably like in this mindset, like, oh, what you don't believe? Oh, I got to convince you, you know, and it's kind of like other things, you know, you think your bike is really badass. I got to convince you this is like the most badass bike. It's people get caught up.
Got a cool bike.
And you know, I used to try to do that. And I just, I literally can say I walk it. So, and that's kind of funny. It's like I walk in the blessings of a creator. And so I don't try to convince nobody, because it's kind of like one child trying to tell another child how good their dad is. And it's like, you know, you don't know how that feels, that child parent relationship. So like for me, my relationship with the Father, the creator, as I refer to him. But I have seen things, and I've always kind of, I've been a believer, but not a follower. And through these past, I guess it's been about 8-9 years, somewhere in there, 10. It's been a real wake up call. And here these past April was a wake up call for me, and all I can say is God's real. There was a creator. There's a father to all our souls, and I would just say that if you hit your knees and you really open your heart, you'll have an awesome conversation. And there's more there than people are aware of. And I believe that. I walk it. I can't even describe it. I think I talked about that yesterday morning when I went live. I can't even describe, because I feel weird saying things, because so many people have played on that name and played on a belief so that it's been polluted. So you go to say something, I think people miss the mark because they just have all this rhetoric that comes dumping in because a word was said. You know, wait, he said God, oh, and it's an instant switch. And it's like, you know, I know that I have a whole lumbar section that I have 2 different MRI DVDs in that little drawer right over there that show it was all screwed up. So there's multiple MRIs and X-rays, and all I can get up and I can walk. I can move. I don't try to do elevation, so I ain't trying to say I'm like, oh, but, and it was a humbling, and I'm going to say it straight out. So take it for what it's worth. If you don't know me, I don't really care then, because you haven't gotten to know me. You don't know what's gone through, but it's real. All I can say is it's real. And I was in my misery again, and I became suicidal again, and I was getting very depressed again. And I literally got slapped in the head damn near by God. And I was told to get up and get busy and to stop. And you know what? I actually felt this energy that just kind of came in me, and it was confusing at the same time. But I can walk a lot more. I can do things that I need to do. And I give grace to God to do that, because if it wasn't for a creator, then that was not on the option table. As far as humans were concerned, I had to have surgery, and that was it. Matter of fact, the doctor flat out goes, "Oh, you need to pick out a chair. You're going to be there." So take that for what it's worth. You know, it's hard to explain because there's so many Joel Osteens and Farwells and all these batshit crazy people that have twisted and polluted that. But there's a creator, and he is awesome.
Well, that's kind of what I was. So you said something a minute ago. You said, I'm a believer, but not a follower.
He said he was a believer, not a follower.
Right. Okay.
I think that he meant that he was a follower now, but in the past. Am I wrong?
Yeah. Well, because so like I believed in God, you know, I mean, you hear it and you would kind of, you're like, well, yeah, there's a God, you know, I mean, and you just kind of like accept it without really looking into it and really kind of doing it. And I did the whole rhythm. I've talked, me and you have talked about this a few years back. It's just like my first marriage. I did the whole little Sunday, Wednesday, you know, Sunday school morning, the Baptist church. Let's get dressed up. Let's learn our verses. Let's sing our hymns. And doesn't that make me good? I mean, I was on time for Sunday school.
Right.
I wasn't late.
You had a clean shirt on. You got there.
I was there.
Time.
And see, and that's what I mean. I was a believer, but I wasn't a follower. See, a follower to me, and this is also, man, I really believe you have to establish your own relationship. You know, two siblings can't tell one how to have the relationship with the parent. You're going to have to work that out yourself, because you are you. But he's there. And yes, I use the general term of he, but it's he's there. And I think he reaches out more than people realize. It's just that we're so, I know I was so zoned in. It's like I needed the burning bush. You know, I needed something. And you know, it just,
you needed more like proof, like Forging was saying a minute ago, like there's no sign.
Well, that's the thing too for forging though. Like maybe there hasn't been one yet, you
Yeah.
know? Dot dot dot. You have to not close that off and be open to that because
I never close off anything. I'm always adapting. I think that the day you stop learning new things is the day that you decide you're mentally dying, and you're okay with that. You're complacent with being a moron. That's why I
like
never rule anything out.
I'm ready to go backstage, but I'll just say it anyways. Like, I don't know. There are times too for me, and I felt energy at times when I was so young, like a little kid, and praying to God, because that's what I understand is I'm praying to God and things like this. And it's just like, that was real. And I have truly never felt that exact feeling ever again, because I was like 8 years old and a good kid. And what I was praying, I meant, I'm like crying and putting my hand, I'm doing what I saw done. I'll never forget that. As long I'll be 80 billion years old. And I'll remember being 8 years old and feeling like this heat or energy kind of right where my hands coming up from my elbows to where my hands were. It kind of sucks in a way because I'm like, God, why I must be really tainted now. Because since 8, I've prayed for people, I've cared and prayed, but I haven't felt that ever again. But I think I was just a better vessel or more pure or whatever. But I feel like once you feel another time, I'll say it, I'm on a live stream. It's so stupid, but it is what it is. I was very scared in a tornado, the sirens were going off. It ended up being a miniature tornado, but there was another female there. She had a child there. She had one kid. I had one kid, and we were scared. It was the thing. And we're like trying to get mattresses and get in the hallway because there was no basement. And I'm like grabbing her hands because all I know is to pray. And I'm going like where 2 or more gathered in prayer. I'm standing on scripture because this is how I'm taught. And this girl, I'll never forget this. Certain experiences stick with you. She just starts going, holy, 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 holy. I'm like, what is she talking about? But this is her thing. And she's completely calm and comfortable. And all of a sudden, between the two of us, me standing on scripture and her doing her thing and holding hands, like there was this blanket of peace, that like literal physical blanket of peace that came from the sky. And I'm completely sober. I'm in a panic because there's a tornado. We're all going to die, right? I'm scared. And this like blanket of peace like falls and like lands around us. And I was so surprised by it. I looked at her. I said, do you feel that? I didn't know what else to say. And she goes, yes. And for a minute, everything was fine. And then our two, which was our significant others, start, the trees are going to crush the house. The trees are going to crush the house, and panicking and running. And whatever feeling that was kind of got taken away from me, but I will never forget it. And it was through both of us coming to God in our separate ways, but we were in agreement with one another, and God showed up. It was a feeling, it was a moment. And I was just asking you earlier, like that, you've never felt something like that. Cause I feel like a lot of people have these little moments, and maybe yours just hasn't happened yet. Forging.
Do you mind if I'm gonna say something, and if I remember right, Forging, because it has been a minute since we've talked, but you're not an emotional kind of person. So I want you to know that when I say this, I do not mean any bad intent. So please don't take it this way. But I'm trying to, like an association, and trying to use some human stuff to make this point. But what if she's with the creator, but you haven't come into the room to have the conversation with her, to have that interaction, because you've shut that door off. So she's actually in there waiting.
Oh, there we go.
And that's why I'm just. Oh, yeah. Sometimes some things don't want to be said, but I'm just, because I do believe that children, because out of their innocence, that those souls are treated different than the grown ones that have committed known sin. See, children do things unknowingly, and that's the parents are supposed to be teaching, and that's actually talked about, and but I wonder if because I really do believe in a connection, and I think that it's it's kind of like there's people that like you can, I don't know, it's in a relationship. There's like the boyfriend, girlfriend, and yeah, you get along. And so nobody can go, well, see, that doesn't work. That's not really but then there's those people that it's like spark the love right from the thing. And it's like they fully had no problem committing to another person. And you kind of see that. Well, to me, that's the relationship with the Father. And I will say there used to be an example whenever I would try to do this defending. I can't even remember the insect's name now, but to me, I always used to get a kick because to me, it was a classic example of a creator. And it's this insect, and this insect has 2 sacs inside of its body that contain chemicals. And when they mix and spray out, it becomes combustible. It'll burn. It creates like an acid.
It's a bombardier beetle.
Is that which one it is? And
yeah,
and scientists have even said, see, there's no way inside this insect for these 2 repelling ingredients to be able to form at that level without a design. And then you just look at the creation of life, and it's like with science. I never really thought of it until the past few years, but they do all this Big Bang theory, Big Bang. It's like, cool. Who made the Big Bang? I mean, at some point the excuses run out, and it's like, it's easy to always fight against that. And I get that because that's the world. The world is going to encourage pushback. But all I can say is within these past couple of months, which I was, like I said, I was a believer before, I'm a follower now. So it's because you can believe, but are you really committed? Are you making the change? Or are you, because, and I don't mean this disrespectful to anybody that takes it this way. You can do the pew sitting. You can do the scripture repeating. I know this verse by verse, and you can do that.
Oh, man.
But it's like, but what does that mean? Does that really mean anything? It's like, if you read the medical book from front to back, are you a freaking brain surgeon all of a sudden? It's like, just because you read something and, oh, well, I know about that. But a relationship with God is so internal. That book is just, it's a compilation of letters. I think it's the most impressive book that's ever been written and compiled because of just all the nature, several continents, hundreds of years, several authors. And then I really found it in telling, just like these discoveries, people are like, oh man, I can't believe it. Really? I don't know. There's a book that talks about the creator got pissed off one time because everybody was acting so stupid and we kind of flooded everything. Well, I don't know how anybody else's yard and landscape looks, but when it rains a lot, all of a sudden my landscape changes. My driveway doesn't quite look the same anymore because, well, I don't know, maybe about 5 tons of sand just got washed down it. And so it's kind of changed the terrain. And so you kind of look at all these discoveries and you're going, yeah, I don't know. There's a book that talks about it all being underwater at one point, but hey, I'm just saying.
I mean, there are quite a few books,
Yeah.
and to be fair, Forging, I struggle with existential anguish quite a bit. And like, I'm not a nihilist. I'm not an atheist. I'm not a overt Christian. I'm a recovering Mormon. That's what they call it when you're like breaking out of the covenant. You're recovering from a cult.
Can I be like a recovering Pentecostal?
Yes, it's very similar, Cola. No bullshit, dude.
They didn't do the snakes thing, but I've definitely known ladies with long hair and the long dresses.
So you did the Pentecostal thing, Cola?
I've seen people speak in tongues. I've seen laying on of hands.
I was just going to say, if I ever
my
go
first marriage,
but
we did that. We
Oh,
went to
man.
Pentecostal church and we were sitting there and I looked at her and I go, because I was kind of in a Baptist. So this is kind of a first. This is like an experience. So I'm kind of looking. I'm like, okay, I get it. I mean, yeah, man, look, they're running. They're doing laps. Okay.
Oh yeah, run
We're
the
there.
whole church.
And about that time, my first wife, she goes, it's hot in here. Hey, cut that fan on. And I looked up and I saw that ceiling fan kind of like this one. And I thought, if I raise my hand to turn that fan on and they run down here and lay hands on me, I'm going to lay hands on somebody else.
It's
And
so
she
hot
went,
in here.
oh, Brian. And I
It's
went,
so
okay.
hot in her.
I mean, I've been in a lot of different churches, and it is really funny. You know, with sexuality, they have the Kinsey scale. I hate to like make the comparison, but you go from one end to the other, and it's like the same way from Catholic to Pentecostal and beyond. Like, because at Catholic, it's really uptight and stiff, and it's quick. You're in, you're out. You have some like memorized, and I'm not making fun of Catholics any more than I'm making fun of Pentecostals or any of the other religions.
Right.
But it's just funny how it's like in stages. It's like
Well,
sit down,
man's figured
fight
it
down,
out.
stand up.
Yeah.
And then you go to Baptist, and it's a little more loose in a Baptist, but people still aren't like falling slain or yet running laps. I mean, maybe they might speak in tongues sometimes, like Baptists are like getting close to the line of that. Then you get to Pentecostals, and they're like speaking in tongues, running laps, falling slain. It gets wild. But I'll say this much. I've been in all those churches. And it is true. When you're in those Pentecostal churches, you have to be like almost dead to not feel something. There is definitely energy. It's like the ceiling fans are moving the spirit around or something. It's a weird feeling. Like I don't even know how I would feel in a place like that these days. But as a kid, I loved it. I thought it was awesome. And it's funny, like when it gets real, you don't feel that when you're just sitting there and reading a scripture or you're being real stiff. So I've never seen the snakes, but I've definitely
I
seen
can
the
understand that. I
I've
can
seen
understand
it.
if somebody's running around with rattlesnakes going. I'd probably feel kind of anxious too.
I've never seen anyone do that in real life. I've heard of it. I know it's supposed to be Pentecostals, but I've never seen actually that happen in a church. I know it does. It has, just not in the ones I was in. I've seen people baptized in a metal tin outside in a tent. These people, they're not bad people, you know. These people are in search of their spirituality, and they love God, and they're really fascinating people. Like I really do find
That's
people,
why I'll
you
never
know,
get down on anybody for their beliefs.
right. If you're looking for it, you can't be that bad because you're trying to do the right thing. But it doesn't mean that none of us are wrong. Like I said, I don't know.
No, that's
I've
the
always said
doctrine of
somebody's
man.
religious beliefs. If religion helps somebody be a better person for them and the people around them, I'd say that's awesome. Do it twice. I'm all for it. It's just it hasn't been for me. That's all. And that I'm saying that 100% respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can get it because it's well, I guess in a way, I see the association. It's like drugs, medicine. You know, I'm sure at one point there was a good reasoning. You know, it's like, well, hey, we can just crush this up and we'll make these into little things, and then we can hand these out. So then, you know, everybody doesn't have to grow this at the right place. Well, so I get that, but somewhere along the way, it gets generated, and I think that's where the word religion we've created a topic word.
Don't they say like God and Jesus hates religion? Like religion is the thing he doesn't like.
Yeah,
Is the way
I think the way the
understood it.
phrase is some about the dogma and doctrines of men or something like that. And that's religion. Religion is the doctrines and dogma of men.
Because it divides you. It's like you're this and I'm that, and you stay in your box and I'm going to be in my box. And that's why I feel guilty saying what I did say, because I'm not dogging on Catholics. One of the most sweetest influences in my life was a little old lady who was diehard Catholic. I mean, you can't tell me she wasn't good, you know, but I don't enjoy the feeling of being in a Catholic church. It just feels a different way to me because I was in different types of churches. I haven't been in church in a long time. And sometimes I think like the Bible warns a lot about the end times and false prophets. And it's like, at this point, I'm like, I don't even know if I want to be in a church. I feel like we kind of have our own church sometimes, and we just talk to each other in our little internet world, you know?
Well, see, and think about it too, because if you know, and I'm going off of the Bible, you know, Christian Bible type thing. So it talks about the devil clones, it mimics, but it can't create. So evil can't create itself, but it can mimic. Well, you think that it only takes a little bit.
Kill and destroy is what I remember about the devil.
Well, that's because you know, it's just like if you look, and some of the other scripture talks about like Lucifer, the most beautiful of all, got jealous, cast it down. So, and see, and I can I can connect. I don't know. For me, I guess I can see it, I guess, in a way. It's like I get it in a way. It's like, this is all temporary. This is just a fleshly little sack down here.
Right. That's another one of those connections, though. You were talking about him being cast out, and they said he was in the music. He was a beautiful angel, and like I don't know, like into music, and it's like then you get the music that has evil in it. It's like, I wonder how that happened. It's just not all of it, but
because it's in what's in your heart. So wherever you're led. And I even talked about that. It's like there's some music I can say, and I'm not condemning music anyway, but there's just and we do it motivational. We do it sports driving. We do it, in everybody. There's a certain energy that starts coming from some music. Well, like for me, there's some songs if I start pumping that out, my patience gets thinner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more quicker to snap back. I'm probably more prone to think about punching you in the face than I am shaking your hand. I mean, so there's just, and I really
know what you mean,
because there's just, you can get this energy from that music. Well, you kind of wonder then, and you hear all the people connecting. Oh, it's we're on frequency level, we're on energy, and what if it's all of it? I mean, I'm a simple kind of guy, so I kind of look at it's just like people go to the universe and we can't be alone. We don't even know. We don't know. And I like the assumptions we always make of universe. And it's just like, we don't even know what's at the bottom of the ocean. But yet, we supposedly know everything, but we really know nothing.
And I think that's one of my main problems with the Bible, honestly, is because it comes from a place of knowing instead of, because science says we don't know. When people say, well, where'd the Big Bang come from? Science says, well, we don't know yet. And the Bible is absolution. We know this because it's written here. And
well, it actually doesn't say
one of
about
my
the
big problems with it.
It says, and
What's
God
that?
created. It just talks about it. God created. It doesn't try to explain the
But yeah,
concept.
so that's what I'm saying. It's absolution. It's a source of absolution. It's in the beginning
I'm
God
not going to
created
end
instead
it,
of saying
but
we don't know.
I am going to go backstage with it. I'm not going to end it, but like I said, I was going to end sooner, and I went 40 minutes over. So I said I was going to end an hour
You can't
sooner.
do this to the people.
And I went 40 minutes over.
People need us.
So I don't know how
You're
that
breaking
happened.
up
I'm
the
like, I'm
band.
going to do a 4-hour thing, and we're going to do it backstage. I'm still going to stay too. So I've somehow added an hour and 40 minutes plus probably at least an hour backstage. I don't know how I did that. But like, it's been a really good night. We had a lot of good conversation. And there's one spot. I have 6 spots. I don't know where Billy's at, but I'm sure he'll put the link. And then you guys want to do final thoughts. I'm not going to close it down. I'm going to hang out for a bit. But if I don't end it, I'll be up till tomorrow. I went way longer than I meant. I mean, it is kind of tomorrow here, actually. 4 turned into 6, LOL. Yes, that's exactly. I said normally I go 5 hours, so I'm going to go 4, and now I'm getting close to like almost 6.
See, and y'all used to ask me, "How do you?"
Oh,
Gee,
forging
Rescue.
right off. He's like, "You're not converting me. You're not going to force me into a backstage."
Oh man,
I feel bad. I'm not trying to make fun of him, but I'm just saying the
wanted
timing
to
of him
hear
leaving. He's like,
more.
"I'm not doing it." I'm not mad at you, forging. I feel bad though. I feel like we ran him off.
Come back, forging.
For real. Come back in the backstage. We're about to end it anyway. So y'all want to have some ending thoughts before I close out?
No
I
fear.
didn't go so long. Bonnie, are you still here?
Yes.
Do you have anything?
Just there's so much good stuff in the chat that people are saying, and
Come back, forging.
he hit the wrong button.
Come back. Billy's got the look right here. Come back.
Yeah.
Before we have
Come
2
back,
spots. Hurry,
forging.
get back.
Yeah.
And somebody else
Rescue.
come too with forging because we're closing it out. But I'm sorry, Bonnie. Go ahead. My bad.
Rescue, what you said was spot on. That's exactly the way I feel also.
Oh, Monty.
And this community is amazing. Thank you all.
Mute, Money. Mute. Yep, there you go.
Oh, shoot. All right. Good night, you guys. Did anybody rescue? Did you have something? I'm sorry. I don't want to leave anybody out.
Oh no, man! I just say, make your day a good day. My day's just getting started. Y'all need to get some rest. It sounds like.
No, we're all backwards. Well, we're gonna hang out for a bit anyhow. But all right. Good night, YouTube. See you Wednesday, I guess, next Wednesday. Or I'll see you at 10 TVs. Either way, one of the two. Good night. I hate the